Five, four, three, two, one.
All right then. Hello, willkommen, bienvenue. It's time for the Amish Inquisition, episode 378 on Sunday, the 1st of June, 2025. I'm Phil.
I'm not.
Matt and Ben aren't here, but Ryan's here. Hi, Ryan.
Hi, everybody.
Hello. Say big hellos in the chat for Ryan. Need
Big
to
ups.
farm that engagement.
Farm away. See what you can grow after it. It's the manure that you got to chuck on there in the first place that worries me.
Oh, don't poo on your smartphones or your TVs then, folks. That's not advised.
It's not good. Gets in the sockets.
You want to be organic and stuff.
It's worse than sand in your crevice.
No. I hate sand. It's so coarse
It's
and,
rough and coarse.
and irritating, and it gets everywhere.
Gets right up your crack. I hate sand.
That's my favourite line of dialogue from the Star Wars prequels.
My other one is, no.
Which, Vader.
Yeah, he's now northern. No, love.
Where is Padme?
Where's Padme?
Darth Vader should never say Padme.
No.
They ruined it, the character
No.
with that.
Yeah, just bad. If I was James Earl Jones, come on, man, have some integrity.
Do you know, have Disney got the rights to use his voice
Yes, they do,
continually?
yeah,
So
yeah.
James Earl Jones, the voice of Darth Vader, he died about a year or two ago, I think.
Oh, I like James Earl Jones. What a cracker. I'll never forget, he's got a line, is it Field of Dreams, you know, the Kevin Costner one where they build the pitch,
If you build it,
they will come. Isn't he in that one?
I can't remember.
I just remember him answering the door and goes, I'm not going to do it now. Now piss off. Like that. It's like, yes, James Earl Jones.
I know.
He's like America's kind of more conservative Flash Gordon. What's his name?
Brian Blessed.
Brian Blessed. He's America's more conservative Brian Blessed. He's got that rich voice, those gorgeous rich tones. Yeah.
Okay, he has that gravitas.
Yeah,
doesn't
and
he?
those lovely blue eyes as well, which may mark him out as well. Do you know what I mean? Especially having such African features and then stunning blue eyes.
I'm looking for my son. I'm looking for my son, Akeem.
Akeem.
Yeah.
Oh, I want to swear already, but I can't. We'll leave it a bit
Why
later
not?
in the stream until we swear.
Are we not allowed to?
I think you got 10 minutes on YouTube. You got 10 minutes before you can start swearing, really.
Oh my gosh! Like we started a podcast recently, part 2, with a compilation of people mispronouncing former Health Secretary Jeremy Hunt's name.
Oh.
So that was like
Jeremy.
34 rhyming slang Jeremy Hunts in quick succession. Maybe that's why we get demonetized all the time.
Do you actually get demonetized all the time?
Yeah, every week. Yeah, I have to appeal every week.
Oh, yeah, probably.
Often
not absolutely, obviously.
Not all the interviews, but or every part 2 does. Yeah. So like Bob Osborne, he
Yeah.
didn't get demonetized despite dropping some C-19 bombs.
It's because of his connections with the CIA. That's why. He's actually
It's
of the Nephilim
it's
bloodline.
The Nephilim bloodline.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
done
no,
it
we
for
don't want to
us.
talk about that. No, no.
No. So, speaking of movies,
Yeah. Segue, joke way, a joke way.
segue off a cliff.
Oh, we're releasing the Kraken tonight. It's my birthday at some point this week, so
He doesn't know what day exactly. That's how old he is.
Yeah.
That's how many birthdays he's had.
exactly. It's not nice, is it? You want to avoid these things when you get a bit older. It's like, oh no, it's coming.
Right, Ryan's introduced me to a new taste sensation. Can you explain this cocktail that we're drinking?
It is Kraken. Very nice slightly more expensive rum of the spice variety with an octopus on the front.
Yo ho ho.
Chocomel, I think it's somewhere in Europe. Very good chocolate milk drink, which is basically just chocolate and milk. I don't think that. Let me look at the ingredients. Ingredients: chocolate, sugar, flavor. I don't know what flavor is. Probably vanilla. And then I brought my own vanilla as well. And we stick them in a vessel of your choosing.
I've gone for
He's got a stormtrooper.
A stormtrooper sort of
Trouble is, he can't get it in his mouth once he's put it in that cup.
brandy glass.
More stormtrooper jokes, and then we drink it.
Yeah, and it's a sipper.
Well, apparently, but you soon get accustomed to the taste. It's one of those that it doesn't creep up on you; it just boom like that. So yeah.
Oh, great.
I discovered it one Christmas with one of my girlfriends, and we were like, "Oh, we got rum, we got milkshake. Let's put them together." And then get really, really, really drunk, like embarrassingly drunk.
So
in front of the parents.
This podcast is going to go off the rails at some point then tonight.
Yep.
Oh dear.
That's the plan.
Oh well, I'm not working till lunchtime tomorrow, so
Good.
So there you are.
Yeah.
What will be, what will be. But anyway, we were talking about films.
Films.
And we met up, about 6 weeks ago, I want to say, something like that. 6-8 weeks ago. Because we thought it'd be interesting to do like an esoteric film deconstruction, and you suggested The Holy Mountain by Alejandro Jodorowsky, released, I think, 1972.
The Alejandro needed to know. We'll get to the impressions later.
Sure, excrement.
I had a vaporizer somewhere.
Is that a vaporizer is not sanctioned by the Federation? Are you allowed to have one of those in Sector 001?
Are they called vaporizers? Aren't they called what are they called?
They're not called vaporizers. Disruptors.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Anyway,
a Klingon disruptor. What? Have
So
you,
the
have
Holy
you
Mountain.
seriously lost it?
I want to know if anybody. It'll turn up. I'll nick a fag off you in a bit. Did anybody actually watch The Holy Mountain? No, I'm fine, thank you, mate. Did anybody actually watch it between us talking about it last time?
Yeah, let us know in the chat if you actually watched this. I hadn't seen it, never heard of it until you mentioned it, and I was pretty blown away with its rich
madness.
Oh, there's your vaporizer behind the spice rum.
Oh, there it is.
That's a chunky machine.
That's why you need to release the Kraken.
Mm. And so we met up like 6 weeks ago. We thought we'll go through it in fine detail quite easily. We'll get through it in a night, no problem. It's not that long of a film. And it turned out we got 2/3 of the way through.
Yeah. However, I think what we actually achieved on that last episode was a peek into how to actually decode these things yourself.
Right.
Certainly if you didn't learn the actual system itself, you learned that there is a system and it's all relating to these certain things like astrology, tarot, these old mystery traditions.
One thing I certainly learned is that you can only pick up so much by watching it normally, and that when you actually go back and go through it frame by frame, you pick up so much more.
Yeah, you picked up quite a few things.
Loads of stuff that you wouldn't have any hope of seeing just watching it fresh.
Yeah, just you pause it. But you couldn't have done that back in those days. That was on the cinema in the 70s. There was not even, VHS wasn't even on the horizon.
No, probably not. No, it would have been Betamax in the 80s, probably.
Yeah, but this is 70, what is it, like 70s?
Yeah, way beyond, way before sort of home video.
I feel that there's a... So just talking about the era that it was produced in as well, I feel there's quite a bit of the 60s still leaking over into it. Maybe that... there's some cultural differences there that, the 60s happened particularly in America and Britain. Mm. And then that takes a little longer to leak out, and the trade, the order of the 60s took a little longer to dissipate. Because we know what happened when in the 70s, with the 70s in film, everything got very dour and very serious and very grimy and, Alien, Taxi Driver.
Serpico.
Yeah, do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, there's some freedom there that's a hangover maybe from the 60s, because I mean it's only 72. They were probably making
Was
it in
72?
71.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, so it's still the 60s, but for
pretty much, yeah. So, shall we crack on?
let's crack on.
Crack on. I'll go to the next screen. Just to sort of briefly phase people in to where we left off. We'd sort of been introduced to all the main characters. We got like the thief, as he's called.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's represented with the fool by the fool card.
In the tarot, yeah.
It's like your main character, your main protagonist, the Jesus-esque figure.
Well, it's you.
Yeah,
It's you. That's what it is. It's you are a sinner that could be a saint. Essentially, what it is, and it's how far along this process are you willing to go?
yeah,
What I like about this is that although he takes a good chunk of the beginning of the film, later on we then go kind of break him down. These other characters, these 7 that you're about to talk about, are the 7 constituent parts of him. You know, all these characters are an analysis of a person's soul, essentially.
yeah. They're kind of like archetypes.
Yes, absolutely are.
Yeah, like Jungian archetypes. Like
Alchemical, magical.
each planet represents something quite different. So it's quite astrology heavy, I would say, in a lot of the symbology.
Yeah. I mean, we think about astrology now as being the thing in the back of the
Mystic
paper,
Meg,
but
yeah.
But really, it's the as Jung said, it's the repository of the ancients' knowledge of psychology is essentially what it is, and further, like a meta psychology there as well.
Yeah. So we've been introduced to him, and he goes through some trials early on in the film, and then we get introduced to these 7 other characters who represented by planets, really.
Yeah.
Saturn is like the standout one. The Christmas.
You
one.
like this? What's my standout? The naked lady.
That was the last one. Was that?
That was
Pluto?
all of them. Do you remember the Pluto's wife? Oh no! And we did say last time as well that a couple of these are planets that are outside the ancient order. So Pluto's in is it Uranus?
Uranus is in there.
And that I can't quite fathom what they were about, but we did have a little bash at the time. So
Yeah, Neptune, I think, is the like police state one who you think looks like Mars.
Mars.
Yeah,
There's something else going on there.
It's a slightly different system than the sort of traditional Western esoteric system. It's been amalgamated with other things, maybe, and
only
adapted.
slightly. Yeah, there's a bit of Indian in there, a bit of do what you want. It is a bit airy fairy, all this stuff.
I wonder how he's obviously very Gurdjieff influenced because the 9-pointed Enneagram
Yeah,
he's wearing it around his neck, for fuck's sake, all the way through the film. So there's obviously a lot of that in there, and there'll be reason to come back to that with some certain dialogue, a certain phase of the disillusion of the individual. But yeah, so we've met all our characters, and now the quest begins, and our main guy has climbed the tower and met Alejandro,
the alchemist.
and he's been purged, and it's almost like a baptism,
Yeah,
like a renewal. And that's when they cut away to introduce all these other planets.
yeah. So it's what it is really is that this thief fool character is the lower mind, and the alchemist, the magician, is the higher mind in this case. He's the holy guardian angel, as they would say. It's just you know better. Most things, should I have that drink? No, you shouldn't.
Yeah,
And the thing that says no, you shouldn't is your higher mind, because you know damn well you shouldn't.
Yeah.
But it's my birthday.
So now we've been introduced to the planets. These planets are choppered in to the tower to meet up with Alejandro and the thief to start the quest. And that's where we left off at the start of Act 3.
The quest for the holy mountain.
Who is that? That wasn't Alejandro.
No,
I
I went further north to Mexico, but Alejandro says I like the way he speaks, Alejandro.
Yeah, it's very unique. Chilean, is he? Half Chilean, something like that?
He's I think there's a bit of French in there as well.
Yeah. So we get the chopper circling around the tower, and it lands, and all our characters, our planets, disembark in their civvies, the civilian
Just
clothes.
very well. Like, look, that.
Yeah.
I like that guy at the front. Even it looks quite modern, really. It does though, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And then in with the dot there, the big brown dot.
I've just noticed some symbols on the helicopter there.
Oh, I can't see those.
It's hard to see.
On the right is Uranus, which is like the outer realms, as it were, the Plato's platonic realm, Plato's realm of ideas.
Yeah.
Plato's platonic realm of Plato. And then we've got, it just looks like a composite of some other earth.
It does,
symbols,
It's
yeah,
a bit
it's a
wishy-washy, isn't it?
Yeah. It is a bit wishy-washy.
This guy just made it up.
Yeah.
And then we cut to a scene. It's like Alejandro's giving them a PowerPoint now.
Do you want to watch a porno?
He gets them all into this room and he's going to show them a film, basically. I know it's an old school projector. And he starts the film and he says, "You have power and money, but you are immortal.
But you are immortal.
You know you cannot escape death, but immortality can be obtained." I mean, this is like the whole purpose of alchemy and spiritual alchemy. It's ascension,
Yeah.
or escaping the eternal recurrence, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. And there's an analogy for the body as well here, because in the end, it's not. It is a way of life, as it were, but it also it's a physical. There are physical techniques applied to it, and because they are archetypal, you can tell one story and get the other. You know, the climb up the mountain is pulling the cerebrospinal fluid up the spine as well to hit the pineal at the top. It's just pressure. Yeah.
Kundalini energy.
Yeah, Kundalini stuff.
Yep. Or some people mess around with exogenous, the right word? External chemical compounds.
Yeah.
To try and speed that up. Breathing exercises, meditation.
All those things.
People have forever been trying this to obtain this.
Well,
through various
I think
methods.
many people do. It's just that you don't hear about them because they're not fussed.
They're on top of a mountain, a holy mountain.
Yeah.
That's why.
And I don't like those people, to be honest. I don't like that. It doesn't sit well with me, that. Should be down here in the filth trying to raise up everybody else.
Yeah. So Alchemist, he starts this projector and he carries on. In all traditions, they speak of holy mountains.
Can I read that?
Yeah.
Can I my voice?
Let's see it in bold. In bold is quotes.
What are we up to?
In all traditions.
In the old tradition, they speak of holy mountain. The Meru mountain of India. Mount Kunlun of the Taoist. The Karakoram
Of the Himalayas.
of the Himalaya. The mountain of the philosopher.
That's the one there.
The Rosicrucian mountain.
Oh shit! Hang on, I've skipped forward too far. Where's the Rosicrucian mountain?
Is that not it?
That's the one before.
The mountain of the philosopher.
That's the Rosicrucian. Look, we got
that's actually an English alchemist called. No, he's actually Welsh. Thomas Vaughan. That's the invisible mountain.
Is that so?
We've
That's
actually
not a
decoded
tarot.
that on one of these.
It's not a tarot card. That
No,
it looks like a tarot card with the shape, doesn't it?
fair point.
Whereas like the other pictures are,
That's Mount Meru. Yeah. Oh,
that's a photograph, I guess. And then you've got that's the.
well, you can in this. Can you see the hips? Can you see there's the hips formed at the side there?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's that's the sacrum there. That's the sacral plexus.
Right.
And then you go up. And so there's the bottom of the spine there. Probably, you can think of it about it as being foreshortened. Then is there like a star at the top or something? What's at the top of that?
Yeah, it's hard to tell. It's not great resolution.
So there's just a foreshortened spine there after, and then a star for the pineal. Same on a Christmas tree.
And that's your Rosicrucian one. We've got the Ouroboros snake eating its own tail at the bottom.
It says, if a child nothing, in Latin, nisa par, I forget. Then you got the candlelight that's kind of like your heart chakra in the center. That's the thing that you got to open up.
Yeah.
And then there's the mountain itself, but that's the rest of the spine. And I will say that the Ouroboros serpent at the bottom is the life force trapped down there, and he's sat on a pile of gold as if it's a hobbit.
Oh, it's the old dragon sitting on a pile of gold. It's that mythos. I mean, Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
Everything
Yeah.
borrows this symbology.
It's that when you release your physical passions, that
Yeah.
you get the energy to put elsewhere.
It's Smaug.
Hey, look, listen, the more I practice this stuff, do the actual techniques and try and live that lifestyle a little more, although I drink and I smoke a bit and big fucking wow. And we all orgasm. But, do it as best as I can. Look, this is true. It's all true. You definitely get more energy. You can definitely move the energy around. You can definitely have these Kundalini experiences. I've done it. And they're not even like, big wow, oh my God. You know what I mean? It's like, it's just... everybody's had little experiences of these things. The feeling of electricity running up your spine and then the hair standing up on the back of your neck. That's like a mini version of it.
Right.
An orgasm is very orgasmic. We'll not go into
I'm
it
clipping
too
that.
much time. It's very orgasmic. Anyway, he's a half-bald fella here.
Do you know who these two characters are either side?
Yes, that's Saint Michael on the left with his fiery sword, which is
Wicked.
actually a symbol for. It's like the same as drawing the sword from the stone. It's having the intellect in the intellect's in the body, in the spine, and it's drawn out. So basically, you do breathing techniques and similar things till your spine feels like it's on fire, and then you can do certain energetic things like. This famous Russian lady who did the same thing. She'd breathe and breathe and breathe and breathe and breathe. He said it felt like the pressure go up her spine, and then it felt like it was on fire, and then she could like move cigar, the little metal tubes that you put cigars in. She's like that, moving those and changing watches, and she was studied in Russia. I forget her name.
Wow.
Yeah.
Who's on? Do we know who's on the right of that image?
That's you, just blind. It's like the fool character in this.
blind,
Those are
right.
essentially the two characters from this film.
Right. I'd love to see that in high res. That image. It looks super
Yeah, it's
interesting.
cool, yeah.
You want to continue, or
Yeah, yeah.
do you want to?
Oh, we're still reading.
So
Yeah. So we said the mountain.
we've got this. I don't know which mountain this is.
That looks like a map of the world. So
Yeah.
you got the firmament over the top, and then that rose in the center is like purgatory essentially. But equally, the universe comes through that rose through its many. Those are like the archons in Gnosticism.
Right.
It's just the many. Imagine if the light at the beginning of the universe needed to break up into many facets. It's like the diamond that it shines through to refract it, as it were. Each face of the diamond is a petal. I've just made that up, but that's a good. And then so you got the underworld at the bottom and the two rivers, and one that you drink from.
We got the Rosy Cross there. Oh, this is further on, I think. He
That's
talks about
drawn to the pattern, but so the mountain of the philosopher, the Rosicrucian mountain, the Kabbalistic mountain of San Juan de la Cruz. There are many other holy mountains. The legend is always the same. 9 immortal men live on top of the mountain. From the highest peak, they direct our world. They hold the secret to the conquest of death. They are more than 40,000 years old, but they were once like ourselves. If others have succeeded in conquering death, why must we accept it? I know where the immortals live and how to obtain their secret. In this ancient Rosicrucian manuscript, I found an etching of the 9 immortal and the place where they live, the holy mountain of Lotus Island.
So we've got a picture of the 9 from the Rosicrucian manuscript, again with that Gurdjieff Enneagram delineating the 9 members, and that is the holy mountain itself. I don't think there's anything to say about that. We can carry on.
Do you want me to carry on reading? So I feel
Yeah.
silly now doing the voice. Some men join forces to assault. No. Some men join forces to assault the banks and steal money, pieces of paper. We must unite our forces to assault the holy mountain and rob its wise men of their secret of immortality. But To conquer the wisdom of the immortals, we too must become wise men. The elements of chemistry are many, but finite. So are the techniques of enlightenment. To reach it more quickly, we will combine these techniques with the correct formula. Any human being can become enlightened. The immortals are a group. If we are to succeed, we must cease to be individual and become a collective being. Burn your money.
So, right, okay. So they're becoming a collective being. Overhead establishing shot.
They're great, this, especially...
Always.
I love it.
So we've got an eyeball. How many chairs? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Plus Alejandro is 10, the alchemist. So we've got 9 initiates, 1 alchemist. They sit round this table. They put on their hands on the table. And that's when he says, burn your money.
Burn your monies.
And so the fire starts in the eye. And they all start chucking their wads of cash in because they're all very materially successful, apart from the fool, has to be said. But these archetypes are the rich through vicarious means.
Yes.
You know, through war, through propaganda.
Through vice, yeah.
Yeah, through 15-minute cities. All sorts of shithousery.
These days, though, it's difficult not to, work in those industries. The industry I work in, it's difficult not. You keep seeing them. It's like, even like when I'm talking to guys, it's like, oh, we got a job for you if you want it. It's a bit dodgy though. It's working for a gambling company. I've heard that a good few times. You know what I mean? They pay well.
Yeah,
gambling companies and charities pay well.
Yes, you get this with podcasts that advertise certain products, like gambling. There's a big thing for gold. Every other podcast you listen to, they're selling gold.
That's at least that you're not getting. I don't know if you're getting ripped off, but in theory, you're not getting ripped off. You're not.
I've heard the podcaster gets 5%. So I think you'd be better off just buying the gold on your own at scrap value, and keeping it, digging a hole in your garden or something, or under the mattress.
I wouldn't put it, in a bank.
No, definitely not. But that's
burn your money.
That's what they're doing. So they all start throwing the money away gleefully. It has to be said.
Apart from the thief. But he's never had it.
Good point. And he sneakily tucks a couple of bills up his sleeve. I caught it. It's very quick and how would you say? Well practiced. Sleight of hand. It's very magician-like.
Well, I'm going to say at this point, he's the magician. He's not the thief so much anymore, but he's leveled up to the magician.
Well, you remember he's got the alchemist robes now in brown with the Enneagram round his neck, whereas the rest are in the civvies still.
The magician card in my tarot deck is dressed like these guys.
Yeah.
Like, because of these guys. And because of ninjas.
The alchemist, nothing gets past him, and he spies the thief. And I'm sure he says something.
Thief!
Thief!
If you don't want to die, kill your money. We shall destroy the self-image, unsteady, wavering, bewildered, full of desire, distracted, confused. When the self-concept thinks, this is I and that is mine, he binds himself and he forgets the great self.
So each of our characters has this. You see how I've edited that photo so we don't get banned.
So we don't get sausage
face. They toss a replica of themselves representing their self-image.
Wait a sec, go back one.
Yeah.
This was actually the last time the Beatles were together.
It's time to destroy the self-image.
Destroy your own self-image. I want Brummy then.
So they toss him, cast it into the fire. And as I alluded to earlier, I think this is Uspensky style fourth way philosophy.
Okay.
He talks about uniting all the areas of your psyche
Yes.
into one, like a true self. Or
Yes.
some people would call it the higher self.
Does he use the Enneagram?
Him and Gurdjieff
Yeah.
were best buds, man.
But does he use it?
How do you mean?
Well, it doesn't matter. Look, if it's 7, if it's 9, if it's freaking 12, it doesn't matter. It's these relatively arbitrary divisions.
He doesn't really use symbols. It's verbal philosophy.
Right.
It's more written word.
Yeah.
I think towards not in the fourth way. The fourth way is like a collection of lectures, so it's not really symbol heavy. But in Tertium Organum, I think at the back of that, he starts using the Enneagram. He is basically the Western translator for Gurdjieff. He followed him around for years.
Yeah.
Took on his philosophy, altered it a bit, wrote it down, published it, sort of thing. But he talks about uniting the eyes. We're all made up of several eyes, 12
These
eyes,
guys, yeah, well,
10 eyes, whatever
it'll be. Yeah.
We're all different. But we only have one true self. It's about sort of reuniting those things to become a true human, a real human.
A real person.
Yes, otherwise you're not. You're like an android. You're wearing a mask. You're projecting.
You are controlled by that dragon.
Yeah.
That's the thing. That's the issue. You control that dragon has 7 heads. These are the 7 heads, or 9 or whatever. Yeah.
So they cast them all into the fire, and it makes a right mess.
Imagine being one of these actors, because they've all been taking LSD and mushrooms, probably smoking loads of pot during. You know, they were introduced to make this film by Jodorowsky as a spiritual journey. I mean, you would though, wouldn't you? If you're that type and you're making a film about this journey, why wouldn't you take your actors on this journey if they want to?
I think
I say actors. I don't even know if they are actors.
They went on a mad fast, I think, as well before filming.
Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah, it was grueling, a grueling process, I believe. A cleansing before they started. Whether they took any substances as well, I don't know.
Yeah, they definitely did. Yeah,
yeah.
They were on mushrooms and all sorts. I think during this scene.
So now they've destroyed their self-image. It's time to get a crack on. So now they've all got the alchemist clothes. They've all got the hats.
I just want one of those hats.
Yeah, it kind of looks South American to me.
Well, especially here, but it looks a little. What were those first colonizers called? What do the Americans call the first colonizers?
Conquistadors?
No, in North America. Sorry.
Oh, Puritans.
No. It's got. I'm sure it's a P word. It doesn't matter. But yeah, it's got a 16th century air to it for me. And look, if you took one of those hats and just squashed it in at the top, it'd be a relatively modern hat.
Yeah.
What's it called?
Yeah, it's beginning with P. It's gonna block my head now.
It'll pop up when I go to bed tonight.
Anyway, Alejandro leads these guys to, I would guess, is a modern shaman.
Yeah, a culiandero. Yeah, there's lots of a sorcerer. A sorcerer. It's we confuse these words because of pop culture. Sorcerer's got somewhat evil connotations to it, but a sorcerer is a person that plays with energies.
Yeah, it's like this rural landscape in South America, and Alejandro kisses the hand. He's showing major sign of respect for this chap. He's wearing a dapper suit, pork pie hat. And
he's like your local GP. Alejandro's like a brain surgeon, but he's your local GP, and like, much respect, mate. He's doing the work.
He does some sort of technique to this guy. It's like he lights something in the glass.
Cupping.
Cupping is it called?
Yeah, they light alcohol, usually ether, ethanol, under it because of the pressure change. It sucks in the. You see this done as a science experiment for kids. They'll put a dish of water, a candle lit in and a cup over the candle, and as the pressure changes, as the flame burns off the oxygen, it'll suck up the water to relieve the pressure change. Same shit. It takes plasma out of your skin and other weird shit.
Let's check if there's any dialogue for. I'm sure there is. Yeah, this is the pilgrimage. So the quest starts. Marching through the lush mountains, they're also tailed by Magdalene, the Magdalene character, and the chimp at this stage. Even though she's not part of the troop, she starts following them. And they meet the shaman. He does this cupping, and this guy, Pluto, I think it is, he's not happy.
Because he's above it, isn't it?
Well, he says, his feet stink like a rotten dog. He's talking about the shaman who's doing the ritual. His feet stink like a rotten dog. And Alejandro goes, he has beautiful teeth.
Yeah, he has beautiful teeth. I think that's the best line in the whole film. But he has beautiful teeth.
It's really quick as well.
It is. But it's like, because it makes you think, it's like, how random. It's funny. It's fucking funny. But he delivers it so calmly.
Deadpan.
Yeah. But it makes you think. Because even for this film, it's a bit sideways.
Yeah.
And you're like, all right.
He has a beautiful teeth. I can't stand the smell, Pluto says. So the alchemist, he runs away, Pluto, like he's being sick. And guess what Alejandro does? Completely smashes him. He smashes him to bits, breaks all his bones.
And he goes,
it's like a punishment.
Have you actually got it written down? Can I say it?
Yeah.
When he puts all your bones back together, you will like his smell.
And so they do, and they have the help. Everyone's sort of working around him, on him. The alchemist, the shaman, and the initiates, they're all sort of mending him. We can rebuild him, basically. Yeah. What's that? Man learned to cultivate. We're skipping to the next scene now. Man learned to cultivate the earth.
By weakening the plants. While plants remained as they were at the moment of creation.
It's a commentary on agriculture, that.
They are the humble guardians of the secret. Well, it's the trap of the city.
Yes.
It's
Of civilization.
Of civilization.
Yeah.
You know, the city's a trap. I've lived in London. I've lived in New York. It's a bit of a trap, guys. Look, life's a bit of a trap in general. Let's be honest. So certainly civilization. It's... What is it, Phil?
It's something we're all born into, and there are certain expectations, but it's a way of life that has kind of been decided for you, unless you decide, or by luck or by chance happen to see something or read something that opens your mind.
Opens your mind.
Most people just drift through this life cycle, doing all the things they're expected to do.
The weirdest thing is that this stuff is hidden in the highest culture. That's what's weird about it.
What do you mean by the highest culture?
Well, come on. Like, even the religious books are the highest culture.
Right.
Operas are the highest culture. Ballets, it's in Swan Lake. You know, it's in Wagner. It's
philosophy.
It's in film.
Yeah.
One of the best films of the last 40 years was The Matrix. It was. Doesn't matter what you think about it. It was one of the most impactful films. And that's full of it. Star Wars has got it in. Even Indiana Jones is Ark of the Covenant, Holy Grail,
of course it is. Yeah.
And these are all symbols of the same thing. I think one of the most annoying things about all this stuff is that because it's a bit random, it's a bit surreal, like this film is, the symbols themselves are surreal and the myths around them are somewhat surreal. They're really difficult to comprehend and extract. And they have you running in circles, even when you've pretty much figured it all out. It'll still have you running around in circles. But it's a beautiful thing because it makes it a way of life instead.
And what Alejandro's alluding to is that through the process of agriculture, these sort of plants, their nature has been eroded. And also our experience of them and using them has been eroded. There's lost knowledge. That's why you have to go into the jungle to have an ayahuasca ceremony. You can't, it's not common knowledge. It was knowledge that was preserved through a shaman You could say by a priest class. We had the mystery traditions,
Mhm.
the Eleusinian mysteries,
Yeah. They were
Oracle
there.
at Delphi.
They were
It's
still
there,
there, yeah.
throughout history, but in small sort of
It's difficult
pockets.
to reach, yeah. It's accessible, though. And it's accessible again now because of...
The problem is there's so much shit.
Oh, I mean...
There's so much misinformation.
Oh, the internet recently, particularly since COVID's just become a lie.
Mm.
From AI videos, you know, trailer for this new film. No, it's not, though, is it?
Well, the internet, social media, it's designed to propagate
Yeah.
what is outrageous.
It can't help it. It's part of the medium. It's that Mercury principle. It's the within. If you got a communication of a fact, that's not the fact itself. It's a communication of the information around it. So in that transference, it can be played with, and you know, lies happen really easily. Just miscommunications or having an agenda behind it. You might even not even notice the change in the information. That doesn't suit my agenda. I'll just, you know,
Ignore it. Ignore what doesn't conform to your
or I can't write
preconceptions.
that kind of thing. My moral says you might think it's moral.
Mm.
There's lots of things. Middlemen rule the world these days, and that's what's going wrong.
Yeah. So we're alluding to the wisdom of plant medicine here.
Oh, sorry. Can I just say, there's a weakening of the stock of human thought within the city because you are so far removed from nature. Veganism wouldn't have, I mean, this is a silly thing to say, but as an example, veganism might not have arrived in the jungle, you know, because you're fighting to
die.
eat. Yeah, exactly. and being removed from the actual soul of the world, the actual soul of nature has a detrimental effect on you.
And plus, like, just being within our civilization, the majority of your time is concerned with the pursuit of shekels, man.
Yes.
The things that were just burning
Shekels
in the
and
eyeball.
the shackles for shekels.
Because how else can you manage? How can you live? You need currency.
You need to pay for the car to get you to work, to pay for the house that you're not in because you're in the car going to work. You're
constantly being bombarded with messages to have the next thing, the best thing, the nice watch, the fancy holiday, whatever it is. And at the end, it's all bullshit.
Yeah, if there's one thing I learned quite young in life, less is more. From a design point of view, from a how you live your life.
Apart from spice from chocolate milk.
Yes.
More is
less, as it turns out. Help yourself, dude.
Go on then. Give me a...
You know you like it.
I don't know how much to put in. I don't want to...
Well, I would say...
Up to the chin strap.
I have nearly 50-50, but I go a quarter.
Oh, no. I think that is plenty.
Yeah.
Plenty for me. And then your vanilla essence.
A little bit of vanilla.
Just a cheeky shake, is it?
I think we've... it's going to have to be because...
We're running low. I'll do.
Alchemy, before your eyes.
And then we top it up with the chocolate milk.
Alchemy, alcohol.
Alchemy.
It's the spirit of alcohol, although they also relate the word alcohol to Algol, the evil star, the dark star, which is Perseus up there near Aries in the sky.
Right.
He holds the head of Medusa. Do you remember? Oh, we've even got the Kraken here, so we're all right. He turns the Kraken to stone with the head of Medusa.
Sure.
So the eye of Medusa that he holds in the stars is Algol. It's like this evil...
Algol, I know the name.
Yeah. And they think it means like a ghoul. We get the word...
Al-Ghul.
Yeah. So alcohol, the spirit of, there's some connection there.
Wow, that's stronger than last time.
It takes a second to participate in
Congeal.
itself. Yeah.
Congeal. Yeah, so Alejandro, regarding the flowers, says, they are the humble guardians of the secret. The flower knows. You don't need to
Do
ask
the
it.
accent.
They are the humble guardians of the secret. The flower knows. You don't need to ask it. Nailed it.
He's going the Jules. I love Jules.
And that's when they go on the trip. So it's a typical kind of ayahuasca ceremony. She's dosing out this green goo 9 times around.
Can we talk about Maria Sabina quickly?
Who's Maria Sabina?
Maria Sabina was the lady that sparked off the 1960s, seeing as we're talking about the 1960s, she was the lady. So Gordon Wasson, who was interested, he was a banker who was also married to a Russian lady, and she talks about mushrooms in her home country and going out picking mushrooms. And eventually they went to Russia. They were picking mushrooms, and she picked up an Amanita muscaria, a fly agaric. He said, "You can't eat that," even though he's American. "You can't eat that." And she says, "Yes." Do I have to do Russian? No, we're just going to...
No.
Niet, she said. But she said, basically, you can prepare them and we can make it now. I can do a Russian, but I'm not doing it. We can prepare it. He's like, "Oh, really? Like the folklore where I'm from made me think otherwise." She goes, "Yeah. And actually, don't forget these these guys in Finland are actually taking it for crazy times at night."
Right.
And so he's like, must look into this more. So he ended up finding out about the mushrooms in South America. And he went down with a couple of other guys. I forget, so some of the famous guys. I think he might have gone.
McKenna? Terence McKenna?
No, it's before. It inspired Terence McKenna to go down there.
Right.
So they found this cuyandero called Maria Sabina, and she had the mushroom. She had two kinds. She had psilocybe cubensis, which is a big fat one that's famous now the world throughout, the one that mostly grows on poo. But she also had psilocybe mexicana, which is very much like the European Liberty caps.
All right.
So those are the ones for her. Those are still the secret. Those are the ones that really did the thing. Because there is something wild. It's those wild flowers and cultivated flowers again.
Right.
Those cultivated ones, yeah, there's something in those are the ones that are a bit more crazy.
Mm.
So they came back to America, Gordon Wasson. He came back with his little team and he wrote up an article for, was it Rolling Stone? Something like this.
New Yorker, Rolling Stone.
What else was running that? Time magazine. And he double page spread, and it was like detailed the different kind of mushrooms that were down there and what happened with Maria Sabina. And this was the thing that kicked off the 60s.
The psychedelic revolution.
Yeah, literally, that was the article that did it.
Wow.
So Terence McKenna thereafter has gone down and looked for the same thing.
Is this before LSD then?
Yeah. It's before Timothy Leary.
Wow.
Yeah, this is the thing.
So that's when psychedelics were kind of rediscovered.
Yes.
In some ways.
Well, that's the thing. When you look at it, he was a bit of a Mason type and he was into this and that. And so was Albert Hoffman. That was his name, isn't it?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
I'm a bit wrecked.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we digress, but she's doing ayahuasca. And that's a Maria Sabina effigy. What happened to Maria Sabina is interesting as well.
Mm.
That so many people went down there. She ended up saying, at least, if it wasn't true, that the spirits had left her and that, you just did saying leave it alone. Wow. I think because all the mushrooms kept getting picked as well. But she had those Mexicana to herself anyway.
So they each imbibed this green goo, and the monkeys made it as well. The monkey and Magdalene are there, and they're following every step of the way, this process, Magdalene and the chimp. And then we cut to, this is mad, it's like, they must have been filming it like Chichen Itza or somewhere.
Somewhere like that, yeah.
And he says, "The dog will take your senses away with him. He can see for you." This is the shaman. They do this running around and
you can't show bottoms on the internet.
Oh, quick move forward. They have this sort of mad, ecstatic moment just for a few seconds on screen, and then they come lined up, and they're getting sort of dabbed on the chest with some goo. It's kind of part of the ritual, I guess. They're each getting painted up, each character, and they start having these sort of what do you call it? Not lunges. Like a convulsion. Convulsions.
Yeah,
that's the word I'm looking for.
Yeah.
They start having these convulsions, and Alejandro says, the dog will take your senses away with him. He can see for you. I'll just skip forward. Here's the doggy woo. And he goes running into the field, sniffing away.
and the delicate scent of flowers is the fragrance of the universe. I will eat the flower, and its perfume is my blood. Together, we form a dog in search of the sacred flower.
Because I am French.
Together, we form a flower in search of the sacred water.
What's he on about?
I know, it's mad, isn't it? I don't get it.
The dog will take your senses away with him. He can see for you. So that's a mercurial reference, that there are certain in a trance, and what they're doing now is putting themselves in a trance. So a trance can take away that.
It's where jaguars.
Is it?
It's where it's where jaguars. So
Okay.
in South America,
Yeah.
people
yeah.
have these experiences where they take ayahuasca and they feel like they're looking through the eyes of the jaguar.
Yeah, yeah.
And there's this theory, if you're into morphogenesis, who's that?
Morphogenic field, Rupert Sheldrake.
Sheldrake, that different creatures can share experiences across space and time, essentially. If the jaguars are eating the sacred plants,
there's
a shared connection
oh,
there.
that's really cool. Like same frequency
They've
kind
seen
of thing.
them. They've seen the jaguars
Yeah.
eating
Oh, definitely.
the psychedelics.
Yeah. The
They're getting high.
Banisterius.
There's videos on YouTube, I'm sure.
Banisteriopsis capi.
Right. So that's where the dog reference comes from. I don't know. Like the dog can see for you. Like when you take the trip, you can see through the eyes of the dog.
I like that.
I don't know.
I like it though.
It's just a theory.
Yeah. There's a mercurial thing there that the dog can lead you to the underworld.
Right.
Like it goes and picks up.
This is fantastic.
This doesn't discount anything you said. It adds on to it. So that jaguar then can go and show you things that you can't normally see.
Yeah. Then he brings up
different world.
The sacred water, doesn't he? In that line.
Together with dog, yeah, in search of the sacred. Yeah, so again, it
that's
goes back to what I'm saying.
spinal fluid.
What you've done is you've shot down that bird, and it's gone into the water, and the gun dog will go and get it. Most dogs to do with mercury are these water dogs. Well, water, cur is a dog. Mercury.
Right.
So there's this, and you'll often see Mercury as the Hermes and Anubis put together. He's got a dog face.
What's Thoth?
Thoth.
It's ibis. No,
but he's got dog aspects as well. It's that fetch,
Anubis would be the dog, wouldn't
yeah,
it?
the dog
In
of the
Egyptian.
underworld. Yeah,
Yeah.
It's this fetching capacity of the autonomic system. It's like if I say to you, "Do you remember your first film?" and you'll scratch around for a second, and then you get this first memory. Do you know what I mean?
That retrieval system.
It's that retrieval system. But here in a trance, that actually that dog can go further down into those depths,
into the subconscious,
into
maybe.
the sacred water.
The sacred water.
Wow. The sacred water is the womb of the waters of the unconscious.
Yes, very good. Now this bit, I love this next line.
This is the moment when the word is made flesh.
Now, the image is he scrapes around in this puddle and starts crafting with the mud, and it turns into a bird. The mud becomes life. This is biblical, man. It's like Adam of the earth being created from the
clay. Yeah,
clay. That's exactly what it is.
Prometheus does that for humans as well.
I mean, word made flesh. It's Jesus again as well, isn't it? The word of God made flesh.
What this moment? Why is that the moment when the word is made flesh? Together we form a dog. Together we form a dog. So everyone's pulled together. We've gone into this trance state in search of this sacred flower, which is enlightenment. Together we form a flower in search of the sacred water, in search of this unconscious place, which is a portal to the larger reality. This is the moment when the word is made flesh.
It's mad, isn't it? When you think, I'm thinking logos here.
Yeah.
The word is logos, and it's the beginning of creation, the cycle of creation.
He's saying when you connect to that, that's what he's saying. Not just when before it was like, yes, it was flesh, but it didn't have the word attached to it in the same way. Now we've made that connection, and that word is made flesh. There we go. I like that.
In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God.
And don't forget, he just separated the waters above, the waters
It's
below.
Pythagorean as well. It's monad style stuff.
Yeah, it's definitely-
You know, it's the beginning of creation.
The Bible is Pythagorean.
The breath of life, the Word,
Yeah.
and that gets divided into two,
Yeah.
and then into four, and then
Well, Jupiter's like that. The god Jupiter's use. He's essentially the constituent parts and the resultant hierarchy. So you could call it the four elements, and it was just a bit like paper, rocks, and scissors. And then these things come together and form a hierarchy. There a natural hierarchy arises, and that's you could call that the weather. It's just things that go on due to the natural hierarchy of things, the polarity of this and that combined together. There's the weather. Jupiter's a weather god. That's what he is.
Yeah.
I like that.
So then we cut to them sat round. There must be some music playing. There's some guys with drums there. This
10
is
of them
where.
there, is there?
Sorry, love.
10 of them. The
2,
alchemist is there.
4, 6,
Yeah,
8,
he's wearing the same clothes as they are now.
10.
So there were 9 before, plus the alchemist.
That's right.
Yeah.
Is that right? Yeah, that's right. It's
I think
confusing.
he's wearing brown now.
He's there. I can zoom in. Look, what am I doing?
There he is. Oh, he's wearing black. Oh,
He's the only one looking at the camera on that snap as well.
he's.
Why is he looking at the
Because
camera?
you know why he's looking at the camera.
Yeah, we'll come to that right at the end.
I'm not going to say it now.
No, don't say it now. So what's next on the script?
How many people are you? 1, 2.
Oh, so the people count. The painted woman, she starts counting. 1, 2.
3, 4, 5. We are 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. One is missing. Yes, he is the missing one. He drowned. He drowned. This is the ceremony of death.
Oh, stop. So when they say he drowned, they go to this basin. One of the guys gets up, goes to the basin, looks at his reflection and says, he drowned. That's where the missing guy is. He's looking in his reflection.
Yeah.
And that's when we get to the death ceremony, is it?
So obviously that's Narcissus.
Yeah.
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 I just
So they take the bowl and Alejandro puts it in the ground. He pours it out.
I put it on the ground.
You know, it's like pouring libations almost, this. But they pour the missing person, if you like, into the hole in the ground and bury it.
I love those suits, man. Sorry, I'm getting distracted, but I just love them. I would dress like that all day if it was actually cool. It's like 16th century English ninjas with cool hats.
Magdalene and the monkey is still watching on, by the way, from afar.
She's very beautiful.
She is, isn't she? Where are we on dialogue there? We're talking about the drowned one.
Here is the missing one. He drowned. This is the ceremony of death. The grave received you with love. Surrender yourself to death. Return what was loaned to you. Give up your pleasure, your pain. Give up your friend,
Oh, this
your
is
lover.
so. This is the dialogue accompanies this. This is probably one of the most moving parts of the film. These people are like,
In mourning.
yeah, it's like it's grief. It's just grief writ large on the
You
screen.
gotta grieve for Attis, mourn for Dionysus. These dead gods, the sons died. It was killed. It wasn't good enough. It goes into the underworld. Mourning is sorry for its sins, understands what's happened to it, and then it gets reborn again. This is the green man.
They're giving themselves up as well. It's like you get the impression they're mourning their own mortality. They're realizing that they have to let go of the physical in all aspects. He says,
thirsty. I'm thirsty. It's Jesus on the cross, dying, doing it because he has to. It's Odin upside down on sacrificing himself to himself, stabbing himself in the liver. It's just that self-sacrifice. It's the ego killing the ego.
right.
It's very exciting. Sorry.
Sorry, if I just have it there, then I can see where we're up to. Oh yeah, the ceremony of death. The grave receives you with love. Surrender yourselves to death. Oh my word! And that there's this sort of ceremonial tossing of the earth on them. You know, they're not being killed and buried, but
Yeah.
it's symbolic.
The ashes and the earth and the
Yeah, it's symbolic of this sort of funeral. And then, as you said, the dying and rising god, then they get up, they rise, and they walk down the steps. They're being reborn. And you have this joyous scene where it's like everything clicks for them, and they embrace with each other, and they're ecstatic.
I remember, so I was raised a Catholic.
Same here.
But and I hated church because it was rubbish and archaic and boring and didn't connect to you, and it's lost its purpose in Britain certainly. But I used to like that. What did you do when you used to shake hands? Do you remember that?
Offer
bit?
each other the sign of peace. Peace be with you.
Peace be with you.
Yeah.
Is that what you used to say to each other?
Yeah.
I just thought that was cool. It was nice connection. Do you know what I mean? It was
community.
Yeah, community, and these people around me, and people I would never normally get to make a connection with. It. There you got a quick connection, and you did make a tiny connection.
Yeah.
And the singing, that was cool as well, singing together. It's a shame that it didn't keep up with the times, and that religion can't do its thing now for the West because of the Enlightenment.
For good or ill.
For ill.
Yeah,
but
I tend to agree.
We can regain that. We can regain because it's still there.
Yeah.
The stuff that we often go on about, all these crazy numbers and what the ancients were up to and all that stuff. It is. I mean, that's real. That's pretty freaking.
It's infatuating. It's this sort of higher pursuit. It's like a higher pursuit without not trying to sound pretentious. Pretentious? No. What?
This quest for the Holy Mountain.
Yeah, it's rewarding and fulfilling, even though I'm complete novice in these areas. I don't understand
think
a
you're
lot
a
of
novice,
it.
buddy. Yeah.
Well, I think
you
am.
No, I think because look, if I can talk to you and be so relaxed talking to you, I've had imposter syndrome forever. And it's taken me speaking to other people that are on the level as well for me to...
On the level? Are you Freemason?
Is that what they say?
That's a Freemasonic nudge, nudge, wink, wink term.
Is it?
Yeah. We're not Freemasons. Not that it would matter.
No.
There's lots of good Freemasons, I'm sure. But yeah, on the level, on the square.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, go on. Sorry.
So when I talk to you, I find things out you want about Uspensky before, and he was like, "Oh, I didn't know that." You know, there's loads of stuff you know, and you can.
Yeah, but it's just regurgitated. It's not knowing. You know, I like is it the Plato?
What is the difference?
The only thing I know is that I don't know anything.
I mean, that's Socratic, isn't it?
It probably is, yeah.
I agree, and it doesn't matter how much cool knowledge that I discover or maintain, you know, from memory. I don't feel any better than I did, but I know I'm advancing, and you've advanced. You've advanced a long way.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, low starting point, and I mean, it's one day at a time, isn't it?
I don't think you ever get there.
No. Well, this film kind of alludes to it in some ways, but yeah, he says, "Return what was loaned to you." So he's talking about the body, the material. We're just sort of passengers here. We're here for a short sojourn in this mortal realm. That we're actually infinite beings, you might say.
Probably, possibly. I don't know. I'm Socrates again.
He says, give up your pleasure, your pains. Give up your friends, your lovers. Give up your family. Your past. Surrender what you hate, what you desire. It's quite Buddhist in its overtones, like this attachment, getting rid of attachments, the thing.
Yeah. I tend to think that Buddhism is quite Western, actually. It's certainly from an Aryan tradition, so it's a similar route. I'd say the difference between the Eastern and Western tradition while we're here is the Eastern tradition is much more holy mountain, Whereas the Western tradition, and they say these powers that you gain on the way up there, you kind of ignore them. Where in the West, it's a bit more gain of the powers and not too asked about enlightenment.
You will know nothingness. It is the only reality. Don't be afraid. It's so easy to give. So he's talking about giving up, basically. It's surrender, isn't it? I think he's talking about. You are not alone. You have a grave. It is your first mother. That's wild.
You are not alone. You have your grave. Well,
you have a grave.
Memento mori, isn't it? Like, remember, you're not alone. You are spurred on by that love of infinity that is I mean, possible. It depends on how you're looking at it. Are you looking at reincarnation? Let's throw that away for now.
Yep.
So death is this constant companion that it spurs you to life.
Yeah. You have a grave. I mean, he's saying it's already there. It's just a matter of time.
You know what it feels like? It feels exactly the same as it did when it was your first mother, because that's death as well, isn't it? Before life is equally the same as death.
Yeah.
You don't know, you weren't here. That's the basic fundamental of it all.
Now, he says, the grave is the door to your rebirth. Now, on a first hearing, I would initially think eternal recurrence. He's talking about reincarnation, but I think that's wrong. I think in the grave is the door to your rebirth. He's saying that by giving up this mortal flesh, giving up all the things he said on the previous, your family, your whatever, that's the door to your rebirth. It's when you start living like a human. Now you will surrender the fateful animal you once called your body.
Well, it's fateful. It's that fateful. It's fate. It's that weather of Jupiter, who is the god of fate. It's that order of the universe that impels you to do things. The order of the city, as we were saying before, impels you to do a 9 to 5, give up all your time for it. You're on the email before you're even at work, kind of an idea. You work your lunch. You're on call at night, even though you're not getting paid for it. That's that order. Do you fall for that? Do you fall for that order, or do you wake the F up and get out of there and live a more pauperous life? That's kind of more difficult in some ways, but you have your freedom. There's no one over you. There's no shackles.
Yeah, give up that faithful animal you once called your body. Don't try to keep it. Remember, it was alone. It's a loner, your body. Surrender your legs. Surrender your sex, your hair, your blood, your organs, your bones. You no longer want to possess. Possession is the ultimate pain.
Yes, that's Buddhist as well.
It sounds totally Buddhist, doesn't it? But yeah, this dialogue in this bit is just mad, isn't it? Very, very Eastern influenced, I would say. The Earth. What's that? Yes, go ahead. It's probably rank. It's old. Gear.
I'm trying to be subtle.
Gear is gear.
Yeah,
that's not
the
slang
gears
for
for your
anything.
car.
The earth falls over your corpse. She comes to cover you with love because she is your true flesh. Oh, my word. Now you're an empty heart, open to receive your true essence. So it's that emptying, disregarding, disposing of all these possessions, as he calls them, these mortal trappings, that then creates space for your true essence to come in and fill you up.
So it's important to remember who he's talking to here. He's talking to those 7.
Yeah.
Which are, or 9, whatever. It's these aspects of you. However you want to divide yourself up into mind, body, soul, or as this is into those planets which have their archetypal meanings, or you could say, mind, soul, spirit, or whatever you want to do. You've got to clean them. You've got to get beyond them. You've got to relax them. I think in the end, it's always about resistance and relaxation.
It continues, your own perfection, your new body, which is the universe, the work of God. First time he uses God, I think.
Well, you're the Word. You are the Word become flesh. So if that's correct, then you are it now.
Yeah.
And most of these traditions have that precondition of mind, of your mind, to be able to do all these other wizardly things.
Yeah. You'll be born again. You'll be real. You'll be your own father, your own mother, your own child, your own perfection. It's like an ascension journey. Open your eyes. You are the earth. You are the green. You are the blue. You are the Aleph. Aleph. That's
Aleph.
the Hebrew start of the alphabet, isn't it?
It's a bull or an ox. It means an ox is a communal character. You know, it's a part of a herd. But that bull, that ox, is the head of that multiple. So it's the one that is the many. It's the prime example. It's the primarch.
It says you are the Aleph. You are the essence. And what's the last letter Hebrew alphabet?
Tav.
You know, I would have liked him to have said you are the Aleph and the Tav, like playing on that Alpha Omega.
Maybe he's saying something else.
I think he is. Yeah, I think. You know, is everything I realised in part one that everything is deliberate in this film.
Yeah.
Nothing's left to chance.
He's not perfect, though. He's still a human being. He might not have the... He's clearly had some good teachers somewhere. God knows who they were. Or he's just got the mind for it. But he's the man's a genius with this stuff. However, there's a few things I'm like, no, quite understand that.
And he says...
I might be an idiot.
He says, look at the flower. Look at the flower for the first time. Look at the flowers. Now you are a group. So you're looking at the world through new eyes. You're seeing the world, reality as it is for the first time. Now you've discarded all this bullshit that's been on your back for your entire life. You're now coming to perceive the world as it truly is. And he says, now you are a group. Again, going back to that Ouspensky thing, I think it's uniting all the eyes, all getting rid of all this ego bullshits.
Yeah.
And becoming this sort of composite, true individual, a human being.
It's like uniting the inner cosmos. Did you like that? What happened?
I've just realised where it's from the Dune novels.
Right.
The people who go through the Bene Gesserit, not Jesuit, it's very
Bene
close, Bene Gesserit training are considered real humans.
Yeah.
The people who can't make it through that training, through that ritual, through that initiation, they're no different from animals.
Well, that is the mystery tradition teaching. That is what it is.
The Dune books are really good, man.
Yeah.
They're really good. If you're into theology and this kind of shit, they're really good. But I just remembered where that information had come from bloody 1960s sci-fi.
Excuse me.
Sci-fi authors of all places. Yeah, you are a group. We've been unified.
Yes, and that is that you'll see in a lot of alchemical drawings. The rebis particularly comes to mind, and you'll see those 7. For the alchemist, it's 7. The 7 planets then all join to a central character, in this case, the sacred androgyne.
Wow. And when he says, now you are a group, it's this wide shot of, I think it's the Temple of the Sun.
I bet that was, I don't know if you'd have got me to do that, because that's pretty high
Especially
up in
on
the
mushrooms.
first place. Wasn't this one of the ones where they were on mushrooms?
I don't know.
Mate, they probably grow all the way around the perimeter. In seriousness.
But I mean, this South American theme has run the whole way through the movie. From the right at the beginning, where the thief is taking part of that historic recreation of the conquistadors with the frogs and the iguanas.
Yeah.
Through to the introduction of the planets as South American flags in the background and stuff.
He manages skillfully to make it about the world still.
Yeah, but there is that thread running through it of South American
It makes it
influence.
authentic, doesn't it?
And maybe that's just because of who he is.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, that's who he is. Yeah,
it's in his DNA, man. This shit is in his DNA.
He's clearly very European, however.
Yeah, And he's still kicking, by the way.
I
110 years old.
effing love Alejandro Jodorowsky.
He's still alive and posting daily on Instagram.
Yeah, you know, he's kept up with it. He's still got a twinkle in his eye. I love that guy.
Wow. So we move on to Act 3, Scene 3. Fuck me. Our initiates approach a jetty, still tailed by the Magdalene and the chimp, and plus a load of kids. Oh, look at them! They've got new outfits now.
What is that chimp? How can we distinguish him between him and the little midget fella? What do we call him? You know, that eagle.
He was 5 of swords, I believe. He's called the monster in the credits.
Because he's the monkey on your back, kind of an analogy.
Yeah.
However, we've also got a chimp. Are they the same?
I definitely think they're distinct.
So usually the monkey, even in tarot, you know, even in medieval culture, because I mean, this is the European tradition. That's the thing. It might be in South America, but this is the European tradition with a bit of East and a bit of, you know, there's barely even a smattering of the tradition from where he's from, except for that scene we just saw, and perhaps a little in the future. That's all I have to say, really.
The initiates arrive. Change of costume. They've got these open-topped vests now. They each have a staff with an astrological symbol. The astrological symbol relating to each character on the end of the staff. And Alejandro has like the monad. It's like the old Egyptian sign for the sun, the circle with a punch in the middle.
Punked, yeah.
Yeah, the monad, I guess.
Yep.
The thief, I think, has a moon, a half moon.
Sorry, I just remembered from you saying thief and then half moon. What I was getting at a second ago, it wasn't all I had to say. What I meant to say was the monkey is the monkey mind. It's that chattering.
Yeah.
It's that chattering mind that won't shut up when you're trying to go to sleep at night or when you're trying to meditate or whatever. It's like, blah, 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 blah.
Right. I
So
mean, we'll
probably
see.
that.
We'll have a chance to look at the monkey in more detail, I think, right at the end of the film, because, spoilers, the monkey is there right till the end, and there's some dialogue that goes along with his last appearance, but...
Because everyone was hoping that the monkey lives.
Yeah. So, yeah, the group start walking down the jetty to the boat. They're tailed by Magdalene and Chimp.
Is that black lady the only one that's not got her boobs out? Or have they all got the boobs out?
None of the girls have the boobs out.
It's all changed. It's the opposite.
So the men are bare-chested, but Saturn, the painted lady, and Mars, the three female characters, their chests are covered for a change.
That painted lady, she's studied.
Yeah.
She's got like something artful about her features. Like you'd want to paint it as an artist.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, the Magdalene and the Chimp, plus a load of kids, start running up to them and kneeling before the thief for his wisdom. And the thief, he sort of spreads out his arms and starts pontificating as if like a Christ-like figure, like he's about to give a Sermon on the Mount kind of vibe.
Yeah.
And he's rebuked by the alchemist. He says, "Do you want to perform miracles like Christ? See what would happen if you did." And the alchemist multiplies some loaves. We know this story from the New Testament.
And then?
Guess what happens? All the kids start collecting the loaves. And then a load of older kids turn up. And they start beating up the young kids to steal the loaves. And it's chaos. It's like the start of war. And you wonder if that's a commentary on Christianity coming to South America.
It's a commentary on all new, the arrival of any new technology. That's the problem. Like aliens, you could say the same thing about aliens. We can't tell them about aliens. We can't show them this stuff because everybody will go schizoid.
Yeah.
There's a delicate balance to things, and if you upset that balance, the kids will go crazy on bread.
It's kind of saying like it's there's a temptation. So the thief has gained this new knowledge about enlightenment, and there's a temptation there to spread it to the world.
Yeah.
in kind of a, I mean, the way he spreads his arms out, it's kind of pretentious. Like he's considering himself a higher being, which you get a lot of in the New Age movement. People who sort of reach a level of enlightenment and think that they're the shit. You know what I mean?
Yes.
You've heard these people.
I've heard them many times.
Yeah. And so the alchemist rebukes him and said, whoa, don't do that. Look what happens. Look what can happen if you go down this road. And it starts
It's
a
chaos,
war.
yeah.
Chaos and war. And
because you've introduced something unnatural.
Magdalene catches up with the thief, and they have to part ways. The thief says, "No further. You're not coming," because they're getting on the boat.
Because it's either have a marital life and have to look after all those earthly wonderful things, better things, really. You're here for reasons, or you can follow this path and have to face up to the loneliness and the many hours of self-contemplation and cosmic loneliness eventually, and all these other things, and integrate all of them. And it's not easy work.
Yeah,
it would be nice to have a cuddle from time to time.
Yeah. So our initiates and the alchemists get on the boat. They set sail, but guess what? Magdalene's not having any of it. She finds another little boat, and her and the monkey start paddling after him. She ain't letting go. She's going to follow him all the way.
Well, they should be together.
Yeah, wow.
That's his destiny.
So we cut to them working on the boat. They've got some new garb again now. They've got like do-rags. They're wearing do-rags. And
they've not got those jobs anymore, though. Keir Starmer.
And then I love this bit. Alejandro picks up a starfish and he puts it on the bow, and he takes a toothpick and sticks it in his mouth, wraps his tongue around the toothpick, and fires it at the starfish at the other end of the ship.
Have you got any toothpicks?
No. Why, are you
yeah,
a good shot?
Yeah, I can do it, yeah. I don't have a good shot.
And he hits the starfish square in the middle.
Cool.
Concentrate on the starfish. This is nice. I love this line. When you see the starfish the size of an elephant, you will never miss the target.
Zen archery. I was talking about, funnily enough, I was teaching one of my students how to throw shuriken the other day. Shuriken.
What's a shuriken? It's a throwing star?
Yeah, well, it's not actually. Those are called shaken or hira shuriken, which means a flat shuriken. Shuriken means like hand release blade.
Oh, right.
But a normal shuriken's like a nail, a long nail. It's more like a throwing spike. Okay. The more fun a shuriken, the stars you can throw, and they're just easy. They go in as long as your aim's good. They'll go in.
Right.
But with these, it's like you got to do half a spin, and it's complex stuff. But it's really good fun. And you do a thing where it takes a little while to learn how to throw it.
Yeah.
And then once you've gotten it, you get it for about half an hour, and then you'll lose it, and then you won't be able to do it again for the rest of it. It's like go to sleep.
Wow.
You wake up the next day and you get it, and then you lose it. It's weird. And the way to get over that is something called Zen archery. Have you heard of Zen archery?
No.
So in Zen archery, so it's the Japanese mode of archery, and you see them, they've got big tall hats, flowing white garments, a really big long bow, and they pick up the bow, hold it up, stretch it out, and they're not looking at the target yet. They might glance at it once and they look away from it.
Right.
And then 2, 3, they just look at it, kind of connect to it, and then let it go and fire. Right. More often than not, you get it. Because what it is when you're aiming at something, you kind of, so many other body functions start coming in, and your brain goes in other places that you lose your aim. So when you're throwing these shuriken, spitting darts or whatever, if you don't look or just kind of aim, it's more the practice of aiming and throwing that'll get you there, and you rely on your body. It's Luke Skywalker turning off the computer, listening to Obi-Wan Kenobi, and just aiming with his heart. It's exactly that. Parsifal, during the Grail romances, lets go the reins of his horse and lets it guide him to the Grail castle.
Wow. Letting go. Let go, Luke.
Let go.
Reach out with your feelings. It is. And some of that maybe is instinct. Maybe there's some instinct buried in us that just doesn't get exercised at all.
They do
in
the
modern
same
world.
thing in. It's more than that. They do the same thing in remote view. I'd like to think is in remote view when you're doing the same thing, you clear your mind, and as you reach for something, and it's the first thing that you grab. If you think for more, if you start thinking, which is like 2 to 3 seconds, then you discount it.
Yeah.
You're looking for that first thing.
Mark Bajirkles on YouTube.
Mark Bajirkles.
Bajirski. When you see him doing readings with cards, it's a similar sort of thing. It's like it takes a few seconds and then looks at it and it's there. It's like that first, picking that first thing that comes to you almost.
Reading cards like tarot.
Yeah, tarot, yeah.
All right, have you been watching tarot reading?
We have had him on show.
Oh,
and
right,
I've met him on a couple of other streams. He's in Spain now, but he's expat, ex-Yorkshire.
All right.
And I'm reading his book at the minute. I'm blanking on the name of the book now because it's written a couple. And it's like it's a collection of stories of like his synchronicities and psychic stories and readings and stuff like that. So cool. But yeah, you get that impression when you're watching him that it's that instinct, like picking that instinct up and going and just going with letting go and just going with it.
You just pick up the first. Yeah. It's not like you're letting your brain daydream. It's that you're shutting your brain off and picking up the first thing. Funnily enough, when you're doing stuff with chi, it's the same as well. When you're using that body energy, it's more about turning your brain off and just having attention on things than thinking about anything.
Yeah, when you see the starfish the size of an elephant, you'll never miss the target. That's good. I like this. This kind of dates the film, this next scene. Alejandro pulls a load of platonic solids from his head and says, our thoughts have forms. It's like in today's world, it would be CGI'd and he would pull these shapes out of his brain. But they've cut it in a way where he just has them held up close to his head. They goes, our thoughts have forms, which is cool. But he's pulling out like you got the prism, the pyramid, the cylinder, all these platonic
He's clearly
solids.
getting at platonic. They aren't all platonic solids, but yeah, that's me being picky.
Maybe they couldn't find them all.
Yeah.
On day of shooting.
Oh, it's probably difficult to make as well.
Yeah. You have a monster in your mind. He's talking to
me read this. Where is
he's
it?
talking to the protagonist here. He says, our thoughts have forms.
Our thoughts have form. You have a monster in your mind. We will help you.
So the thief lies down and the initiates all gather around him with the alchemist at his head.
Throw the monster into the water.
Oh.
He can't swim. He will drown.
So they pull the monster out of him.
Yeah.
So this is a thought. This is preluded by our thoughts have forms. So this is a thought. The monster is a thought form that's been drawn from him.
Yeah. That is the I, the I and the wants and the needs and the grubby little thing that, you know, when you've got addictions, it'll make you have secrets because you're ashamed of it, and it's horrible, grotty monster.
And cleverly, they cut between our main guy holding the monster in inverted commas, and then cut into him holding nothing. You know, to show that this is immaterial. It's a thought form. It's not reality.
And also, because of the conditions of filming, that little guy is not getting chucked overboard because he's a paraplegic. You know,
throw the monster into the water. He can't swim.
He can't swim.
Oh. He'll drown. Fool! Destroy your illusions. Free yourself from the past. And he follows the advice. He sort of says his goodbyes and throws his thought form monster overboard, and there's a splosh, but you don't see him hit the water.
Budget, darling, budget.
And there we are. That's the end of that scene, because the next scene we land on, what's it called? Mount
Holly.
The island of...
I don't remember.
It's Lotus Island.
Lotus Island, that's right, yeah.
They land on Lotus Island. And Alejandro says, we have crossed the great waters. Again, it's like navigating chaos, isn't it? You know, the waters, the ocean, it's seen as the great unknown,
It's also the it's at the other side of the turbulent waters of the unconscious, which is all those things that you're dealing with that will arise up when you're trying to get really inside yourself. On the other side of that is this weird bliss or a more stable mind state where you can think. It's like an arena of pure thought. And you can go further than that still. This is the journey up the Holy Mountain now. You can see it's Chiron with his, passing through that lake of the underworld.
the river Styx
Of
thing.
Yeah, that's the one.
The Chiron being the ferryman in
Yes.
the Greek.
Yeah, and then he gets to the other side, and there are stages to the underworld. It's not hell, as it were. It's these different areas of your own psyche, but then you can get to the other side of it, and there are things there too.
Yeah, our Western conception of hell is quite a modern construct in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah,
compared to the ancient world.
social control comes into that a lot.
Yeah.
But also, there's an implicit order from our psyche, and if we can imbue that onto the world in a cleanly state, that would order society well. This is the point of my book. Coming to your bookstores when it comes out.
Soon. So the first thing they do when they reach the Holy Mountain is they stop chopping the hair off.
Oh, she has such a beautiful mane as well.
Yeah. Why is this? Why the need to cut your hair off, do you think?
Well, they did it in the mysteries. It's that part of that morning thing. There are echoes of it in the psyche of people even to this day. You can think of Britney Spears did it. Lots of people did it. I've done it when I was a teenager. Like, okay, I've finished with this girl. It's time to Jean-Luc Picard. You know,
Matrix.
Yeah, it happens a lot. Yeah,
happens in the Matrix.
Yeah, you get your hair shaved, go into prison, going into the army. It happens a lot.
Sigourney Weaver, Alien 3.
Alien.
Game of Thrones. It's part of the mockery.
Right.
She's shaved and stripped and paraded through the streets. Cersei Lannister.
And
shame.
Samson has his shaved. You know, it's the loss of the old power. Is essentially what it is. It's the sun going down into the underworld.
I think you could make an argument here because by the time they reach the island of whatever I said it was, Lotus Island, they're now wearing the same uniforms. Their hair is one of their only sort of parts of their individuality that remains. And so by shaving the hair, that's one of the last physical vestiges of their
it's your beauty, isn't
individuality.
It's your beauty.
And it calls back to the opening scene of the movie where he shaves.
I was already thinking that. Is she one of those girls?
Yes.
I was thinking, right.
Yeah. Just same actress.
I love that scene. I love the tiles and the Wes Anderson kind of symmetry to everything. I love them. One of them was my desktop background for a while.
Wow. So they go through this head shaving, and then they're greeted by this chap in lederhosen.
We have the best alcohol in all the world.
Congratulations, you made it to our shores. This is how he sounds, by the way.
I hate the voiceovers in this film.
This deserves a toast. You're not the first to come to Lotus Island in search of the Holy Mountain.
That's really good.
I drink alone because newcomers are always abstainers. Interesting point.
Yes.
That's why we're never going to make it, mate.
No.
We're not abstainers.
Well, look, you can Zen monks and Tibetan monks, they say just enough. They actually get drunk every day, a little bit drunk every day, just enough.
Every day?
Every day.
I mean, wrong. Well, I'm not in any religion, but you're selling it now.
Do you reckon?
Yeah, it's a bet.
Go and have a go.
Where we're going. Yeah. I drink alone because newcomers are always abstainers. In time, they realize that the best liquor in the world is at the Pantheon bar. Come, I have everything.
Why the Pantheon? Is it paganism? Is that what they're getting at? These are pagan activities?
It's more than Pantheon is all. It's all. Well, yeah. I think it will become it will become clear when we get there that it's not just pagan, it's not just religion, it's philosophy, materialism, it's all forms of thought.
Okay,
I would say.
Yeah,
But
no, I'm happy with that. Yeah,
We'll have a look.
I like it.
We'll
I like
look,
that a lot.
We'll look closer
no,
in a
you're
minute.
right. I'm agreeing with you. Glad I
Yeah.
asked.
Travelers come. Yeah, they prefer the Pantheon bar.
Can you do that voice again, please?
I don't know if he has an Amy. Oh, the temptation. Oh, right. So I need to skip forward. So this guy in the Leverhosen, he's going to lead them to the Pantheon bar.
Just Frank Zappa. He does look like Frank Zappa, though.
And we've got a thinker. A thinker out there. Outside.
So that's where we are. We've gone so far up the holy mountain. We're at the brain, but there are things beyond the brain. But we're getting stuck in the brain.
It doesn't look much from the outside, does it? The old Pantheon bar.
It doesn't, no, but I like the TARDIS-like aspect of it, where they go in and it's much bigger.
Yes, it's kind of looks like a ski resort. Like that might be a ski lift.
There probably wasn't much in his local area. You know what I mean?
Bet. I wonder if this is in the Andes then.
Yeah.
Yeah, presumably.
Hmm.
Okay, so right. Oh, we get. Oh, I've titled this. This is my theory. We get 3 temptations. Anyway, but first we enter the Pantheon bar. As you say, it's massive on the inside, small on the outside. You've got such a groovy soundtrack, man.
I hate it.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
I hate it.
It's my favourite.
I can't stand it.
Why? What's
It even annoyed me today, just listening to it briefly when I was even into the film. It just, no.
Is it just so?
A lot
'cause
of the
it's-
music on this I don't like.
Is it because it's so of its time that it's dated?
No. The way it's recorded, it's a cacophony. There's no groove to it. It's a bit of a disco-y, groovy, not disco yet, but it's like a groovy 60s, early 70s proto-disco kind of funk groove, but I just don't like it.
It's like a song you would hear people dancing to at the end of an episode.
It's got no soul.
I think that's
It's
maybe
very-
the point. Maybe that's the point.
Maybe that is the point, Phil. You
Um,
can spin it how you want. I don't like it.
You mentioned there's a cacophony, so we've got like. The thing is, it's for everyone. It's pan.
Pantheon. I like that a lot.
We've got the string quartet grooving along. I don't know if we can see it here. Yeah, guy on bongos, guy with an electric guitar. So we've got it's a mashup.
It's a cacophony. Like,
It's a
yeah.
but it produces this. Yeah, it's a mad song.
So then comes the question that they're in a graveyard with mausoleums everywhere. So
yeah,
is this?
trophies.
This is a bit of a thing though in his local culture. They're a bit more interactive with the dead than we are. So is he showing it from a Western? Because obviously he's aiming this at the West.
Mm.
So is this showing things for Western people, or is this a bit of his own culture creeping in there? I would tend to think the former.
You've got gravestones, you've got crosses, you've got these weird trophies, man. The sort of icons, I guess you would call them.
I suppose in a way, trophies are headstones for the living. It's
Yeah. Good point. Everyone's having a whale of a time. You'll notice there's no uniformity of dress. You've got people wearing all sorts of different outfits.
Period, yeah.
It's almost like a Western perception of heaven. It's a party, an afterlife party where everyone's there.
Yeah, I really like that because these are all blinds that we're going to see now in this next section. These are all blinds. They're all falsehoods. They're all like projections of want and desire onto the mysteries, onto the ultimate goals of enlightenment. Yeah. So it's like, heaven has, I don't want to shout anyone, is like Nirvana or is like,
Valhalla.
Valhalla would be a better one. So, the Philosopher's Stone's a drug. Well, we'll see. We'll see as we go through.
Again, like down at the top left here, you've got this guy with the European 2,000-year-old helmet, like a Gaulish war helmet, blowing a horn.
We'd have said Viking in those days, I think. No.
That's what I was probably aiming for. You got a guy who's got like a space suit outfit on. It's just a complete mashup of everything. the food and drink
It's-
galore.
It's a grotty shot. That it's good.
Yeah.
I like it.
You got a guy with like a thrilly, like 16th century
Mm-hmm.
outfit there. It's a complete mashup. That's where my thinking goes. Just keep going. Oh, that's a wider shot so we can see even more. I mean, there's just so much in it, man.
It's garish.
It's garish. There's people collapsed here on the left
It's an
hand
orgy,
side.
essentially, isn't it?
Orgiastic. Yeah, just
But
it's a
time.
party.
Yeah, it's of time as well, though. Like, it doesn't matter. Well, it's kind of that Saturnian golden age, all forms dissolve into each other. You know, ultimate femininity, I suppose, really, where nothing matters anymore. There's no order, no hierarchy. Everything's chaos and
Kind of-
orgiastic, and there's a love there. But the problem is that you can't then bring that into the world, because the world will just fall apart into this. This is all that would happen, and nothing will be maintained anymore.
You can only do it for 1 week at the end of the year, and it's called
kind of shit.
Saturnalia.
Yeah.
And we have a Roman soldier here, by the
Yeah.
way, next to the protagonist.
Ah.
Watching on.
Just as I said it. Yeah,
Yeah,
cool.
he's not partaking, I don't think. He's just sort of like a guard.
Yeah.
Like an
Watching over it.
like
He's
an
an
escort.
overseer. Yeah.
Yeah, mad. These little things you pick up when you
Mm.
slow it down. Okay, now we're getting to the three temptations.
I love this bit. It might be my favourite bit in the whole film.
But like you've got this like Greco-Roman architecture next to a park bench. It's like, yeah, we're continuing that mashup theme. This guy's got headphones on, I'm sure.
They're in Europe.
Oh, there, where it's filmed.
Yeah.
I
Doesn't
don't
look
know.
very Spanish, but
Again, like
it's
we haven't
colonial.
really talked about like production design and shit at all in this half, this deconstruction. But you know, do you think that's a real place, or have they
Yeah.
amalgamated?
These last two scenes have been real places.
I wonder if they've
Cost too much, that, mate. Oh my word.
they built a massive tower, man.
What tower?
That tower at helicopters.
No, I believe that's real as well.
Really,
Yeah.
they found it. The location spotters deserve a pay rise on this film.
Yeah.
Because they're incredible
Yeah.
locations they've found.
Seems
I wonder if-
French to me or something. This maybe Italian.
A mausoleum.
These just the arrangement, the cleanliness, the order, the color of the stone, the form of architecture is Greco-Roman.
Again, that could be.
The amount of money there that's one after another after another.
It could be New World though.
It could be,
Could
but
be East Coast. Yeah, I don't know. Answers on a postcard. I wonder if you could like Google image search this shot.
somebody's
and-
already worked it out.
Yeah, you would hope.
Have you
You
been
would
on the
hope.
internet?
I try and avoid it. Anyway, the three temptations. This is the first temptation. It's this guy with a Stars and Stripes hat on. What's this thing in his hand? It's like a
His bells,
castanet.
they have it in India, and it's like they'll say the little aphorisms, and money Padme Om, which is where you get Padme from,
Yeah.
money Padme Om, and they go ding 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 like they're being smart. It's all they're all brain tricks, aren't they? It's like initiation, like ding ding ding. We start, we finish. Please,
Oh, right.
iteration.
Well, see, I've called this the temptation of words.
Yeah.
The guy says, the real holy mountain is here, in my words, in my poems. If I write a rose, it blooms in my hand, and the bees come to feed on my poetry. And he does that.
Have you
And he's-
written them?
Yeah.
Let me say,
His hand gets covered in flies,
Yeah.
not bees.
but it flies. Our bees make honey, but your flies make shit. Is what she says, because she's a bad
The
actress.
painted lady, I think, says that, yeah. So, yeah, it's a temptation of, I think, intellectualism. Would fall under this as well.
Because you get lost in your own
Smelling your own farts.
Exactly that, yeah.
Smelling your own farts. How clever you are. How
Yeah.
much you've read.
And that way,
much
that
you-
way of putting it, smelling your own farts, that's so earthy and colloquial and parochial, and of the earth. That's the best way to put it, because it's the antithesis to that kind of bollocks.
It is. Yeah. People who think, it's what, like I said before, the only thing I know is I know nothing.
Yeah,
Don't matter how many the more books I read, the more I realise
you
I
don't
know.
Yeah,
When you're younger,
But
you
equally,
read a
Phil,
book and you think you know shit.
though you are taking things in, and you are gaining wisdom and you are gaining understanding by that, and then have the ability, if not the moral duty, to then pass it on, systematize it somewhat, and then pass it on.
Yeah.
I think you got a book in you.
Oh, I think it's just the way I'm sat.
I'm trying to think of a joke, but there's nothing coming.
No. So interesting garb. That looks kind of like an.
Do you not think he's supposed to be Frank Zappa? Is that of that era? This is a bit early, isn't it? 70, 71?
I think he was around then. Possibly. It
looks purposeful.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past them. Here's the flies that they make shit in his hand. And so they're not impressed. They move on from the temptation, and then we come to this next guy who are called the temptation of psychedelics.
May I?
Yeah.
The cross was a mushroom. Do it as Terrence, actually. The cross was a mushroom.
Oh no, that's
Terrence.
No, that sounded like the guy who does the Star Wars reviews. RLM.
Oh, okay, I'll do that then.
What's it called?
Mr. Plinkett.
Mr. Plinkett.
It might take me a second to fall into it. To say the thing about the cross is a mushroom, and the mushroom is also the tree of good and evil, the philosopher's stone of the alchemist.
That's really good.
Let me say how he does. No, why I can Mr. Plinkett it, but make it sound understandable.
Okay.
The cross was a mushroom, and the mushroom was also the tree of good and evil. The philosopher's stone of the alchemist was LSD. The Book of the Dead is a trip, as the apocalypse describes a mescaline experience. And in these flasks are all the holy mountains. I'm pissing on my cat.
So, is the end of his dialogue?
So
I think it is.
It's not. There's a bit I've left off on purpose because this is the thing that has been very different.
Yes, something that's been nagging you.
It's been nagging me, and it's in my book, and it's put me. This one fact has taken me to more places in life than any other fact ever, and I've still not got to the bottom of it, which is a funny thing to say. And that is, so he said, the cross is a mushroom, and the mushroom's also the tree of good and evil. Yes, no. The philosopher's stone of the alchemist was LSD. What he's getting at is all these secrets, the Holy Grail, mystery traditions, especially something like the Eleusinian mysteries, that they end in the drug experience, and that's the be all and end all of it.
That's what Brian Murarescu and Graham Hancock are pushing, have been for the last 5 years.
The end of it.
Yeah.
Which isn't true.
Mm-hmm.
It's not true. It's almost an initiatory experience that gets you to have an experience of what is possible by yourself. By a shutting down of those 7 resistors, in this case 9 resistors, and you return into source and going up the holy mountain in an easy way. What's that? It's kind of a cheat code, really, which is fine. But if the purpose of the universe has some kind of not moral, but you're meant to do something
purpose,
a higher purpose.
No shortcuts.
Yeah, no shortcuts, because you don't learn anything. It's like watching a Bruce Lee film and then thinking you can go and fight somebody. You can't. So he says the cross was a mushroom. It was. It's clearly a shamanic allegory. I mean, even the crown of thorns on his head, that those thorns were an ancient drug delivery device. You didn't have needles. You had to do something. So you'd put strong stuff on a thorn and put it in your skin. You'd also, which leads us on to the third thing, put things in your bottom. Right, so philosophical stone of the alchemist was LSD. No, but I see what he's getting at. it's probably more closely related to mushrooms than it is to LSD.
Well, I mean, the whole point is this guy's wrong.
They're all wrong, but they're all also right.
Okay.
There's nothing wrong. You know, the Philosopher's Stone is a kind of poetry. The Philosopher's Stone is contained within those drugs, and often the Philosopher's Stone allegory has those drugs in there. But again, only as an indicator.
Okay.
The Book of the Dead is a trip. It's really called the Book of Coming Forth by Day.
Yes.
And describes how to put yourself in a trance, probably on these drugs, but get you to a place. There's a destination to arrive at, which is that mystical experience.
Where your heart is weighed.
Yeah,
against
where your
the
heart
feather.
is way against this, and then you're off, and you could get devoured on the way. But that's just like when you take the drugs, you know if you've been a bad person or not, and you'll devour your fucking self because of your guilt.
Right.
So, the apocalypse describes a mescaline experience. Then no, I mean obviously not mescaline, but a drug experience. No, there's definitely drugs in there. There's lots of things in the apocalypse, and a lot of it's ancient architecture and stuff like that.
I think I would boil down that paragraph to this character is ascribing all the higher purposes, the mystery traditions, and ergo all religions as down to be based on pharmaceutical interventions and psychedelics.
And they are, but only as a means to an end.
Right. Okay.
Sometimes that end is achieved on the psychedelics. However, of course, it's better to do it on your own.
Mm-hmm.
And the psychedelics only instigate the thing at the end anyway, which is that mystical experience of union.
Right.
So,
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I know what your problem is now.
Right.
I've seen it in the script. So how does it continue?
So he says, in this flask are all the holy mountains. And then he turns to a young woman dressed as a young lad. And so you got androgyny. And he turns to him, he says, and in this beautiful young man is eternity. So there's important things there. And Phil's actually put 3 full stops before he says, is eternity. So let's break it there.
Well, can I just say,
And this beautiful young man. Go
in
on.
the 3 full stops, he pours one of the vials down the young man's head
Yeah.
mouth.
Like that. Forces it down him.
Forces it down his throat.
Yeah. Like a foie gras. So, where do I start this? What's that about then? Why would he say, in this beautiful young man, eternity? Why a beautiful young man? I've read some old Arabic texts, and they would often say that the love of God is like the love for a beautiful young man. Now, is that weird because of our knowledge of how Arabs are with beautiful young men, and they often do horrible things to them?
I don't think it's exclusive to that
Oh,
culture.
no,
if you
certainly
go
not.
back,
Exactly.
Go back to ancient Greece.
Exactly. So we're getting to pederasty in ancient Greece, which instantly takes us to Ganymede.
Yeah.
So Ganymede is Aquarius in the zodiac. If you look at images of Aquarius, he's often got his bare bottom out. And it's often said is because, and he does, symbolize a gay man in the zodiac. Ganymede was a shepherd boy, field of sheep. I'll just say that mushrooms grow in fields of sheep. Ganymede was taken up by Zeus because he said, oh, he's such a pretty boy. He was the prettiest boy of all Phrygia, or wherever the hell he was from. If it's Phrygia, that's Phrygian cap, which is a liberty cap. So
Sure.
liberty cap mushrooms. So Zeus comes down in his eagle form, and when you see those pictures, it's very nude, very naked, and a very young boy, if not prepubescent. Even though they're getting at on the cusp of manhood is what they're really getting at. So they take him up. And Zeus takes him up and has his way with him as he will. And as was seen as being okay in those days, in some places and some places not. So he's very beautiful. And there was Hebe, who was the previous cupbearer that gave Zeus the ambrosial nectar. Ambrosia means like beyond death, as in immortal, and that means like without time. So it says eternity, and in this beautiful young man, eternity. Why is he bearing his bottom? Okay, gay things, but also that ambrosial nectar back in those days, like with that thorn that we just described, they had something called an alabastron that they'd cover with chrism oils, where you get Christ ink from, Christ, and ram them home. And that's why he's got his bottom out. Not forgetting that Aquarius's waters are the same as that those ambrosial waters, that ambrosial nectar that Ganymede has hold of. And when he kicks that over, he starts the flood. That's one of the flood stories.
Yeah.
And so this is the shamanic flood waters that I've talked about on very early episodes on this exact podcast, which is like this secret shamanistic Saturn sect, just to add another S on there. And it's these... I wonder if it's a young boy. I don't know. I'm still like internally upset that I can't quite figure out why a young boy. Is it because of an androgyny, and when you're beyond time it's seen as an androgynous place because the male and female have come together, male and female at the beginning and end of time, and they come together in an androgynous place? Is it because it was just culturally cool in those days, and it gives you a youthful feeling? You know, you're enthused by these things. Or is it because they discovered that sticking it in a girl's parts wasn't as good as sticking it in a boy's parts, because then you're extracting another drug on the other side of it through the boy's productions?
Yeah, through the penile
Yes.
area. Something to bear in mind, if anything... like, don't take medical advice. We're not doctors, right?
Yeah.
Anything that's taken rectally, it bypasses the gut, the liver. It's incredibly dangerous. Don't do it.
Don't boof.
Straight into the bloodstream.
Yeah.
And so if you wonder if that's playing a part in the ritual, the other thing that struck me when you were talking about Ganymede and this obsession with a young boy and all this, my favourite emperor is Hadrian.
Okay.
It was
Antinous.
Antinous. His lover was Antinous. Hadrian was called the Greekling because he was obsessed with Greek culture.
Right.
And he had a wife, a beard, but he was obsessed with this Bithynian boy called Antinous, who died tragically on the shores of the Nile, drowned. The drowned boy, in mysterious circumstance. He was initiate. Hadrian was an initiate of the Eleusinian mysteries, so he's in this. He's into this shit.
Yeah, and Ganymede is that same character.
I think he probably saw him as like Ganymede. Reincarnated, this beautiful boy who took over his life, and he was never the same after he died.
There's a thing that as well, that the drugs keep you young as well. They stop all your normal hormonal, because the 7, the 9 or whatever, those are the hormones. Those are your glands,
Endocrine system.
Yeah, your endocrine system.
Yeah.
You know, you think we're full of shit, but we're not. We know our stuff.
I mean, the other thing I thought just then reading the line, he says, "And in this beautiful young man, then he pours the pills, is eternity."
Is eternity.
Is he maybe is it a commentary on what the psychedelics can do to you? Because he says it as he's pouring the pills in. And I've heard stories of people who've done salvia.
Yeah.
And time essentially stands still.
I have had salvia, but it happened to me on mushrooms.
Right.
I think the thing about the drug experience is that they are the most profound. I think it's important to do them few and far between, and to keep the profundity as the biggest reason, more than the even reasons of, look, these things aren't very addictive. Oh my God, you want to stay away from them.
We've talked to people on this podcast who've had a near-death experience. They've been unconscious for at most 30 seconds and experienced a 10-year life review. And
Time
I've heard of
disappears.
people on salvia who they take the salvia, they have a seizure
Mm-hmm.
for a minute, and they live an alternative life in an alternative timeline for 15 years.
Jean-Luc Picard and his flute.
And it's like, what do you do on your deathbed? Do you ask for a heroic dose of salvia and you get an extra 100 years of consciousness?
Oh wow, of consciousness at least seeming.
Is that, and
It's not
maybe I'm
pleasant
stretching.
salvia, mate. It's like
No,
it's
no,
like
no.
Leonard's on his deathbed, and then it's like salvia going. It's a fucking horrifying.
He comes back and he can play Bohemian Rhapsody on piano.
It's like Bill and Ted going into the future. Come back and play guitar now.
Yeah, it's like that whole time is a human construct thing. It's perception.
So eternity is symbolized by an androgyne.
Yeah. Yeah.
It is. That is the
Beautiful
main
young-
symbol for it. Yeah. So it's like beautiful young boy. They're androgynous because they're getting, there's a fella and a fella.
Mm. Anyway, let's go to the third temptation. I call this the temptation of materialism or technology. So these characters are trying to sway our heroes
Can I read it, please?
to you can read this. They're trying to sway our heroes to stay in the Pantheon bar where the party's at. And you can be with the wordsmith, the philosopher, the psychedelic guy who has all the answers, or this guy, materialism.
There's another guy who's an off-camera barber that's shaved that V in his chest. Wonky V there. Hey, give me wonky V. So
Down at the
So they go to this guy, and he's like, all these people are kind of exhibiting powers as well. The first guy has a power of intellect. He's like, oh, I'm a poet, and I could dive into the waters of mind and bring you out these wonderful philosopher's stones, as it were. And then this is what enlightenment is. Next guy is, I understand chemistry and give you all these drugs, and you can have these experiences. This guy's like, there are also physical powers that come with it as well. So this guy represents this. And he's you think of Austrian or German
I
or
would
something
say
like that.
I would say
Yeah, let's do him as German.
Yeah.
To conquer the mountain is easy. I can go through solid matter. Nothing stops me. In a minute, I will cross the holy mountain. Wait for me here.
And
I go to the other side of the mountain in less than a minute. How long until you reach the summit? No. I can only advance horizontally. That is enough. From the bottom to the top, I can do. But anyway, I am champion. I have conquered the holy mountain horizontally. Horizontally, I am champion. I am champion.
Yeah. So this guy blips out of existence. He can teleport, but only sideways. So the whole point of the quest is to ascend, climb up the holy mountain. And this guy, I think it's science, man. It's like science is so limited.
Oh, wicked.
The scientific method.
It's so powerful. Look, he's a powerful man.
He can teleport horizontally.
Horizontally.
It's like electricity. It's amazing.
It's a fucking, oh my
Wi-Fi.
God. Yeah.
The
Oh,
internet.
wow.
These things are
The
amazing.
most powerful, more powerful than powerful magic, but it's not the point in things. That's the difference. There's a meaning. There's no meaning to science.
No, it's a method. It's a methodology, and it's restrictive.
It puts more shackles.
What's the
All
old...
these are technologies.
Yeah. The psychedelics.
Yeah.
They're a lost technology.
Words are a technology.
Absolutely. And what's the
Going horizontally is a technology.
what's the Arthur C. Clarke quote? A technology significantly sophisticated is undistinguishable from magic.
Indistinguishable.
But science laughs at magic. It disregards magic.
Oh, is this the rest of the quote?
No, I'm
Oh, right,
just
you
me
are. He's
talking.
putting his own wisdom on it.
If it doesn't follow the rigid laws, it is impossible. And, you just think, God, can you not? Every scientific theory gets overturned. It gets
Oh, yeah.
changed.
Yeah.
It gets altered.
That's why I gave up with it. I was
And-
totally a scientist, and now this.
You read, I don't know. If you read Isaac Newton, they're the pinnacle. This is it. We have all the answers. And then it's retrograde. It's overturned. It's adapted. Every society thinks they're the pinnacle of knowledge.
I think physics has a crisis of purpose right now, or of its whereabouts. So I'd say physics has lost that recently, fortunately. But also with that comes the floundering. Physics is floundering a bit right now. Although you tend to think there are some departments in some places somewhere that are actually cottoned onto what's really going on, and just can't let it out yet.
No, I think the paradigm is too strong. I mean, look at Sheldrake. He's totally anathema to the scientific community because he's thinking outside the box and coming up with different ideas, ones that don't conform to the current paradigm. That's how everything advances, by people thinking outside the existing paradigm.
You know what's funny though? The longer I live, the more science seems to conform to the mystical orders of things. You know, the systems, the mystical systems.
What do you think, like spooky action at a distance and stuff like that?
Things like
kinda
it's sound, you know, it's vibration, it's you know, all
Tesla.
those, yeah, like Tesla style Pythagorean stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thinking,
And that, like, you know, meditators go, oh, the power's in the zero, it's in the nothingness, and then physicists are going, oh, actually, it's the 0 point. It's just different words for the same thing. You know, Qigong guys will go, oh, we can take in the ether, and alchemists go, oh, yes, we use the ether, and scientists went, oh, there's no ether, but what are they coming back round to now? Oh, there's probably a medium that's the basis of the universe.
yeah.
Like somewhat of a liquid medium, as it were, of energy.
So they're not impressed by the three temptations, and they scarp her.
But I am champion.
Yeah, it's champion, but
Go.
only horizontally. And the landlord here, why he's dressed like in Lederhosen, I don't know.
Because it's up a mountain.
Is that all it is? Is that the only reason?
What does lederhosen mean?
I don't know. I just
It's
think
people
it's,
that climb, ambitious people.
I just thought it was a strange choice. I couldn't really make sense of it. Is it just going for that sort of Swiss Alp style?
That's what I'm
Even though
figuring.
we think they're in South America.
I love your decoding of the pantheon. That it does mean there's an everything to it. All of theology and religion in this one
everything
place.
happening all at once.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was my take on it. My feeling.
No, I love it.
So as they're running away, this guy says, "I founded the academy.
Give you awards.
I give the awards. We saw the trophies.
Yeah.
Early on, but the academy. That's again. It's going back to the scientific method again. Here you can win a trophy every year. Idiots! You don't know what you're losing. You could have made history, and we're already forgetting you.
Leaving society, isn't it? It's like the Oscars or the even like the ITV movie or TV awards, whatever. It's
More fart sniffing.
yeah. It's you are giving yourselves awards and putting it on telly. That's all you're doing. You are ITV giving ITV awards. What does that even mean?
Yeah, it's kind of shallow, isn't it? It's so shallow.
It's coming up to like 25 years since I've watched TV.
Really?
Yeah.
Anything?
Oh, right. I've watched, somebody goes, you got to watch this new Battlestar Galactica. I'll binge watching that. But
Battlestar Galactica, the reboot.
yeah, it was you telling me last time.
Got a
I've
lot
not watched
of
it.
astrological,
Yeah.
like lost civilization
The original
themes in
thing
it.
as well, yeah.
I don't remember the original. I only remember like space battles, and I was too young.
Mostly that. But that was in there. The Lost Tribe.
Apollo,
Yeah.
One of the main characters. Goodness sake.
Starbuck.
Okay, I think we're done. That's the end of that scene, the Pantheon bar.
That's my fave scene.
Yeah,
I just like I don't know why it's not the best shot. It's not the coolest scene. It's not got any good music in it, but it made me think more than any other, because it as a person that was trying to divine what the fuck was going on in all this stuff, it confronted with my own, like, oh yeah, it's not. How could it be drugs? How could it be just the poetry of it and the, you know, the beauty of the systems themselves? How could it be the powers that you get from it?
It's more
You
than
know,
that.
it's subtle and not so subtle.
Yeah. So we cut to them, this massive sort of pan shot of this mountain where they're ascending. They're ascending the mountain, basically. They've left the holy, the Pantheon bar behind. I'd be there for eternity, man. I'm not escaping. I'm not escaping. It looks fucking amazing, the Pantheon bar. I'd love it.
Yeah, I like the Pantheon
Because
bar, yeah.
I'm that kind of, that's my soft spot.
What?
Like, I'm a social animal.
Young boys.
Just partying. I like parties.
Me too.
So,
Well, that's yeah. Go on,
sorry, go on.
I was gonna get all philosophical, and I suppose it'd be a good time to do it, but
Don't let me stop you.
well, it's that guy in the mountain again as well, isn't it? You know, do you want to go and be a hermit on the mountain and look down on everybody? And great, mate, you've achieved enlightenment. What fucking good is it for everybody else or the general human state?
Mm.
You know, come back down here. You've learned your stuff. You've got to come back, translate it into a teachable form, and help people, or just be, you know, some kind of beacon, an exemplar.
Has he not illustrated the risk of that though, with the Christ and the loaves on
I'm
the door?
sorry, you were about to give everything up anyway.
Yeah,
There is a risk, yeah, of course there is.
I'm not one for restricting knowledge and stuff like that. It's just,
I think the time for secrecy is over.
yeah,
I think it's like, you know, it's dangerous. It's everything. Getting in the car is dangerous.
Yeah.
Breathing oxygen is literally corrosive to your being. You know, just because, let's say, the chi stuff, just because running energy through your body might make you poorly and really uncomfortable for a lot of your life. Actually, some people get really bad blockages. Doesn't mean that it shouldn't be taught. And I think that more often than not, those things are excuses for trade secrets.
right. Well, again, this has been the modus operandi for the last several thousand years.
Yeah.
You don't reveal the secrets of the Ellison mysteries on pain of death. You don't really reveal the secrets of Freemasonry. What do they say? You get you get disemboweled and shit.
There's on one of the first few initiations, they have a blunt sword pushed against your bare breast over your heart. So it's
kind of again, it's kind of pretentious. This sort of this can't be revealed to the profane.
yeah.
You know.
Well, it gives it more power.
I think it is a power play, and it's the way religion has gone.
Well,
Because it gets run by corruption.
Hierophants. The fifth card of the tarot is the Hierophant, and what he wears the mask of the current order, the current hierarchy, but behind him, what he's doing, he's understanding the principles of metaphysics and then using them on his chosen population. So it's putting people in boxes. It's like the church says, you know, if you're not a good person, then you're not going to heaven. Now pass around the collection plate. You're putting people in a box and extracting energy from them. You're making them batteries. It's Morpheus. It's like saying that that's that city thing again. The trick of the city that you come in, we'll give you a pension, we'll give you this, you'll be comfortable, you can have your bloody pret-a-manger.
Just give us your £0.5 of flesh.
Yeah, exactly.
Blood, sweat, and tears for 50
and what
years.
it turns out is that is actually your soul. And that's mammon. That's the devil. That's materialism.
You could argue that the whole civilization that we live in is founded upon this priest class, and that it's restricted knowledge held by a select few throughout history, where real power has been held.
This knowledge, or just the higher knowledge.
Yeah, corrupted and then converted to religion.
Yeah, and advertising and marketing and media.
Yeah, well, that's just the new religion, man.
Yeah.
So
yes.
some would say it's the strong man. Going back to
Since the fall of Rome,
2,000 years
Yeah.
ago, it was
Yeah.
the strong man who led the tribe, who was good at planning battles.
Yeah.
And he held the power. But who was whispering in his ear?
his missus.
The Hierophantess.
Well, she might well have been there, because. But if you go back far enough, it is a feminine. These are feminine traits and a feminine art, really.
Yeah, like Alexander the Great, Philip II. Like his wife she was mental. She was a serpent. She was from, it's Albania now.
Right.
Fuck, I'm blanking on it. But she's from this sort of Ewa.
Oh, okay. The Dionysian Medea tribes.
Medea, yeah.
That's so interesting, that stuff.
You've got like the Greeks, who are like the civilization, if you like, at this point, 300 BC. You've got the Macedonians, who are seen as like uncouth Greeks, and she's from the next country over, where they're
Colchis,
proper wild.
Yeah,
It's
near the
that
Black Sea, yeah.
horse tribe,
Yeah.
nomadic.
Shamanic.
Yes.
Mega
yeah.
shamanic, really.
Yeah,
So much of our culture comes from there, though.
She's
still.
like with snakes, apparently.
Yeah.
This
But that just means that your body's converting the serpent venom and it's coming out of your...
And she claimed lineage to Achilles. So
Dragons, if your mum's a dragon, or, what was Achilles really? I suppose what a dragon really is like your powers lined up. That's what a dragon is. If it's lined up in the weather, it makes lightning. If it's lined up in a person, it makes makes a hierophant, as you might call them, or a yogi, or a successful person. Isaac Newton was a dragon.
Uspensky talks about, because we mentioned the fourth way. That's his way. He talks about the three previous ways: the way of the yogi, the way of the. I'm blanking on the other two. Shit.
He was sounding so wise.
Oh no, I'm not. Beer. Too much beer today, I think.
Cheers, man.
Fuck. What are the other two?
The
Help
way
me
of
in
the
chat.
dragon.
The way of the yogi. The way of the fakir.
Okay, yeah, magician kind of a thing, trickster.
The way of the monk.
Right.
Like the Christian, like
Yeah.
a ascetic, like
Yeah,
a Christian
ascetic,
monk. And he says, these are ways that can't get you all the way. Fakir is all physical, innit? It's these guys that bend themselves.
Yeah, they're
better
essentially
nails.
contortionist magicians, tricksters.
Yeah. The ascetic is it's love. It's emotional. The way of the monk is emotional. It's that devotion through
Love,
emotion. It's emotion heavy. And what was the first one? The yogi is intellectual.
So these sounds like the king, the lover, the magician, the warrior.
Right. Well, you've got intellect, physicality, and emotion as three
And willpower.
paths.
And there's willpower as well.
Paths to
Immortality.
enlightenment,
Yeah,
or
same
immortality.
thing. It's that eternity. And enlightenment is to be immortal. What is mortality? It's to be in time. What is immortal? To be outside time. So any time that you're outside time, you might be in a flow state, doing your favorite sport, or dancing, or having sex, or on a drug,
Podcasting.
or podcasting. I'm having a great time tonight, by the way. We're missing Matt and Ben, but I kind of hoped it would just be me and you tonight, so it could get a bit silly. Because Matt, bless him, he's got to go drive home, so he can't join in with us.
No, it's fine. It's good. The shackles are off.
Yeah.
It's that beast.
Dicks are out.
The dog. we're following the dog.
Yeah.
To the flowers.
To the water.
We're letting
he
go.
goes to the water makes the flower makes the dog.
Jour excrement.
Did you not watch the fucking film?
This might be my favourite scene. They're going up the mountain, and it's not the painted lady. It is.
No one's listening, Sorry.
No one's watching.
Everyone's gone. Everyone's fucked off now. We were talking for like 3 hours.
Oh, no, it's 27 on YouTube.
It's only an hour and 22 minutes.
No, it's 2.5 hours.
I'm going to say.
How long have we been streaming for?
We don't care tonight,
2
everybody,
hours-
by the way.
2 hours 23.
I always read the comments afterwards, by the way, everybody.
Yeah, don't. You shouldn't do that.
Why?
You shouldn't read the comments.
Oh, no, everyone's dead nice to me.
Oh, that's all right then.
I love you a lot.
I'm going to send you a really shitty one tomorrow.
You're all crackers. Cool. You know what? I genuinely don't often get... The only shitty things I get is somebody like claiming knowledge or something. I know this, I know. Like, come on then. And then they're just twats. It's just twats to deal with. But I don't really get shitty comments. I'm more often greeted with like silence. Like there's no comments. Like either I've said everything and everyone's
welcome
sick of
to our
hearing it.
world.
Yeah.
No comments.
It's weird.
Fuck you know. No comment.
No comment.
Anyway, they're getting stuck up this mountain, and who is it? I think it's Mars. It's the black lady, not the painted lady, the other lady.
Yeah, she's Mars, yeah.
She says, "Help me! I can't go one step farther." And
Oh, she's at the mountain, isn't she? Like that.
Yeah.
And he goes, rub your clitoris on the mountain. And this actually, I'm scared of heights, right? And more so when I've been smoking pot. And I often have dreams of stuck up hills, stuck up mountains, stuck in places where would be petrified.
Yeah.
And I realized at some point that it was a fear of success and the work it would take and the discipline and
wow.
and all that kind of stuff. And it's literally what's said here. And I hadn't really taken it in before, but probably about 3 years ago, I had that realization that.
Did you rub your clitoris on the mountain?
I mean, it's as far as clits go. It's a big one.
Oh my gosh.
Unsightly, some might say.
You're not afraid of falling. What frightens you is climbing. That's the line you were alluding to. Reaching the top. And he said, rub your clitoris against the mountain.
He doesn't say it. That guy says it.
No,
Goes, rub your clitoris against the mountain.
Yeah, it's this
You're
guy.
terrified of success.
And so she does, and she has an orgasm.
Sorry for making you stop doing that.
It's all right.
I was authoritarian then.
I don't worry about that.
Oh, I'm sorry, Phil.
Oh, fuck me.
Oh, I love you, though.
Give yourself to the world.
Yes.
You're terrified of success. Give yourself to the world.
Hand yourself over. But that's that male sacrifice thing in Christianity. In you know, it's, you could say Christianity, but it's been there in the West.
It's the latest iteration of it.
Yeah. I mean, you think Odin, you think, well, it's difficult around here because it's all got wiped out by the Romans, but
Well,
I'm sure there's some sacrificial tree shit going on.
I think a lot of it got incorporated. You know,
Me too.
Like the Roman Empire, it kind of begged, borrowed, stole, used for its own purposes.
I'm gonna
Help, go ahead. I've got loads. I've got loads of beers. I'm gonna have some beers.
Next one.
I've already had like 3. Or cider. I've got cider. if you want cider.
whatever.
Yeah, give yourself to the world. Anyway, they reached this little bit of the summit, and they're all in like mountaineering stuff now. This must have been a pain in the dick to film back in the 70s, man. They're literally up a mountain in mountaineering shit.
Cameramen live for that shit, though.
Oh yeah. This guy, I think that's Venus, is in difficulty with his hand. He says, I can't lie anymore. I can't lie anymore. My hand is frozen. And then he's rebuked by one of...
I can't lie anymore.
So he's been pretending.
Yeah.
Well, here it comes. You were never able to forget your body. Never able to pry yourself from that you love. From the love of the body. So when they did the burning of the effigies and the head shaving and everything else, that disillusion.
Still.
Oh, the death ritual, where
The
morning ritual where they were giving up the physical form. He was holding a tiny bit back of his physicality, so they got to chop it off. So they chop his fingers off. I don't have a still of that for obvious reasons.
Gotta say though, like something from imposter syndrome, and like making sure that before I start preaching anything that I've kind of gotten there myself and experienced it at least. As close as you can get to science with a lot of this stuff. That Jodorowsky would be like that. Like, you've got to do this, you got to do that, as if he's not pretentious and but he's not preachy. Oh well. What would you say about Jodorowsky? He seems authentic.
Absolutely, I would say so. Yeah.
But he's not achieved all these things.
No,
you can't. If you did, you couldn't function here. It's that fourth way stuff again. There's a few themes that we keep coming back to.
It's a continual. It's a journey, not a destination.
Yeah, it's a lifestyle, not a. I mean, I'm sure. Look, there are definitely way stations.
Yeah, checkpoints.
Yes,
you can
there are definitely,
save game.
Yeah,
you save your game here.
Landmarks.
Yeah,
even better. You know, different people go to different places, different landmarks. However, look, maybe there is even an ultimate destination, but we're not so up ourselves that we think
we know it. Yeah.
We know what it is. Never mind, can you get there?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you must sacrifice part of your body, cut off your fingers, or go back. So they do. They cut his fingers off, and that's the end of the scene. We've only got about 10 minutes left of the film.
What? 2 hours left of the podcast.
So we go to Act 3, Scene 6. They reach the hardest part. We have mastered the difficult part of the mountain. Now the way will be like a garden.
It's my birthday. You gotta let me do the voice.
Oh, yes, sorry.
Where are we? Sorry.
Top of the page.
He won't let me do the voice. He don't really like me. He pretends. We have mastered the difficult part of the mountain.
I thought you were going to do Plinkett again.
We have mastered the difficult part of the mountain. Now the way will be like a garden. Nevertheless, at this height, our minds will decompose and we will suffer the vision of death. Lies. If you don't believe, wait for us here. I've almost gone halfway between Arnold Schwarzenegger and saying you will be excrement. When I return, I will. I'll be back. I'll show you the difficult way. It's just said it's chaos now. If you don't believe, wait for us here. When I return, I will show you the difficult way.
So I've called this scene the trials, because this is where each character goes through a certain sort of psychological trials.
Okay.
Alejandro says that your mind will basically dissolve because of the height that they're at.
Your mind as the viewer dissolves during this film, this part, don't you think? No.
Mine dissolved about half an hour ago, I think.
Well, even for me, that has some resistance. Oh my word!
Well, I mean, he turns up with a frigging tiger on a lead now. What? Why is there a tiger? Why? He puts a mask over his face. He says that line, if you don't believe me, wait for us here. When I return, I will show you the difficult way. So he puts a mask, blindfolds himself, and then starts leading a tiger. What the fuck is that meant to be?
So that would be like his willpower, certainly. It's that part of you that's like a tiger. It's like your willpower and your ambition and your
drive?
Yeah.
An animal drive, maybe?
Absolutely that. Something glorious in you.
So we get to there's no real dialogue in this bit. It's all visual symbols, and we get the trials. The camera focuses in to one of the initiates and then shows their vision, basically, their mental trial. And we start off with Mars. She sees it's basically like the land has turned to blight, like a wasteland. You have these horses sunk into the ground.
Yeah, like decaying. And
she strips the meat off a horse's ass and gorges on it.
Do you remember this is what happened to the horse from the Never-Ending Story?
Oh, no.
That's it there, stuck in the mud. Go on, click it. There you go, everybody.
What does this represent? Is it like an animalistic? Is it a need for sustenance? Turning into like, is it?
It's
base needs.
Well, no, it's assimilating those base needs. It's devouring that horse and enjoying it.
Right. Yeah.
What is the universe is that. The symbol of the world soul is a serpent eating its own tail.
Right.
It's the universe devouring itself. That
It's,
horse devours things as well. There are parasites on the horse devouring the horse.
Right. It's like he says about the energy that the crow lands on the ox is the same energy. It's nature. It's the cycle of life. Energy can't be created or destroyed. It's recycled.
It's recycled.
And by eating the horse's ass, you're recycling the dead horse.
Serpent eats its own tail.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, good shout. I'm buying that.
Good.
We then focus in on Jupiter. And he's been showered with coins and he loves it, man. He loves it. He loves these coins.
Isn't it Perseus
Gold.
who's born in a golden shower?
Ooh. Could be.
It's one of those guys. I'm pretty sure it's Perseus.
Is there not a story about David as well with a golden shower?
It means urine still, even back then.
Yeah.
It's not just a joke.
Anyway, the coins start landing on him and he starts wrapping them into his pockets, collecting the gold, the material shit, and then, it starts raining a bit too heavy for him and he has to take shelter and he is killed, basically. He starts getting
Pummeled.
scourged.
Yeah.
Scourged by the coins.
It's a great word.
It's a great symbol, isn't it? Like that pursuit of wealth can damage you in that way.
Massively. You know this. There's very few people that seem to even get away with it. I think you can get a certain amount of wealth and then you can actually overcome that to some extent.
Mm.
But it depends what you're doing. Bezos seems to have gone off somewhere, whereas Musk seems to be down in the trenches somewhat, taking the flak.
Both space gods.
They
They're
are,
the
yeah.
space gods.
I think one is naturally by his own personality, and Musk and Bezos is kind of a wannabe. I should be doing this. I don't feel like he's got a personal drive towards
and
it.
explorers.
Yeah, hard. I know a lot about.
He's just
shits.
doing it because he can, and he feels like maybe he should.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that kind of thing.
I don't know. They terrify me, both of them. The space gods. Jack Kirby, the Marvel
Galactus.
illustrator, he prophesied the space gods. In the 1960s, we had a brilliant couple of episodes with a guy called Chris Tolworthy, who is an absolute savant on ancient history and Marvel, and Jack Kirby, and how he wrote a book called How Jack Kirby Predicted the Future, basically.
Oh, cool.
He's one of my favourite guests we've ever had on. He's brilliant.
What's his name?
Chris Tolworthy.
Okay, I'll look him up.
Yeah. Maybe keep your eyes peeled on this channel.
I mean, I do.
In the future.
All right. Oh, is it coming up? I'm going to say, like, I do. I even pop in the chat
Like I-
sometimes.
like I was
You've
saying-
met me, chat. I've been in there.
Like I was saying to you before we started about how I love getting guests who you don't hear anywhere else.
Yeah.
Chris is one. He doesn't do podcasts,
Cool.
but he does ours.
I watched your Eastern European guy last week.
Oh, yeah. He's mad, wasn't he?
Yeah, it was pretty good.
22 years old.
Yeah, that was impressive. I've written this book, done this.
Frightening.
Yeah.
Frightening.
Yeah. Depressing.
Yeah. I see big things in
Yeah. me too.
Alexander's future. He's got a real shot at doing.
Don't get a
great
girlfriend, mate. Destroy it. It'll be over.
So that's Jupiter and the pursuit of wealth. We then go to Neptune, who I sort of think is like more of a Mars character. But, it's Neptune. He was the police guy, the riot police. He was like an agent provocateur. There was all sorts of shit going on.
That agent provocateur sounds like a police song.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Agent provocateur.
I hope my spirit don't break.
When I'm
Starting-
reading the law.
I'm a fucking Geordie. Fucking singing like a fucking Geordie.
Into the tantric sex with Miss Andy.
That's really good.
There was a big thing from part one. They worshipped the book, and I believe it was the Book of Law.
It was the New Testament.
Oh, give over.
It was testicles.
I think it was law and order. People talk about the rule of law like it's some sacrosanct thing, and they don't realise that laws are just politicians' scribbles on paper.
Yeah.
Natural law is where it's at.
It is, but what even is that?
It's basic morality, is it not? It's
But
like,
what is that? Look,
leave
if
me
you're
alone.
In an Arabic country, it's fine for you to
Don't
take that
steal.
little Ganymede.
don't steal.
But what about chopping your hands off if you do steal? Is that
No.
moral?
No.
How do you know? They think it's moral.
Oh, right. I see what you mean.
I'm talking like it's a postmodern. I do think there is a morality because you want your hands. You know what I mean? And it's cruel to take somebody's hands off them.
Yeah. The problem with a lot of these natural law guys is they assume like a perfect world. It needs a perfect world to work.
Star Trek's fault that.
Well,
I'd love- you
Gene Roddenberry, he was a communist sympathizer.
Well, look, no, I can't stand communism. Communism's bad because it's not in line with reality. Not yet.
Yeah.
Maybe we could get there when we've got unlimited power and it all seems like it's somewhat on the horizon, all the Star Trek stuff. However, you've got to get there. Don't do it unnaturally. You know, campaigning for it's stupid. You got, in a Darwinian perspective, you got to let these things evolve into that. It would be a glorious place to live in true communism. But the form that you have to instill now with everybody's personal problems and just taking away that human ambition and reason for work and things like this. There's so many holes in communism.
It doesn't seem to account for human nature.
And nobody likes blue hair.
No. Like the United Federation of Planets is like a communist wet dream, isn't it?
It's my wet dream. I'd love to live like that.
Really?
But why? But the question is,
what happens if you don't want to be in the Federation?
well, that's
though?
the thing. No,
You
but
get
It's
an away
a
team
sewage
beaming
job.
into your
Yeah,
garage,
exactly.
and fucking phasering you.
and what if you've just got you've got the toilet job on the Enterprise? Do you know what I mean? We all get paid the same.
I'm not scrubbing your turds off.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If
Can I not work in engineering?
But if you don't scrub the turds, you still get paid the same.
Can I not clean the dilithium crystals for once?
Yeah,
instead of your
you can
U-bend?
definitely go and clean those dilithium crystals. Go on.
Yeah.
Use this hammer.
So we come to Neptune, and he's banging the drums of war, and this is the scene I hate the most actually in the film because it's a real dogfight. I've got a quick still, and I'm going to click away from it because I don't like looking at it, and it's gruesome. It's not nice.
No, it's
they
meant
would
to make you
never
uncomfortable.
I'm
It's
not.
definitely meant, like the scene with the exploding toads. It's meant to make you uncomfortable.
They'd never be able to make it today.
But why would an enlightened man want to do this? And can we click on the? Can we actually? Everybody, still yourself. We're going to click on the dogs. If you don't mind clicking on the dogs. Is that? Oh, it's a cow fucking there. Is that blood real? Is it real? It looks real, but is that good cinematography? What's? Are they,
I only took one still. I could, which was the most placid. So there's several more
It's
stills.
just leading her off there.
There's other stills I could have, which were a lot more graphic.
Yeah.
Which I wasn't going to do.
The sound in this scene as well is one of the rare times I think it works really well. It puts you in a frenzy.
It is, and it's quick cutted as well. So we haven't really talked about direction and shit today, and cinematography. But the way it's quick cut builds that tension.
Yeah, and it's chaotic and
it's grim.
Yeah,
I think this is playing. When I watched it the second time, I got like bread and circus vibes. This is playing on the human propensity for cockfighting, dogfighting.
Yeah,
I mean, the circus is the ultimate.
Nature does that though as well. Let's not pretend it doesn't.
It does, but this is a human. He's beating the drums of war.
But
This
dogs
is,
fight.
yes, but this is something different. This is humans setting the dogs to fight each other for sport, for entertainment. To me, that's like the circus.
Yes.
It's the gladiators.
Yeah. Bloodsport.
As grim as it is,
Yeah.
50,000 people went to the Colosseum to see people's heads get cut off. It's that you're driving down motorway and there's a car crash on the other side, and you've got that urge. Everyone has it. That rubbing urge to, oh, what happened there? You know, you'd have those sites like LiveLeak years ago that would just post these gruesome videos.
I know. I made the.
No, but I'm
I
saying,
feel bad about myself.
oh, it's horrific.
Yeah.
Most people, if they went on there, would regret it immediately.
Dude, I remember that. I didn't watch it on purpose. But I remember the first time I saw somebody die.
Oh, yeah. It stays with you.
Like, but it was up close and personal. It wasn't like.
Yeah.
When I moved to New York, me and my mate, we went to this cool video shop in Greenwich Village. And we went up there and I was like, oh, look, Star Wars Holiday Special. I've never seen that. This is in like 98, 99. And I was like, yeah, watch that. So it might have even been on DVD. I can't remember. And he got 13 Faces of Death or whatever the hell it was called.
Yeah.
He goes, you got to see this. I'm like, all right then. Being very British and not having any idea how effed up it is in America often. You know, how much more free, crass they can be. And love you all though. And yeah, saw guys got knocked over by a train, all kind of electrocuted, all kinds of things. A guy in an electric chair. I didn't. But anyway, the very first time I saw anything was in Africa. It was a BBC thing. And it had never been shown. But there was some tribal war going on, but they had rifles. And one guy got caught prowling by another soldier, and everyone was off on their own. It was sort of, hey, but you weren't shooting, were you? And the guy had been put down on the floor, rifle put to his head, and I saw it in BBC 1972 colour. Good image on film. It was just, I heard the noise that came out of his mouth before, and I was like, yeah. But it made a man of me in a way.
Was that broadcast on BBC?
No.
No, it's just from an archive or something.
It was from an archive.
That was
yeah.
footage.
It was
Archive footage
yeah.
that was found.
Yeah.
Fuck me.
Yeah. I've seen it in real life as well, but afterwards and in a much more not acceptable way.
Yeah. Yeah.
But dogs fighting for this, there might be magic in that for this scene. I'm not sure. As in movie magic. I hope so.
Yeah, I'd like to hope so. But I'm not, I don't think so.
But those kind of dogs do fight.
Yep.
Was it part of the culture at that time in that place?
Well, they look like maybe cane corsos, which would be from that area. Or there's the dog Argentino. So there's a few big bulldog South American breeds, which I'm guessing is what they were.
Are you a proper dog fan?
I'm a dog owner, yeah. Yeah. That's why I found it hard to watch. And
I find it, yeah. No, I love dogs, but
yeah,
other animals.
But I think, you know, I empathize. I understand what you're saying, that by making it real makes it impactful. It's meant to shock you. And it's more shocking now in 2025 than it would have been
then
in 1972.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
I'm not throwing shade on the filmmaker because it's being nasty to dogs. It's just, you know, times have moved, changed, attitudes change. And so that's his sort of nightmare. He's one of
the dogs of war.
Yeah, he's become a slave to that instinct to rubberneck or to watch Faces of Death. That's my take. Then we move to Saturn. Old Satan Claus, what's up?
You know.
All right, yeah. Go ahead.
We're
We're going to see the Trial of Saturn. I've lost me. Oh, we've no script for this bit, right? So, this is a weird one. This is one I didn't understand. You've picked a bad time to roll.
I'll focus.
Because she focuses on a bull and a cow mating, and then she lies under the cow
And
with
licks.
her tongue And then we get the cows. Well, cows don't have tails like that, do they? It's more like a horse's mane.
I mean, I know. I can't remember what goes.
Maybe that's hair of a woman. I don't know. But then you get a fist in her mouth.
Yeah.
And it gets a bit rough. She's enjoying it at first.
So what that first bit is supposed to be the cow, basically, isn't it? Whatever it's supposed to be.
I thought so. I thought that was. But then I thought, well, cows don't have tails like that.
It doesn't. Yeah, but it's this film.
It gets a bit uncomfortable for her. She's in pain now.
By the way, everybody that's actually watching live, you know we're going on forever, don't you? So welcome. Relax. Have a cup of tea.
In a minute.
Going at our pleasure.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then a face. So it's a forceful.
I just don't get it.
Which planet is she?
Saturn. It's the Christmas, Mrs. Christmas with her makeup on, who then becomes like a warmonger. She builds arms and she's like a propagandist for the children, getting them into the military.
So she's taking. So the cow is sustenance and a potent thing. You know, it's a strong thing. You look,
bull. Yeah, the bull.
Yeah.
Strong like bull.
The Aleph. Yeah. So can you take it? Do you want it? You want this thing, but it's a strong thing. Is it a holy cow? All these people are basically having their negative sides destroy them, aren't they? So he was like, the dogs of war is going to destroy him.
Yeah.
So for Saturn, it would be materiality will destroy her. So I could quite imagine that this is a symbol of, I'm making this up, because that's what I do. But it basically is materiality destroying her because, you know, you take too much of whatever you're having, it'll kill you. Pineapples, eat too many of those, it'll kill you. Have sex too much, it might see you off. Although that would be pretty good. I think this, what's before this? He's actually taken a lot of images of this for no reason. Oh, look. So custard. Too much custard. Phil's laughing in the background. Too much custard and you'll die. Although, actually, frankly, I could live off custard. I couldn't, but I would like to. So it's like produce and greed and gluttony and material things and taking all that shit in.
God, I didn't look that deep into it. I thought she was just being drowned in semen. I just went for like a sexual connotation. I didn't.
Looks more like,
because I wasn't really thinking about Saturn at the time.
Yeah, so it's like cream and well, you know, that is a euphemism for sperm or a lady's alternative.
Eggs.
Oh, I want your lady's alternative all over me.
I think we should skip Saturn. I think we've finished. I think she's definitely finished.
Screensaver this, mate.
Who's this? This is Uranus, is it?
He just, it's funny, like when you get rid of the hair and the clothes, they just
beard.
look like, you know what I'm saying? He just like a guy, window company sales representative. You know?
This is a weird one that I struggled with as well. He, is it? It's not Jupiter. It's not Neptune.
Neptune, Uranus.
Is it Pluto?
Saturn. Yeah,
I think it's
Pluto's got the
Pluto.
beard. Yeah, I think
It's
is
Pluto. It cuts to this woman, like an Indian-looking woman.
Yeah,
up
witch in a tree with chickens around her.
And she's got a bloody sword.
So, right, a sword is the intellect.
She's hissing.
Yeah.
It's quite scary.
So, tree's usually the body.
Right.
Stroke the world.
Yeah. And it's kind of like the cross and Odin nailed to a tree and all that lot.
It's the
Tree
world.
of life.
It's existence. Yeah.
It's got a million connotations, hasn't it?
It's like existence.
This witch is up the tree with a lot of dead chickens.
What the fuck? She loves cocks.
It's literally like head to toe in chickens.
Sacrificed or killed, murdered.
Neptune's
Pluto.
Pluto's lost his clothes.
Pluto should be the underworld kind of an idea. Subconscious, unconscious, sorry. Can I have a try it? Yeah, nice petrol lighter. Don't like that.
He wanders up to the tree where this witch with the sword is, and then he screams because he's bloody castrated. She whacks the sword down and castrates him, and next thing you know, he's up in the tree upside down
So
like
they
a
are-
chicken.
Yeah, they are the fruit of the tree.
The testicles.
Just well, they are though. That is literally what the fruit of the tree of life is. In the most literal that and time or experience. Basically, the fruit of the tree of life is your hormones.
Right. Testosterone,
Yeah, whatever it'll be.
estrogen,
Yeah, those be the basic-
dopamine.
Yeah, serotonin, melatonin.
The things that make us tick, they're
Yeah.
like primers, aren't they? Like
Yeah.
prime
They're the fruit.
movers,
You-
motivators.
You eat them or you don't. Adrenaline. Do you eat that or not?
Adrenaline.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're the things that make us go.
Mm.
Fight, flight, freeze. Fuck.
They're your fruits. They're the only thing that you devour in the end.
I think that was our first swear.
No,
You said we hadn't to swear.
I said twat before.
Oh. We move on to that is
He looks like an 80s pop star. Something about his face.
that's Uranus, isn't it? The ambassador during that war. I think that's Uranus, the one with his mother.
I just want to say he's the guy from the, do you remember the ambassador's reception for our Rocher adverts?
Well, the one who really spoils us.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's him.
Right. Trigger warning, folks. Anyone who
Another.
has arachnophobia, not fan of spiders, this is your 5-second warning. Because this is Uranus's trial. He's stripped naked. He's led down on a wasteland, tied down, and 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Look away now. He's covered. This is a tame screenshot, by the way, but he's literally covered head to foot with tarantulas.
It's just weird how Ant and Dex start doing a voiceover at this point. Fucking, I'm a celebrity.
It's a bush tucker trail.
Fucking hell.
Here we've got Uranus.
His fucking eyes, man. That's meta, that. Deep cuts. Deep cuts.
Here's Uranus. He's got to earn 5 stars if he can last for 10 seconds with the tarantulas on his body.
And then he's only got to eat 3.
It's proper next level. He's absolutely covered in them. That was a tame.
Like, who's that? He's not been in the film before.
That is Venus.
Fucking hell. He looks like a man though now. He looked kind of girly before.
Well, interestingly, we commented on the first part of this episode in part 1 that, you know, Venus and Mars, they were gender swapped.
They're all gender swapped. You could say to some extent Saturn
Saturn is. What isn't?
Yeah, to
All
some
right.
extent, because really, like when Saturn's got the veil on it, the veil of materiality, and when you lift that veil, it's a lady, or when you lift that veil, it's the devil, or there's a few veils you can lift depending on who's wearing the veil.
Yeah.
But it's always the opposite. Or whatever you're looking at, you lift it up and you go, oh, it's also the opposite.
Inversion.
It's both
At the same time.
at the same time. You just got to lift that veil
In fact,
to realize that.
that's funny because Venus's trial, he uncovers a sheet on the mountainside and he comes across this chap.
I have a sheet on the mountainside.
This androgynous fellow, I could only take this one screenshot, which shows his head because he's completely butt naked. He's got tits and a pee-pee,
I love.
half a beard.
He's got such presence. He looks like Jimmy Stewart or someone like that.
Yeah.
He's got like this Hitchcockian. There's a story in his eyes, and even his face is kind of lopsided if you look at it.
When I first, when I saw this like slide, I thought of a Christ Pantocrator from the old Who were those guys in the East? For fuck's sake. Byzantine, from the Christian Byzantine days. There was a monastery, St. Catherine's Monastery, I want to say, in the Sinai Peninsula, where, like most of the icons in the West, most of the Christian iconography was destroyed. It was purged, dissolution of the monasteries, and we had Puritanism. After that, like really? Puritanism, like
I don't know this.
Well, cancel Christmas and all that shit.
All
like,
right,
we won't have
so they destroy loads of stuff.
Everything, man. Pretty much. I mean, the Catholic Church retained a lot, some of it.
Very magical, though, that early Catholic Church. You can appreciate. I mean, please don't do that. I'm well into that stuff. That's the good stuff.
Mm. Well, the East, like the Byzantine Empire, because that carried on from Rome to the 1400s, 1500s.
They're really the legitimate branch.
They found this picture. It's called a Christ Pantocrator.
Yeah, another one.
And it's a mirrored
jewel, yeah.
It's a dualistic image. Like one half of the Christ is like human and one side is angelic almost.
Yeah.
And you only can make sense of it when you sort of mirror the image horizontally. And I just got that vibe when I saw this thing. Like if you put a mirror down that slide,
it would be it
would be a man with a beard and a sharp haircut, and then like a female who's got eye makeup on the left hand side, long hair, probably an earring, which you can't see. I just got that vibe. For some reason, this gal has leopard tits, and they squirt milk in Venus's face, and that's the end of his nightmare.
So, what is a leopard?
Do you know what? Is that not a jag? Could it be a jaguar?
That's what I was. When you said jaguar before, I instantly thought of this scene.
Yeah. I wonder if it's jaguar.
Probably is.
They're native to this area.
Kits, though.
Leopards are from Africa.
Right.
Jaguars are local to this guy, and the shamanistic vibe. I think they're probably jaguars. Babies.
There might be lynx, though. If you look at them, they're quite small, aren't they? They might be kits, or they might be. But certainly, they're predatory. They look dangerous, don't they? They got the fangs out.
Yeah, they're not happy.
They're cute though, kind of, especially that one on this side, closest to us.
The left hip.
Yeah, it would be. I love that.
Sniper Mark in the chat is saying lynx. They're lynx.
I'm not getting. Are they lynx? Yeah, cool. That's what I was thinking. I wouldn't get a motorboat in there, though, would you?
You wouldn't get what?
You don't know about a motorboat?
No, I wouldn't want to motorboat at the lynx.
It sounds like a motorboat. That's all I'm saying.
You're getting fanged. Leopards have spots, not stripes, so they're not leopards. They're lynx.
Leopard is in bearded lion. That's weird, isn't it? Or is that, I thought maybe a lion's got a full do.
But yeah, I don't know what to make of this trial whatsoever. What that has to do with Venus.
And why the milk coming out?
No.
Okay, wait.
I think it's batshit. I think he's lost the plot.
I always thought that. I'm sure we could work it out and make something up right now, but
maybe it's a red herring.
Wait a second. So he's gonna. We can do this. Wait a second. I'm gonna take control. So we've come up. He's gone. Who's that lie down there? Is that the old man?
Yeah.
Old man gets up.
He's not a man, is he?
Yo, I be androgynous, baby. So that's like a timelessness, a wholeness of human, of yourself. Taking on your male and female aspects. Also the daylight and darkness aspects of yourself. Then that becomes milk for your resurrection, for your apotheosis.
Right.
These are predatorial. It's your own predatorial willpower, instincts, devouring nature. Yeah, your own will, your own egos, the own things that you want. What you want devours. That's all you do with want is devour. So by that, the milk, the excretions from these very thoughts is how you nurture yourself into enlightenment. And that's true. I'm going to go for a wiener.
Right. But yeah, it seems that it's been taken too far, and it's almost to the point where he's drowning in it. That's like the end of the trial, of the nightmare. That he's come down this path and he's taking this milk, but it's too much for him, and it's going to be the end of his road. That seems to be the lesson. I don't know. It's a tough one. So that's the end of the trials, and we cut to another scene. There's Alejandro and his tiger. He's leading the way. And by the way, all the way through this, we've still got Magdalene and the chimp following. They've followed all the way from the start of the film, where the thief meets her outside the church, where she's a prostitute. And they're still hanging in there. They've got the mountaineering gear on, going up the mountain. Anyway, Alejandro, he takes his mask off because we've reached it. He says, there are the immortals. And he points up to the hillside, and you can see there's like 9 white hooded characters around a round table. Round table, anyone? Knights of the Round Table there. And he says, there are the immortals. Meditate here for 3 hours before you attack them. So I thought, when going back to where he's showing the film in the tower to the guys before the journey, and he talks about like overthrowing, beating them, crushing the immortals. It's quite martial language.
The gods don't give anything away for free. You've got to beat it out of them. Yeah.
Attack them. So it's that sort of same language. Meditate here for 3 hours before you attack them. And so one of the other characters says, and you? What are you going to do? And I just need to whiz my thing forward a bit. Yeah, so
before we get there, Phil, can I please do the last line?
The last line?
Yeah.
Of the film?
It's not quite the last line, but it's the last big line. You know the one. That one.
Yeah. Definitely, yeah. So, yeah, they spy the immortals, and they're going to meditate for 3 hours, and one of them says, what about you? What are you going to do? And he says, what does he say? You don't need a master now. You can win by yourself. Goodbye. And he walks off. And someone...
Who is that?
Sorry?
Who is that walks off?
Alejandro.
Oh, yeah, no, he goes off. Yeah. Okay.
And then someone follows him. It's Neptune.
Okay.
It's the Dogs of War guy. Comes up to him, and he gives him a sword. And Alejandro gives him a sword and says, you know what you must do. You don't need anyone. You are our master. Cut off my head.
Yeah.
And so Neptune swings down with this massive scimitar, and it turns into a lamb.
Sacrificial lamb.
And he's laughing his head off.
Yeah. He's a dick.
Now you can begin to learn, he says.
It's getting better, that accent, isn't it? Everybody?
Yeah, I'm trying. And then we come to the culmination of the Magdalene thread of the story. The alchemist, Jodorowsky, he goes and fetches Magdalene. And look, he's holding the chimp's hand. And he brings Magdalene and the chimp to our protagonist, the thief. This is like the pinnacle of the film, just before they're about to attack the immortals and learn the secrets of...
I think for most people, this is the pinnacle of the film. It is the pinnacle of your life. It's finding a woman that you love, and that your monkey mind has something to do now. And, go and be that. Go and fulfill the wish of your ancestors, and procreate and have another family and enjoy that. That is the best part of life, surely. There's other things like a lot of bollocks, really. It's certainly unknown. You're not going to know if it's real until you die.
Yeah. He puts an arm on Magdalene's shoulder and the thief's shoulder and says, unite yourself with this good woman who came here only because she loves you.
She loved you.
Forget the summits. Reach eternity through love. What's a great message.
Everybody prefer that.
Return to your country. I leave you my tower and my alchemical rooms. This is your family and your people. Change the world.
Change the world.
Chimp included, man.
Mm.
You know?
That chimp serves a purpose. Thinking serves a purpose. Overthinking doesn't, but that's one of the things you got to put up with being down here.
Yeah, so he's gone through all that shit, and he gets to get the girl as well.
He doesn't get the ultimate thing, though.
I think he's found it.
There's a drama there, though.
Mm.
There's a drama still. He's going back to the drama where these other guys go now. The drama's alleviated because of that last line, that last significant line that we'll see very soon.
So, Act 3, Scene 7, the attack on the immortals. I'll skip through. Yeah, so he walks off. They walk off happily. They live happily ever after, we presume. Okay, it's time to advance on the immortals. And I'm just checking that I don't butcher this. Yes, okay. They climb up the mountainside to these 9 figures, and it turns out they're all dummies. There's not even anyone up there. They're just mannequins, and they have a good laugh about it.
Yeah.
And he's laughing his head off. I've led you, like a wild goose chase. I've led you up this mountain. And they take the hood off the last character, and it's the alchemist who's supposed to be fucked off. But there he is. And he does this old na
Yeah.
thing.
Is it the childish thing? Is it the you got to be like a child, or you turn back into the fool when you get there?
I think it's a lot of us are too serious, and there's something great about having that inner. A lot of people talk about children having things like ESP and psychic experiences, or being able to see ghosts, and it's something we lose. It's like there's something happens when consciousness emerges.
Yeah.
Most people can't remember past like the age of about maybe 4 before that.
Mm-hmm.
But you're still there.
Yeah.
You're still a conscious being. But once that conscious mind kicks in, it seems like things are suppressed.
Well, it's only when you're able to. So, like, language is a resistor because you're defining things and cutting things up and putting things into partitions.
It's a limiting factor.
It's a limiting factor. So the more life really up until about 40, it probably is a thing of getting more and more limiting factors. Thereafter, if you're sensible, reasonable, mystical, you start to dissolve and dissolve the language and dissolve the, what would be more important, the dictionary or the etymology. It suddenly becomes etymology. If you get the euphemism.
Yeah.
It become the etymology.
So, after the alchemist is revealed, they have a good laugh about it, and he has his final lines there at the back of the...
Sit down. I promised you a great secret, and I will not disappoint you.
Tension. So, we've got this far. He's going to finally reveal the secret of the Holy Mountain.
Is this the end of our adventure? Nothing has an end. We came in search of the secret of immortality, to be like gods. And here we are, mortals, more human than ever. If we had not obtained immortality, at least we have obtained reality. We began in a fairy tale and we came to life. But is life reality? No. It is a film. Zoom back camera. I love it.
It's a massive fourth wall break that comes out of nowhere.
I'm not lying to you. That same shot you just had on then, on the last chapter of my book, that was I didn't have any notes. I just put that image there. Like, this is what you're going to do on the last chapter. Just like, it's all bollocks. I'm going to say it again because it's so cool. If we had not obtained immortality, at least we obtained reality.
That's fantastic. I mean, that's the lesson.
That is the lesson.
Yeah.
And part of that reality is that you will never obtain permanent immortality. And the whole thing's, there's a cast and crew behind everything. You think, you're in a bubble.
There's a grip. There's the best boy. An electrician. It's all a big show.
It's a big freaking show.
It's a Matrix.
Yeah, but the show must also go on by that same token. We must perpetuate the show. The show actually helps us exist.
Yeah.
However, there are dark and shadowy aspects to the show. There are folks behind the scenes that don't necessarily have the best outcome in mind.
Yeah, definitely.
There's a producer that just wants to make money. We want to make a good film.
And they flip the Enneagram over the table with Gurdjieff symbol. They flip it over like, it's nonsense.
It's a system.
It's a system, one of many.
Yeah. You can learn karate, you can learn kung fu, you can learn aikido.
Feng Shui.
You can learn
Tai Chi.
Yeah, exactly.
Origami.
Feng Shui.
However,
yeah. And you can pull bits from them. That's it. That's all they are. It's just another system. It's just another shackle. It's just another hairdresser.
Like we're not convinced that these guys are actually actors.
I don't think they're actors, no.
But the emotion you get from them is so pure.
Yes.
It's so natural.
Yes, natural.
And the intent in this, like the way they're looking at him and listening to what he's saying, it's so sincere.
It's like,
it's
amazing. I look at
amazing.
my teacher, I look at my sensei, yeah.
Yeah, it's totally real. You buy it that this guy is a fucking alchemist, a spiritual master, man.
He is.
He is, yeah, he is. I'm like, I was so in awe when I watched it the first time, man. It's like, this guy's a fucking genius.
Yeah.
I want to watch. I've not watched any other. And then the old break the fourth wall as well. They all look at the camera. It's great. It's
zoom back camera.
Oh, it's just the way it's implemented. It's not
the way
like
he says it. I love his accent. Clearly, I love his accent.
fourth wall breaks. I'm guessing everyone knows what that is, right? The fourth wall break is where you're watching a film or a TV show, and out of nowhere, the actor looks to the camera and addresses the watching audience.
There are 3 presumed walls that you can see: the left wall, right wall, and rear wall. And the fourth wall would normally be the camera.
The screen, the lens.
Yeah, the actors won't look into it lest they break that fourth wall, which it takes you out of the film naturally.
Breaks,
Sometimes you see it in hieroglyphics and things like that. I brought one with Mithras.
Right.
Most hieroglyphics will look to the side because there's something about that. I don't need to go into it now. But when that's broken and they look right at you, we all know about pictures that have eyes right in the middle that'll look dead into your soul no matter where you walk in the room.
Yeah. What's that show with Kevin Spacey where he's the president? That became famous for its fourth wall breaks and monologues to camera. And when it does it the first time, it really catches you off guard. It's like, whoa. People don't do this. They don't break the fourth wall very rarely. And they did it really effectively. This was just I totally wasn't expecting it. It totally caught me out.
But it's a magic trick as well by that same. It's a psychological trick. Love it.
It is. It's misdirection. You focused on the narrative, the story, and everything else, and then you forget you're watching a film, and then all of a sudden, bang.
But here's a question for you. Does it make you, as a person on the path, does it make you want any less to ascend that holy mountain? Even though he's gone, by the way, it's all bollocks. There's no point. Does it put you off in any way of your current pursuits?
I didn't take it that way. I didn't take the fourth wall break as representing that the journey is bullshit and that it's a matrix.
What's bullshit?
What I saw it was, I saw it as the way I interpret it is that life is like a movie, and you can escape that movie once you realize that it is a movie.
Yeah.
It gets into nature of reality and hyperdimensions and stuff like that. Again, going back to Ouspensky, talked about this. Like, this 3-dimensional realm is an illusion.
Yeah.
Like a movie. A movie is a 2D resolution, isn't it? But, you know, James Cameron and fucking Avatar aside. But, you know, it's a 2D representation of reality.
Of reality, yeah.
And we're 3-dimensional being watching it. Well, there's 4-dimensional beings. We're probably 4-dimensional beings. It's just that our monkey brains trap us into a perception which is 3D.
Which, in your mind, which one's the fourth dimension? Sorry, everybody.
I mean, you can say it's time.
Okay.
But again, there's more than 4.
Yeah.
There's probably 7 or 8.
Again, it's systems.
Yeah.
It's always systems. It's like, because we're systematizing reality, we believe those systems. It's like, you know, that picture of the atom. Oh, it's got particles around it, the electrons. No,
The whole point,
it's a cloud of probability.
the whole point of time being the 4th dimension is that it's illusory. Again, he's going back to what he said, eternity. The young boy's eternity. It's an illusion.
It's the key to that one. What? How many letters was it? Like, it is. He's eternity. 3 or 4 words, whatever it is. That seems to be the key to all the mysteries. It's going to that zero place, that timeless place. It's where all the things that you want are. That's the best way I can put it.
The thing that Ouspensky was getting at is that a 4th dimensional consciousness would not see time as linear. It would be everything happening all at once. Be God, essentially.
Would it be happening all at once in 4? It would be more like you're able to choose where you are. It would going to a different time would be like walking to a different location, rather than it being all at once. I think you're much further up the dimensional.
Again, he uses that word eternity. In my conception, eternity doesn't mean lasting forever. It means it's all happening at the same time. It has no beginning and end. Therefore, it's all happening.
Like
if it has no beginning and no end, then it all has to be happening at once.
Okay.
That's the way I.
Yeah, it's like
perceive it.
ionic. Yeah, that's what I see as ionic. Yeah, cool.
I don't know. It's heavy shit. That's what it is.
It's just semantics. We're using different words for different things.
Well, again, we're restricted by language, as we said.
Yeah, I agree with you.
You know,
essentially,
a 4-year-old can probably make more sense out of this than me.
Unless, like a child, nothing.
But they wouldn't be able to tell you.
Yeah,
they would just know it. They would just be able to grasp it.
And you do, though.
Yeah, but you forget. And then you're tied and restricted by semantics.
And then
vocab.
You go from the dictionary to the etymology. Hopefully. You got that opportunity at least.
A fighting chance. We've got a fighting chance because at least we're looking for it.
Yeah.
Most people aren't looking for it, are they? They're lost. They're mixed
You
up.
got no idea. I had no idea. You know, Kabbalah, etc., whatever it'll be, all these things, they weren't. I had no idea. If it weren't for the internet, I'd be stuffed.
How would you find out?
You know, I wouldn't have.
You're not exposed to it.
There's a whole history of these things that is so interlaced with our own history. It's like, even for English, like the Rosicrucians and the Enlightenment, you can leave it there. You'd have no idea. You'd have no idea. If it wasn't for like shitty early internet videos on the pineal gland and, you know.
Yeah.
As that's why I mean, I've not watched it in ages, but Ancient Aliens and stuff like that, they're really bad, but they're a small portal to these. They're bringing up subjects that you don't know about. And as much as you might be laughing all the way through, at the end you can go, oh, I didn't know about that.
You have the psychedelic connection to all that
Oh,
shit.
we're back on telly.
Yeah, I got rid of the slides because we've done them all. We've done it was just credits after that. I think we cut to credits. It's phase to white.
What's the meaning of the credits?
Oh, I don't know. What do you? I don't follow. What do you mean?
I'm just being pedantic.
All right. I thought fade to white instead of black for credits. Credits are normally white lettering on black.
Did he fade to white?
Fades to white, black text. Inversion. No?
Wow, I never noticed.
I don't have a clip. I only copped that on my reviewing the last 40 minutes this afternoon.
Fade to white.
Fades to white, not black.
Well, that's not his whole, isn't
Kind
it?
of positive, isn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah. Oh, well done, Alejandro.
Just
Next film.
Just be fucking different.
Next film to watch, El Topo. The main character, Hans Olo.
Han Solo.
Yeah.
Was that was before the Holy Mountain, wasn't it?
No, yeah,
couple of
before
years?
and before Star Wars, yeah.
A couple of years before? 60s, was it? Or
I think it's very late 60s.
right.
Maybe
Give us
70.
a rough idea what Al Topo's about. Is it beyond? Is it like this?
It's more, it's, if you know what I mean, it's worse than that. His son's in it as a little guy. It's
his son, his real son.
yeah,
in
his real son, who was going to be Paul Atreides if he did Dune.
Oh, right. So I don't know if we talked about this last time, but Alejandro Jodorowsky was down to direct the Dune film that fucking Twin Peaks. Who did
David
it?
Lynch.
David Lynch did the one with Sting in, didn't he?
With Sting in it.
No, not Sting.
That's why it's famous, because Sting's in it.
I've not, Patrick Stewart's in it, isn't he?
You're the fucking chosen one, mate. the Kwisatz Haderach. I get down, got him down the shops, get myself a fucking Kwisatz Haderach.
Tell you what, this Benny Gesserit training's a bit hard, eh?
Put me under the
Fucking
fucking
hell.
box all day.
It's fucking burning, man. Fucking van's on fire, man. Away.
Away,
I'm
man.
not putting my hand in that. Oh, fuck. I've not seen it, you know. I've never seen
Have you not?
that David Lynch
Oh, I
tune.
love
No.
it, mate. I love that film.
I didn't want to watch any of them till I'd read the first book.
You've still not read it. You have read it. I
I've
know.
read the first 4 now. I stopped at 4. Yeah, I can't remember what order. I mean, the first one is brilliant. The first book. I thought the second one was great, shorter. It was a more condensed story.
Yeah.
I thought all 4 were good. But I think maybe
Did you get through the fourth one?
Messiah. Yeah, I got through it. Yeah. I thought I felt a bit let down.
Why? It's his son that wrote that one, isn't it?
No.
Is it still him?
Yeah.
Is that it, though?
Um.
He didn't write 5, surely.
Pass.
Charlie.
I don't know. He did write the 5th one, and Don't Call Me Shirley.
I put a Lord of the Rings one up of those the other day.
Yeah.
I can't remember it now. I started saying.
An airplane. Leslie Nielsen.
Les Nielsen one, yeah. What was it?
Cigarette? I know.
Yes, it is.
I love that stupid humour, man. It's brilliant.
Did you ever watch Police Squad?
Yeah.
Police Squad's one of the best comedies ever.
Oh, I don't know if have you heard the news about the Naked Gun? Oh, you haven't heard.
This is a joke. I know it's a joke.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
You know the era we're living. Remakes, reboots, sequels, and prequels.
Oh, with Qui-Gon Jinn.
yeah.
Couldn't give a crap, but I'll watch it.
I watched the trailer. I thought it looks terrible.
Does it?
It really looks
Not
terrible.
bothered. I've still got.
No,
Police-
because they can't take the originals away
they
from us.
can't though.
They can't.
People go, "Oh, it's destroying everything that came in the past." But like, you know, look, Doctor Who. I watched a Tom Baker episode last week.
Right.
You've not killed that by Ungati Gung. What's his name? Cretin Ungatwa.
Chukwi.
Gombaleo.
I've heard good things about the Eurovision episode with him in.
What?
That it's like so bad it's good. So bad it's funny.
Is it?
I've heard that it's so bad, tragically bad, that it's funny.
Okay. You've actually piqued my interest.
I mean, I can buy it, that it's that bad.
Yeah, no, I can.
Ryland's in it. Ryland, Guy with the teeth.
It's my name when I'm really drunk.
He has beautiful.
Iron.
He has beautiful teeth.
That's what you can't. But it's weird, that isn't it? I expect to look at eyes or boobs, but not teeth.
Right. The worrying thing is when you look at the boobs and it's actually a lynx's head.
Look at these pins here. Look at those.
The chat's winding me up saying I don't get any sun.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, what? Don't get any sun. Everybody else does though. They're like reflectors.
Hey, I can't help it. I'm relaxing now.
Let the man chill. We're doing
Oh,
this. This is basically like masturbation. Essentially, we're just enjoying ourselves.
That's
At this
later,
point.
Ryan. We're still live.
That's mutual, mate.
We're still
There's a
live.
difference. This is just solo masturbation.
No, it's fine.
It's not like we're looking each other in the eyes like last time.
That's like what's that? Right. I can't
It's
remember
not
what
like
that's
Matt's
from.
here. We don't need to do that this time.
That's from a TV program, that, Joe. I'm
Close
sure
enough.
it is. I feel like it's from the In-Betweeners or something daft.
Never watched it.
No, I didn't. I didn't watch the series. I think I watched the film.
There was an era I stopped watching British comedy. Probably the time
After
it got unfunny.
Yeah.
Do you remember when? Back in the day. I'm serious now. I was thinking about this the other day. American comedy was effing awful. It was bland and media. It wasn't funny. It was like Saturday Night Live. Not as bad as that, but that
Yeah.
kind of not really funny. English was acerbic. It was. Whoa, there was a big difference. But I've seen English comedy not through lack of English people being funny anymore, because they clearly are. It's just the funniest people now are people you know, not people that you've seen on telly.
Right. Yes.
You know what I mean? And I think it was the rise of woke clearly killed comedy. But
I think to a large degree, yeah. I think you can pin the blame on commissioning.
Yeah.
And who has the decisions on what gets commissioned. That's
it
why you're
was
not seeing.
the BBC was the home of British comedy. It was.
Yeah. Well-
And it's their fault.
I was going to say Red Dwarf, Blackadder.
God, mate, Jam, Spaced,
Nathan Barley.
Nathan. Yeah, well,
Chris Morris, Brass Eye.
Yeah, Brass
the
Eye.
day-to-day.
So funny. So funny.
That is
Garth
nonsense.
Marenghi's Dark Place, Mighty Boosh, even.
Yeah.
You know, there was so much of it in this era. Like, so much of it. It was brilliant. Black Books. Black Books is brilliant. So many. But then it went with the rise of woke. And like Phil said, commissioning. I truly believe that.
I couldn't tell you like a modern British comedy show.
No. Or
The
a modern good
Office.
comedian.
I mean, The Office, you know,
20
like
years
I
ago.
hate it, but that started. I remember watching the pilot on BBC Two,
20 years ago, though.
like 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock
Yeah.
at night, and thinking, wow, this is different.
Did you ever see Garth Marenghi's Dark Place?
I never watched it.
Oh, it's so good. I love it so much.
Should probably go back and watch it, but it's one of them. It's like,
You should.
Really?
This is never recommended you anything, really. Watch
we
that.
just spent 2 podcasts deconstructing a movie you recommended. But, you know, not to split hairs.
Okay. I'll take it.
And I thank you for it. So maybe I kind of have to trust your judgment now. So maybe I will have to watch Dark Place.
You definitely have to. Oh, I'm really enjoying
I'm
myself.
saying I don't watch TV these days. Never. There's nothing that interests me.
I used to love Doctor Who. I used to love
Right.
Star Wars. I used to love Star Trek. Those are my things.
What was your favourite Star Trek? Were you a big fan of the OS or TNG? What?
I can't split them.
Right.
If I could keep one, sense would say I'll keep the Next Generation just for sheer quantity, but I like the kind of campness and the old school special effects of the originals.
Yeah. It has a certain charm.
And William Shatner and Leonard Nimoy. There's not even Jean-Luc Picard can come to those heights. There's something about that dynamic.
You know-
and Scotty and
Yep. I can totally understand that. I think the original series has more charm.
much more charm.
I think the Next Generation
Scripts.
fantastic script.
Just such good scripts.
It's so intelligent.
So I love it. They could make it again. I don't know why they don't. They could.
I mean, obviously there are shit episodes. There's plenty, especially in the
Yeah,
first
some
season.
really bad. Oh,
there's
yeah.
a lot of shit episodes,
A
but
lot.
some of them they're perfect. They're quite
They said
near perfect television.
They said of the first series that it was hang-ups from a lot of the writers that were still writing for the first series.
Yeah,
the original.
from the film, I think as well. Did
Yeah.
they take some script?
It's Roddenberry.
Yeah, he had his fingers all over it.
Yeah, he'd seen his sell by day by then.
Ah, freaking space communist. But what I was going to say then, TNG. Oh shit, my mind's just gone blank.
TNG.
Oh, I was going to say, just going on the writing, the way, because it was made for American TV with 3 ad breaks, they would have the beats.
Yes.
Even though you're watching it on BBC Two and it's just 40 minutes straight through,
Yeah.
they would have these tension-raising moments, and end of Act 1,
Yeah.
end of Act 2.
And a bit of a recap as well after the break. Like, some little thing. It's usually Riker telling you exactly what's up. We got through the temporal paradox and we can't seem to assimilate the dilithium chamber into you know what I'm saying?
Have you ever watched Red Letter Media talk about TNG?
I've never seen anything from Red Letter Media in my life. Red Letter Media is the most disappointing thing since my son.
Oh my God!
I'm raping you now.
Fast Show. That's another good shout, Sam.
Fast Show's brilliant, isn't it?
Ain't Milk brilliant?
It is.
Scotch Show.
It's Scorchio. Oh, yeah. Leave me hanging.
Oh, God, sorry.
You ate that, I know. That's why I do it.
Yeah. We've got to sort out the drainage of the lower field. So.
This week, I have been mostly wearing potatoes. And then we find the first copy of the Bible, which was nice.
Nice. Welcome to Jazz
Welcome
Club.
to Jazz Club. Didn't we, Ron?
Oh, the Fast Show.
It was great in fashion.
She
Just punchlines.
Oh, good title for it.
Just
That's what it
punchlines.
was.
Yeah.
Fast Show. Yeah, and they sort of built, didn't they? You know, like the first time, you know, you're waiting for the Scorch Show then, aren't you?
Yeah.
Second, third
Yeah.
time episode. You know what's coming.
Can I pinch a
No.
Scorchio?
What?
Cider, please.
Cider? Dickens.
Cider.
Do you like Dickens?
It's all right. I'd rather do it myself.
My missus loves Dickens cider.
Does she?
Oh, what flavour? I'll just pick one out at random. It's a variety pack. Oh, raspberry.
Oh, my favourite. I nearly made raspberry rum to bring with me.
Raspberry rum.
Yes, I nearly took some dark rum that I brewed. I made my own alcohol. But I nearly took some dark rum that I brewed and whisked it up with raspberries, but it wasn't quite ready.
Oh well.
So I bought Kraken instead.
Can you see that? I have a signed portrait of Patrick Stewart there. That was a birthday present
From who?
from Matt.
Oh, lovely.
It says to Sue.
I've had one of them. Boba Fett's. To Derek. I'm like, who the fuck? You could have bought me a cooler named one. To Derek. Oh, Dill.
Armando Iannucci. So he was behind Brass Eye and The Day Today as well, wasn't he?
Quite a few things.
And
Peter
with-
Capaldi's first escapade as well. Not
With
first, but-
with Coogan. Coogan was behind them as well, wasn't he? Yeah, of course he was. Alan Partridge. That's where Alan Partridge comes from. Aha! Yeah.
Brass
Where's
Eye.
it all gone? Like, is there any good British comedies around now? Because if they are, they've flown right over my radar.
I'm sure there's a couple. The thing you seem quite British. Did you see What We Do in the Shadows?
Was that the vampire one? I didn't watch it. I heard it
Yeah.
was good.
The writing seemed British. Obviously, the cast British, but
Right.
the writing seemed British as well. I like British. I like being British. Like, why aren't we letting this go? What's wrong with you all? Just like, we don't have a culture. We don't have taste. We don't have,
It's not through choice, right?
Our food's bland. I know it's not for the majority of it. I'm
It's
just saying, like,
the controllers.
Why aren't we fighting a bit fucking harder? Why aren't you like more xenophobic and right?
It's
We should be though. Actually, no. Go out and be xenophobic, especially to xenophobe, like aliens.
xenomorphic.
Xenomorphs. That's what I meant. The aliens. Xenomorphs.
I mean, when it comes to xenomorphs, I'm pretty xenophobic. I won't want to.
I don't want my face hugged. Leave my face
No.
alone.
No, it's one part of you that you don't want hugging. It's
Yeah.
definitely the face. It's important for breathing and shit.
Bad for your indigestion as well.
Have you seen Alien Romulus? No, I've not seen it. It looked pretty mid,
Yeah.
even though they had a good director on board.
I heard from people that liked it, like the first half builds you up, like oh, it's going to be good, this, and then it just descends into cliche. Alien cliche.
Studio got its fingers in and said, whoa, whoa, whoa. You're not dropping enough member berries here. You need to jangle some keys, man. Come on. What are we paying here? We're paying 100 million for this shit. You've not even got aliens in it. Fuck this building tension and story and
If I made
character
an
arcs.
alien film, it would be called
Give me a face hugger.
It would be called Alienses. It would be a sequel to Aliens.
So,
Same cast.
well, 20 years later,
Mhm.
Michael Biehn. How would you do that? Because it ends with they're all dead apart from Michael Biehn and Sigourney and Newt.
Yeah, but he's under contract, so you have to play a corpse, mate. I'm sorry. And he's not aged well either. Michael
Has he
Biehn.
not?
No, he's not. Alcoholism.
He's fucking old, though. He must be 60.
Okay. Alcoholism. Worse than bloody Stringfellow Hawk there. What was his name?
1986, wasn't it? Aliens, I want to say. I want to say it was 8.
84?
Well, I don't know.
Chat.
What year was Aliens?
What year was the Aliens? 84, 86. The winner takes all.
And I would say Hicks would have been 30, which would make him born in 1954. So, yeah, he's a fucking old guy.
Still alcoholism.
Yeah, probably
Good
done
looking
now.
at all.
I bet he looks better than Mickey Rourke.
Oh, God. I mean, Mickey Rourke's got drugs and having his face beaten in as an excuse, at least.
How'd his face
Who
get
aged
beaten?
particularly badly? I'll tell you who used particularly badly. What was that guy? Spielberg's favorite actor. He was a Yorkshireman. He was in Jurassic Park, the sequel. He was a hunter.
Pete Postlethwaite.
Pete Postle, there's a name. Pete Postlethwaite.
What, he's
He,
8.
I'm sure, like he had that drinker's nose when he was born.
Oh, right. I know what you're saying. The Jim Blossoms. I mean, he was the only dinosaur on set. When that film.
My favorite actor. What? I mean, I liked it, but favorite actor.
Was it Pete Postlethwaite?
His favorite actor? Yeah, at the time, he loved him.
Right. Don't make much these days, does he?
He's dead as fuck. I was going to say, in my imagination, he's in full Monty.
Oh, what did I watch on Friday? We watched a movie. Oh, man. We watched a movie which we don't ever do, but we had the kids were away for a sleepover, so we put a film on the old Amazon. So it must have been quite a new film. It's obviously left a big impression on me.
Because you can't remember what the
Can't remember a fucking thing about it, other than it was produced by Spielberg.
Are there any films coming out that you like are on the radar?
86 Aliens.
86, what did you say?
86.
Did he? Did Phil say 86? Yeah, I think he did.
I know it, yeah. It was a
Okay, I'll
great
give it
film.
to Phil.
Great year for films, 86.
What do I have to do? What's my penalty?
I don't think you deserve a penalty.
For being a good boy.
Bask in my clemency.
Oh,
That's what Caesar would say.
you're very magnanimous.
I'm a very clement Caesar.
Clemency and magnanimous are very good. Cool. I would say clemency is a feminine word and magnanimous is a
Yeah.
masculine word, though.
I always think of like
Clement in like a saint, like a saint. I always get
Yeah.
a masculine
Means clear,
connotation,
doesn't it?
like Scientology.
Like
You going clear.
clairvoyance.
Oh, right, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, Clement clear. Yeah, Clement weather. Clear. Nice
Clement
weather.
Attlee.
Clement Attlee.
Isn't the weather particularly clement today?
Isn't it particularly Clement Attlee?
Oh my god, I can't believe what film I watched. I can't remember.
Wait a sec. I want to interact with the chat a bit. I always feel like
I don't think there's anyone there,
I'll
man.
leave them out. If anyone's out there, ask us a question and we'll answer it.
Probably not. Maybe not truthfully. Oh yeah, I think there's people out there.
I mean, we don't give a crap.
I'm gonna try and remember.
We love the
what
fact
film
that
I
you're out
watched.
there, but we'll just start enjoying ourselves tonight, I think. Should we do the news?
Well, has there been
No, let's
any?
make it up.
Um,
Did you know that things have happened since last time we spoke?
I've tried to avoid the news as much as possible because it's never good. It's rarely good. It's all doom and gloom, isn't it?
I just find I get into it too much and it's a distraction.
Mm.
Because you can't change too much, can you? Although it's good to have a taste of the wind.
First question, Ryan. How old are you, really?
Who said that?
Sniper Mike UK.
What, now or next week?
Well, it says. I think that is an immediate question, so it's now.
I was born in the year 1979.
Same year that Alien came out.
Yep, the first one. Not Aliens, or the future film Aliens is. That's a shit question, though.
It is kind of. It's a bit based, isn't it?
You took my clothes off. What's all that about? Metaphorical clothes.
I tried to watch Thunderbolts on Friday, but it wasn't working. So we went.
Well, that's a non-starter.
so,
I tried having a wank, but, you know.
so we watched another film instead.
Was it Mandy? Have you seen Mandy yet?
Is that Nick Cage?
Yes. Watch Mandy every time I'm here. I just told him I don't give him anything to watch, but yeah, watch Mandy.
Yeah, I haven't. No.
How old are you really? Right, yeah, I just told you that. We need more people. Why isn't the internet ablaze?
I can't believe I can't remember which film I watched 48 hours ago. It was that good.
Was it American?
I think it has to be.
Was
Isn't
it-
everything?
Was it about cars?
No. Definitely not.
See,
Definitely not about cars. I'm going to get my
We're honing
email.
in here. We're going to like get a laser light focus.
I might have to resort to checking my email.
Was it about Czechoslovakians?
No, I don't.
Pit miners in 1980s Sutton coalfield.
Sutton Coldfield?
I think it is a real place, but I sent that honed into the archives.
It's definitely a correct place. I want to say it was futuristic. I think
Thank
it was
you.
a futuristic film.
I'm glad you're enjoying the banter.
I think it was a film set in the future. It wasn't Blade Runner.
322 in dog years. That's younger than I thought. What are you saying, Phil?
Oh, fuck, I found it. I found what film I watched.
Okay, let me guess. Did it have Jean-Claude Van Damme in it? If I can't guess in 3 questions, did it have Jean-Claude Van Damme in it?
Troopers! We just received new orders.
Orders.
Our superiors say the war is over.
What's that off?
Street Fighter.
Is that Street Fighter?
It's rousing speech at the end.
Is that his Jean-Luc Picard speech to get everyone going?
It is.
Is that the one? I know there's one point where they put him on a stretcher and his arm goes under the stretcher and they put the stretcher on his arm and he's clearly like, fuck.
I'm gonna kick M. Bison's ass so hard that he won't know what hit him.
It was really well thought out. line by line.
Al's is saying, "Hi Phil and Ryan, have you watched The Substance?"
I haven't
yet?"
seen this since I'm aware of it, though. I do fancy it. It reminds me of films such as The Blob and The Stuff, which I think is the main one that it's taken from, which is like a marshmallow substance that turned people into zombies, and it was cool. It was a good 80s film. 90s?
I haven't seen it, but I recommended to Matt. I recommended it to him, even though
He
I
was
haven't
talking
seen
to
it.
me about it, actually.
That's how it works. I've heard RLM talk about it, and they were very glowing. Gave it a glowing review, and they tend to be good judges.
Yes, I like RLM. Mostly,
So,
yeah,
It's
mostly.
Demi Moore, isn't it? Demi Moore's main character,
Is that right?
I think, in The Substance. No, we haven't seen it. But you know what? I did see on Friday. Twisters.
The porn film.
No, the board game. You spin the thing around and you put left leg yellow.
The porn film.
Bend over. No, the sequel to Twister with Helen Hunt and Bill Paxton and that guy who died.
Bill Paxton died.
Bill Paxton died. And
Oh, right, so he's not in
Philip Seymour Hoffman.
Philip Schofield's in it.
Philip Seymour Hoffman.
Oh, right.
Hoffman was in it.
Was he in the original Twister?
Yeah. Yeah, he plays the zany sidekick.
So, Twister was one of those films that was on Name Your Day, Easter Sunday, whatever. And I caught the end of it, or I catch a certain bit.
It's a solid film. Nothing wrong with it. Solid mid-90s.
Independence Day.
Bit of a
kinda.
disaster
Yeah.
epic.
Do you like
And
those?
I watched the sequel, but it's like a soft sequel. It's not really tied. There are some tie-ins to the original film,
Similar
but
themes.
it's technology. So some of the technology they use is pulled from the first film.
Twisted.
Twisted from the first film. They have a machine called Dorothy in Twister, and it's this thing that's sat on the back of a flatbed, and it's got all these little probes in it with like whizzy wings on it, like spinning jennies.
Okay.
And the idea is you drive near a Twister, you open the hatch, and all these little probes get sucked into the Twister.
Yeah.
Data collection.
Cool.
Maybe we can figure out how these things work, because they're a bit of a mystery.
Yeah.
And so there's a callback to that. It's called Dorothy. There's this hyper new tech firm that have these ex-military guy works for the military, becomes a tornado hunter using military hardware to scan a 3-dimensional image of a picture. They have 3 probes that they need to set up around the Twister, the Lion, Tin Man, Scarecrow.
What's that from?
Dorothy was the original machine.
I was thinking Transformers,
Wizard of
because then there's one more and then it builds a bigger one. Or Power Rangers.
Are you thinking of Voltron?
Kind of thing. Have you got a Voltron up on the roof?
Yeah, up on the roof.
The Stuff, that's a great film. Yeah, thank you, Emma Bridges. Last film I watched was the Beetlejuice sequel. Beetlejuice, yeah. I want to watch it. What did you think of Beetlejuice? I've heard medium things about it.
I've not seen the first one.
Have you not?
No.
It's not as good. It's not as good as it is, which is a weird thing to say. It's like scene by scene, they are all great scenes. As a film, like what just happened, really? But that means that when you look back on it, it's brilliant. And Michael Keaton's great, and everyone's brilliant in it. It's like the editing's baddest.
Right. I don't like
the energy of it. Here you go. The energy of Beetlejuice throughout isn't very flowy. It's like up and down and a bit boring at times, and a bit.
I'm not a fan of the director.
Sometimes not the older director, but I think around that time he was pretty good.
I
Batman.
think he's kind of I mean, Batman is the exception for me. Pretty much everything else he's done, it's like God. He's like a one-trick pony. Everything has this lighting, this darkness, this sort of morbid, gothic.
It's young girl. I feel like it's like a teenage girl.
He is like a teenage girl,
The aesthetic.
right?
You know, a teenage girl scribbling at the back of a book. She's a bit of a goth. She got black nails. She got her first piercing. She dyes her hair black. You know what I mean? She tries these skeleton characters. She's very creative. You know, she's got those morbid tendencies that teenagers get.
Yeah, but
Maybe it's just Tim Burton.
he's a 70-year-old man, though.
He's not evolved, certainly, and that shows because his films have become stagnant.
Do you ever see his Charlie and the Chocolate Factory with Johnny Depp? He always has to put Johnny Depp in his fucking films as well.
Yeah. Well,
And-
I'm
and
going to
his-
put
and his
Johnny
wa-
Depp in my films, frankly.
And his wife.
Yeah.
Helena Bonham Carter.
Yeah, and what's her face? That Italian lady from The Matrix.
Oh, my word. Yeah.
Stephanie.
Not Isabella Rossellini, the other one.
She's beautiful, though. So is Helena Bonham Carter in that gothic way.
she's kind of...
quirky.
She has something, doesn't she? Go on.
I'm just looking at the things. We're engaged people. I prefer the original. Good evening, LL. They're all talking to each other. Stop talking to each other. Talk to us.
Helena Bonham Carter.
Pee-wee's Big Adventure is Tim Burton. Yeah, I'm stand by that. RLM would stand by me as well.
Yeah.
I like Pee-wee's Big Adventure, but that's him young with full of that energy and appropriate energy.
Vim.
Yeah.
It's got vim.
Vim and vigor. Vimto is the same root. The etymology of vim is vimto. But as Phil was saying, as he's got older, not as good. It's less appropriate. He's not evolved. He's got no story arc. I'm slightly myopic, so I'm having to looking at you.
I thought you meant blind.
Myopic, short-sighted.
Is that what it means?
Yeah.
I thought myopic was like attention to detail. What a
Well, because
retard.
it's short-sighted.
Gosh, I totally don't understand words.
Yeah, originally means short-sighted.
Mm.
Pee-wee's Big Adventure. I love that. I tell you what I love about Pee-wee's Big Adventure. It's hot. It's silly. It's a bit fairy tale. It's childish, but it's got heart, and he's having fun with the character, and you can tell he's having fun writing it. And I think for a lot of artists in general, when they make the first album or the first film, they've got all the life experience behind it and this kind of energy to get it out. And once you've got it out, there's a lull, like getting off stage. There's a lull afterwards.
Yep.
And so the Americans say sophomore. It's difficult, your sophomore album.
Sophomore.
Is that what it is? Sophomore.
That's how I hear it said in films.
Sophomore.
Sophomore.
Sophomore, yeah, that's right, actually.
Yeah.
I read these things. You know what it's like reading. You don't hear it pronounced. You always say gematria. I say gematria. And I looked at the etymology, and it's gematria.
Right.
So there you go. You never know. I read. What can I say? I'm sorry.
We've got a question, a direct question, which might be fun, from Sam. A-Team, Dukes of Hazzard, Knight Rider, and Airwolf. Which was your favourite, lads, if you can split them?
Do you have any tissues? I love that sentence. Phil,
Do you know-
to tighten this fucker up, do I need to twist it round, or is it a tab?
Good question.
Oh, no. I found,
have you done
I
it?
found
Have you found a
stasis.
sweet
I found
spot?
Stasis, yeah.
I never watched the Dukes of Hazzard.
It's a very vague memory for me. I remember the car. What was it called?
General Lee.
I remember the car. I was very young. It was like Fall Guy was on and other things like
$6
this.
Million Man, that sort of era.
Yeah, it just a little after that.
Yeah.
Like the tail end of that. I'm coming to consciousness. Knight Rider's on, A-Team's on, Airwolf's on, Street Hawk. But Street Hawks, like even these, I'm thinking I'm catching them later. But I love the that era was fun because of propaganda, that American dream stuff, which is very present now, and the might makes right, and that hubris of the 80s, which was fun. It was fun, especially being a kid and not knowing any different. It was fun. It was get your dick out era, basically, wasn't it? You get your dick out, strap it to a machine gun, and fire away.
Denim. 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 Denim.
Oh, you got it.
I've got Kit here.
Dun, dun.
It even has the light.
Firebird,
Is it a Chevy? I want to say it's maybe a Chevrolet.
I want to say.
Yeah, maybe. I loved Knight Rider when I was a
Trans
kid.
Am Firebird.
Trans Am Firebird. There we are. We have a
I hated cars. My brother loved them, but for some reason,
a scale model. I loved Knight Rider, but I would say 18 was better.
yeah, I love the 18.
I love it when a plan comes
I
together.
love it. I still say that now. Whenever I see anyone with a cigar, I just wait just long enough until they bite it. As soon as they bite it, I bet you love it when a plan comes together.
I get no blame for. I loved Murdoch, Howling Mad Murdoch.
He was my favourite.
Yeah.
But then you grew up into Face.
Yeah, Face was the ladies' man. Dirk Benedict.
There's a Hollywood name for you. Dirk Benedict.
Who, by the way, callback, was in the original
Battlestar Galactica.
Galactica. He was Starbuck.
In my favourite porn
Was he
film.
Starbuck?
Yeah, Starbuck.
Yeah.
Dirk Benedict is a porn name, though.
Dirk Benedict Cumberbatch.
Yeah, Benedict Cumberbatch. Dirk Benedict, yeah.
I mean, out of those
Similar, not the same.
out of those four, I'm going for A-Team every time.
What were the options?
A-Team, Duke, Hazard, Knight Rider, Airwolf.
I watched more Airwolf, but
Right.
I liked 18 more. Airwolf,
Yeah.
because look, that helicopter was the coolest thing ever, and those helmets that they wore,
Yeah.
like the aesthetics of Airwolf, but the grit of 18. What do we have?
Well,
any other...
the like the opening crawl, the
of 18.
yeah.
Oh, the best music ever.
I mean, yeah, but
In
I mean,
1975,
I was
a
gonna try and
Crack-A-Mando
find it.
squad would go on. Yeah, do it. Let's see if we can do it. Thanks for sticking with us, everybody, while we enjoy ourselves.
Revolut is 24/7.
Yeah. I'll do it in never. I sold out. I'm supposed to be an actor.
You can
Can't
even
even-
freeze your card instantly.
Can't even skip it.
Worst
if you
thing
lose
is,
it. Don't get more secure than that.
I'm about as cockney as a Cumbrian.
I don't even know if. Hang on, let me just check that. Oh yeah, it's not muted.
Can you not just put like? Can we not do impressions of it? It works.
10 years ago, a crack commando unit was sent to prison by a military court for a crime they didn't commit.
For a crime they didn't commit.
Soldiers of fortune. They've been wronged by the system, so
They
they're
have,
working
yeah.
outside the
It's
law.
bad, that system.
Yeah, of course it is. Fuck the system.
So they
These men
escaped
promptly
a
escaped
law.
from maximum security stockade to the Los Angeles underground.
There's law. That's
Living
law
on the
there.
underground, LA.
It's got an
Today-
underground bit.
Still wanted by the government, they survive as soldiers of fortune. If you have a problem, if no one else can help, and if you can find them, maybe
If you can find
It's
it.
funny though, isn't it? Like
When you go to like the
oh
phone
shit, there's somebody attacking me. Let me go and find some vigilantes.
some soldiers of
And
fortune.
they're doing something every week though. There's always something to do.
you can hire the A-Team.
It's so good, wasn't it? My favourite bit was.
Oh, yeah, the breakdown. So it's like the epic. It's the epic orchestral start,
And
then
George
it,
Peppard.
yeah. Oh, the fucking
Apparently, a bit of a
Hannibal.
twat.
Hannibal
Then you
and the
get
frigging
Cylon.
cactus.
There's a Cylon in a minute from Battlestar Galactica.
George Peppard as John Hannibal Smith.
Hannibal.
What a beautiful man, though, Dirk Benedict. Honestly, yeah, handsome man. He could have been Han
He
Solo,
looks
man.
slick. He could have been Han Solo.
He
Yeah,
could have
you're
been Han
right. Yeah,
Solo.
he could have been Han Solo.
Dirk Benedict, his face.
Why has nobody ever rapped over that? I don't get it. Find a loop, however go. B.A. Baracus, kick you in the knackers, you spackers.
There's another TNG connection here, Star Trek. So,
What's his name in there?
Howling Howling Mad Murdoch, played by Dwight Schultz, was
Lieutenant Barclay.
he was a recurring special
Yes.
guest on The Next Generation, and they are some of the best episodes.
They are,
Do
yeah.
you remember where he becomes a genius?
Yeah, that spider weird computer thing. Yeah, it's cool. That
He becomes like a super genius, the
Yeah.
most intelligent human that's ever lived.
they're among my favorite episodes.
He's like blitzing data at computational power. He ends up linking himself to the ship's computer. I don't know, a mega mind thing.
and he takes them to the other side of the galaxy,
Yeah.
universe. Even
He's amazing because he's
taken over. By
always
aliens.
portrayed as like this socially awkward. You know, he's a good officer. He's
But
good at his job,
he's-
but
yeah.
he's not a people person. He's awkward and he's a
Yeah.
nerd and
It's the opposite of Starfleet.
he don't fit in.
Yeah,
He's not polished. He always puts his foot in it.
he's just worried.
Says the wrong thing at the wrong
Yeah.
time, and he's like, he's so relatable. He's a human. You're given this
He's-
Star Trek world where
He's
these
cheesily Americanly over the toply that though as well. So
Yeah,
I find that disassociative personally a bit.
it's
he's a bit-
part caricature,
Do
but
you not
that's
look
for
down on him a
contrast.
bit?
No,
Barclay? Do you not
no.
look down on Barclay? I do.
I empathize with him. I love him.
I find him a
He's-
little slimy.
The thing is, yeah, the rest of Starfleet, they're like superhumans. They're so professional.
Jordi LaForge is next in command. He's like, "You're a superhuman, mate. There's no how." You wouldn't want to be like that. He's slightly robotic, and that's addressed as
They're
well.
kind of robotic. They're almost flawless. They
Yeah.
don't get flustered, you know. Whereas Barclay has this sort of human touch to him, which I like. I liked when he came.
Do you
in.
want to touch Barclay?
I want to touch Barclay. I think his episodes are often some of the best.
Yeah,
in,
no,
the,
I
in
agree.
the whole run of
Yeah.
like who knows, 250 episodes.
Yeah.
So. And he plays Howling Bad Murdoch.
That's it.
And we got BA. Beautiful. Mr. T.
As my mate used to say, Barabbas, Abbas, where's my maracas, baracas? He drank. What? Any more comments? Daisy Duke, though, lads. Snickers, get some nuts.
Get some nuts.
The A-team could knock up anything with an old washing machine and the guts of a Hoover.
It's kind of MacGyver, wasn't it?
Other vacuum cleaners available.
Yes.
Daisy Duke, yes, mate.
Oh,
Mr. T adverts were good.
Who are your
Pee Wee eats Mr. T cereal. That's true.
Mr. T? Oh, at the start of the movie.
Yeah, start the film, yeah.
Wow.
That's
Who were your
amazing.
like early TV crushes? Yeah,
Deanna Troy.
Deanna Troy.
Deanna Troy, massively.
Absolutely.
I ended up seeing a girl that looked like her.
What?
Right, but I didn't.
Why
know,
aren't you married?
I didn't know. I would have done, but also there's a flip side to these things, mate.
What? She wasn't a psychic as well, was she?
She was a psychic.
Oh,
That was the problem. Every
Watch that
terrible
fucking-
thought I
come
had.
on.
Excuse me.
What's that, mate?
Every terrible thought I had.
She could read your mind.
No, we don't need to go into this.
No, we don't have
Well,
to.
one of the worst things was that I didn't even notice that she looked like her until after I stopped seeing her. My mate, I saw my mate like, oh yeah, I've broken up with her. I'm gutted. He goes, oh, she looked like Deanna Troy. I'm like, oh no, she did. Although my last girlfriend looked like Mulder.
Mulder.
Not Mulder. What's her
I
name?
want to believe.
What's her name?
Scully
Scully.
or Gillian Anderson.
Like literally, not old Gillian Anderson, but old Gillian Anderson. Not the one
Not
from
old
the past,
Gillian, not
but
old
the
Gillian
one of the
Anderson, but
present.
old Gillian
Yeah.
Anderson. Oh, hey, I'm lost.
Like older. She looked, the youthful Gillian Anderson. No,
I have a soft. You mentioned Council Troy. I have a soft spot for the sort of Mediterranean,
me too.
Greek,
yeah.
old world.
Yeah.
Look.
She had red hair on top of it, though. That was the worst thing. I like that fiery red hair.
All right.
Although it comes with a certain personality.
Yeah. Irish.
I remember when Irish used to be a pejorative. Was it like that round here?
No dogs. No Irish.
But not like when I'd gone see my nan, I'd say something stupid. She'd go, oh, that's Irish.
All right. Yes.
Yeah.
I remember that. Yeah. Been used as a pejorative.
Yeah.
It's a bit rich in the northwest because we're pretty much
Well,
all Irish.
They were from Wigan, and they're pretty much all Irish.
Yeah.
Which was weird. I
Okay,
mean, the
well,
local
over to-
church was St. Patrick's.
Over to Liverpool.
Yep. It was similar area, isn't
Probably for thousands of years, man. You know, we're all the same.
it? We're all the same.
Any more
It is fun to-
childhood TV crushes?
It's still, I would like to say on top of that, it is fun to make fun of the differences.
Yeah.
I like it. It's funny.
Mm.
Childhood crushes.
You know,
I remember when I was very young, V was on the telly, and there was a lady on I don't know, that was like a first murmuring. And then I remember another murmuring that turned out to be Billy Connolly's wife in Superman 3.
Billy Connolly's wife.
I think I might have been lied on my belly at the time and had like the first, whoa, what the is that?
I know what you
down
mean, like an awakening.
Yes.
Of
it was
sexuality.
Superman 3. Do you remember Napoleon Solo is in Superman 3?
No,
Napoleon Solo
it's
from
been
The
too
Man
long.
from U.N.C.L.E. You don't remember
No.
Richard Pryor one? Superman 3?
Oh, I remember Richard Pryor and Superman, yeah.
So
But it's
there's a
been too
white
long.
dude that's like businessman type in that, and it's his tarty girlfriend. And it was she's doing a stereotypical walk and stuff, and you know, over the top. But when you're a kid, you don't know the difference. And it's just some blonde. She's not even pretty. It was just some her acting and pantomime of sexual seductive tactics just hit me hard. Also, Sigourney Weaver in Ghostbusters when she levitates off the bed.
Well, when she's such an animal.
Well, I mean, that's clearly like orgasmic as well. You know what I mean? There's a sexual. It is.
I think Sniper Mike's nailed one of mine. Jet from Gladiators.
Oh yes, I was thinking about her last week
Why?
because I was halfway through her. Yeah, Jet from Gladiators. She's aged quite well. Denise something her name is. She's not the worst looking 50-odd-year-old you've seen. Yeah, there she is.
I have a signed photo of Diane Udale.
Diane, there you go.
Jet from Gladiators. Bats for the other team, unfortunately.
Girls. For the other team. What do you mean?
She's gay.
Oh, is she?
Yeah, super gay.
Oh, no, Diane.
So you've no chance, mate.
Well, that was a whole year when I was 14. Wasted.
Yes, Jet from Gladiators. Gladiators came out, I think, first in 1993. And
Yeah.
I'd have been 10. And so that would have been an early murmuring for me. Tell you who else. Polly from Fawlty Towers.
Shadow from.
Oh, put down that pugil stick.
Oh, God.
Fucking hell.
What did you say then? Let's change the subject. Are our faces on there, are we?
I presume so. Let's check. Yeah, we're on there. Hey, that's a good shout. Jane from Rod, Jane and Freddie.
I can't. They were all very glad looking.
Rainbow.
Yeah, no, I remember them, but I don't remember what they looked like. Even though I saw them a few weeks ago, weirdly. Two of them were married.
Are they still alive, Rod, Jane and Freddie?
No.
Oh.
I think one of them might be alive. But it's actually that is a story, Rod, Jane and Freddie, of a friendship. And loves and divorces, but still friends. It was actually like really heartwarming to realize people can be very human.
Wow.
And be very good.
Nice. I used to have a thing for Michaela Strachan as well. A really wild show.
Terry Nutkins.
I've got a really wild show t-shirt in the house. Maybe it's something. She always had her legs out. That's what it is.
I did like her.
She always had
She annoyed me.
like not hot pants, but like cargo pants. Or...
Yeah, no, I remember them. Like
Yeah.
Lara Croft pants.
Yes.
She was always a bit preppy, a bit fucking.
Oh yeah. I won't.
You would though.
She was a bit annoying.
I would.
She was annoying,
At
but
the time.
as a 10-year-old boy,
She's no Jet.
obviously, no. Jet's another level. Yeah, Councillor Troy, what a shout.
She was my ultimate, I think.
Yeah. That came out in the late 80s, I think. I think that came out in 89.
Well, I don't.
TNG.
Yeah,
I
I've
don't
only
think-
seen it late because it must have been on BBC Two before.
I think we got it in the early 90s.
Yeah.
Yeah. On BBC Two.
My
6
spit
o'clock.
doesn't stick Rizzler. It's just a fact of life. Any other brand? Are they zigzag? These ones.
There's green ones.
I've got some other ones. If the Rizzler,
down here.
yeah, whatever brand I was using, I think it must be. Yeah, it doesn't stick them. It's weird.
You can have the brown. You can always use the brown.
I like that.
Licorice.
Any other comments from the
I think they've all gone to bed.
plebs?
No, all gone to bed.
Mm.
Don't blame him. It's 20 past midnight.
Is it?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, Phil.
What?
There was an album when you were a kid. When you were about 12, 13 to 15. There was a music album that pricked your ears and grew you up a bit. What was that album?
That got me into music. Sorry to be boring, but it's probably Definitely Maybe by Oasis.
Oh. What was it about it? I remember the times, mate. It was fucking electric round here.
Attitude, I think it was. Local.
Mm.
They're from the Northwest. And yeah, never really. Do you know what? Before that, I would listen to things like The Lightning Seeds.
Oh, God. Drippy fucking...
Yeah. Jollification. Oh, lucky you. Do, do, do,
Everything's a bit hippie and
Yeah.
boring.
And very influenced by the Beach Boys. Lightning
Oh,
Seeds.
is that right?
Well, you can hear it in the way they use harmonies. They try and, it's nothing like, but you can see the influence there. And then it was like Oasis. It was raw. Like that first album was really raw, production wise.
to Oasis now, and it's fucking just it's Liam's fault. It's just barely in tune. Yeah, not as good as I remember.
I think it's more front than anything.
Yeah, but he's a front man.
Yeah.
He's a damn good, one of the best front men. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
One of the most memorable.
I started playing guitar after that.
Was that what it was?
Yeah.
So mine was Snoop,
Oh.
Doggy Style, 93, 94, something like that. 13, 14. I was a bit older.
That Gin
They've
and
got
Juice
me.
album.
Yeah,
Yeah, 93.
just got me. It was like, oh, what? That's awesome.
My mind on my money and my money on my mind.
Mm.
That one.
Never had
It's
anything
always
like
better in
it.
a Lancashire accent, isn't it?
I don't want it.
I mean, sipping on gin and juice.
But I tell you what, who my favourite band were? Fun Loving Criminals. They were
Oh,
favourite
my
band.
word. What a shout.
Yeah,
I saw them at Leeds Festival
it's still good.
in, I think, 99.
Right.
So that's
yeah,
26
that was one of the best.
26 years ago. They were on late afternoon,
Right.
right? And so it was blazing sun when they came on, and the sun went down during their set. And the vibe, the way Huey could control a
mate.
crowd was fucking
There's
amazing.
been few better bands, in my opinion, for that.
And I tell you what, people sleep on his guitar chops as well. He's a good guitar
He's
player.
really good.
Very
he makes it well
bluesy.
like Jimmy. Yeah, I often say that.
Very bluesy.
Yeah.
They're just the coolest fucking band, man. They were at the time. I don't know what they do now.
They've
It was when they had
split
the,
up, but
they had the second drummer at that point.
Yeah.
They were on the second drummer,
Yeah.
who was a beast.
He was from another band.
Yeah, they poached him. Another New York band, I think.
Yes, New York, but it was. I want to say like the Homo sapiens or something like that.
But
Yeah.
they were shit up.
Yeah,
Didn't. Oh well, it was Scooby Snacks, weren't it? They got famous off
Mhm.
Scooby Snacks, which was it in a Tarantino film?
it was. It took samples from a Tarantino film, and then Tarantino said,
Fuck
"I'm
off.
having all your money," and he did. I don't think they earned anything off that song.
Wow.
I thought it was. A
Well,
bit
it
fucking-
launched their fucking career though.
exactly.
So you know.
And the next album's fucking gorgeous.
Yeah, and it was like a mixture of rap and R&B as well, with the rock and
Oh, blues, yeah,
blues.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
Bit of
were
jazz.
unique.
yeah.
with that New York DNA running through everything.
And some Huey put soul in shit. He
Yeah.
did. I met him at a festival a couple of years ago in Manchester.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, and it's dead short, man. It's like
Yeah.
it's like whoa! It's the first thing you know. It's like he's Joe Rogan short.
Mm.
That's all I got to say on that. But he's a cool guy though. Apparently he's a bit of an arsehole sometimes. But my God, he can play guitar. I love the sound of his voice.
Yeah. Smooth, isn't he?
Mm.
Great crowd worker.
The best.
Yeah. I'm guessing they still do stuff, do they? Still make new stuff?
There's two bands now. He must have fallen out with them. I think he's got a bit of a hot head on him. Or I don't know what's going on. But they broke up. So they ended up with a really good drummer from Leicester who taught John Bonham's son, you know, from Led Zeppelin. And the keyboard player, who was also a bass player, played the trumpets and harmonicas and stuff. They've got their own Loving Criminals. Huey must have fallen out with them.
Wow.
And he's recently gone on tour, his first tour, with a couple of other guys and him. But he, in all fairness, he was the songwriter. He was the guy putting the soul into stuff. So, but they were so good together. This is a damn shame.
I think you do well if you can keep a band together for like 3 years. Personalities, man, they clash.
And just the evolution of what you want to do changes.
Yeah.
You know, you're all on different journeys.
Yeah, you want to put your own stamp on shit.
Mm.
Did you ever get into the Bloodhound Gang?
I like them. I like them, but you can't get. You
So
can't be.
no.
You know, no, I do, but
Tell you what, fucking lyrically, they're fucking amazing.
it's just like I can't. It can't be a soundtrack for my life. It's too stupid. Do you know what I mean? Fun of the Criminals is a soundtrack. You and me, baby, we ain't nothing but mammals. So let's do it like they do on the Discovery Channel. Do it again now.
I mean, that's just like the breakout.
They'd
They'd be going for like 15 years before that song came out. They got some bangers, man. They're funny as fuck.
Yeah, great. I seem like, halfway between Criminals and the Beastie Boys, something like that.
Yeah. Go with that, yeah.
Beastie Boys are brilliant as well.
Yeah,
They
sadly,
really pushed stuff for a while.
the one who died, he went full Eastern Buddhist, didn't he?
Did he?
Yeah. I'm blanking on his name now. Shit.
Ad
Mike,
Rock.
not Mike.
And there's Ad Rock, Mike, and
The one who died.
Mike
Nah.
D. I'm sure Ad Rock died. Mike
Is it?
D. And the one you said. Talking bollocks now. Anybody else said anything that's
I think they're all going to bed now.
yeah, you should go to bed. It's good. It's good for you sleeping.
We've been streaming for 4 hours and 20 minutes.
Have we really?
Yep. According to the stream counter.
4 hours, 20 minutes.
We're not going to break the record. Don't
What's the
worry about
record?
that.
9 hours or something.
It's something like that. I think it was 5 a.m., 5 or 6 a.m. Episode 300, was it? 333?
Yeah, I remember I actually spoke to you for a bit. And then you
Oh,
forgot
you
as
rang
well.
in. You
Yeah.
rang in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Next time I talk to you, you've forgotten.
Yeah.
And this guy started going on about people who'd fought and beaten up and stuff, and I was just like, oh, I can't even interject. If you're right there, you mate, shut up.
I don't have much memory of that episode, to be fair. Wiped it from my memory. Yeah. Yeah.
We need an interesting topic.
Well, why the chat's no help, are they?
Come on, chat. Talking to each other.
Yeah, should be asking questions,
Adam.
really. You won't get a chance like this again.
Never.
This is very rare. What's that?
Do a college in a custard, Mike.
Collage.
Do a college in a custard, Mike. Well, even if I say do a collage in a custard, Mike, what the fuck are you on about,
Yeah, it makes even less sense somehow.
Mike?
Yeah.
It's Mike's fault for instigating it. Adam Yauch. That's what see, he actually, yes, okay. Props, as they would say.
I bet that's 5 years ago now.
That he died.
Probably more, yeah. Yep.
Good.
Yeah, he went full Buddhist. I just couldn't get away with that, like letting go of attachments. Like Jodorowsky's saying, you know.
Jodorowsky's on about.
I couldn't do it. Not family. It's not happening.
No.
Nope. I'll have to be the guy with Magdalene and the chimp.
I think that's
Do it
great,
that
though.
way.
I think that's actually more honourable.
Is it not giving you a fucking out, though? Is he not just giving us a softy way out by throwing that in there?
Well, as a person that doesn't have those things and still thinks they're amazing, yeah. No.
Yeah.
What's up with that?
I don't think there's anything wrong with it. It contradicts a lot of the other.
You're really doing the things, though.
Contradicts the other ways. Contradicts the way of the fakir, the way of the monk,
But
the fourth way.
If you're doing the fourth way, and you are trying as best you can to learn. So, Miyamoto Musashi, famous Japanese swordsman.
Is that the Five Rings, man?
5 Rings.
The Book of Five Rings.
Essentially, what the 5 Rings is about is that you can find the way, the Tao, in anything that you do. You can find it in the discipline of a craftsman. You can find it in the ego destruction doing jujitsu.
He famously says, if you can see it in one thing, you can see it in anything.
There you go. And that's what it is. You can learn from whatever discipline that you're learning from. It just takes the eyes to see. And what is the eyes to see? It's not like you've learned it from a book. It's the eyes of the mythologist, the eyes of the storyteller, the eyes of analogy.
Yeah.
That's your third eye.
When you find the way, you will see it in all things.
You'll
I think
see
that's
everything.
the quote. I think
Yeah,
that's
and
the
you
quote.
can learn it in all things.
The way.
Those lessons are there and everything.
Yeah. It's not easy though, is it?
No, is it what?
There's so much distraction in the modern world.
It's
so
that
easy.
That monkey mind.
It's so easy to get just pulled, isn't it? Pulled to something else, somewhere else, and to wander from the path. Even though, you know, I'm not saying like we're on the fucking path to enlightenment or any deep shit like
We
that.
are.
But,
Are you not?
well, to a degree.
Yes, to a degree.
A very minor degree, you know. But even on that,
Aren't you though with your family? That won't you get there from loving your children and your wife?
you would hope so.
Yes. No,
But-
I know so.
You even so, it's so easy to be pulled from that, isn't it? It's a very it's perilous.
Yes.
It's perilous. It's easy to be pulled.
It's a shit show.
Yeah,
The whole thing's a shit show.
I mean, it goes back to, you know, like watching the news and shit. That's part of the reason I want. It's like I don't need any more distraction in my life. I have enough.
Yeah. I need
have
to
enough.
buckle down on that again.
And it's like, what do you attain? What's the other famous quote? If you don't read the papers, you're uninformed. If you read the papers, you're misinformed.
Wow.
It's all a game.
I think I kind of said that earlier. That's really well put.
I think that might be I was going to say Hunter Hearst Helmsley, but that's a WWF wrestler. I think was it William Randolph Hearst, or was it Bernays?
The
Sounds like
source.
something he'd say.
Who's Bernays?
The author of Propaganda,
All right.
Edward Bernays. He
Yes.
changed the.
Not a nice guy at all.
He
The worst, the tobacco guy.
He was an advisor for the U.S. government, and he changed the Department of War
Yep.
to the Department of Defense.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
It's
That's a masterstroke.
yeah.
that.
Well, it's Newspeak, isn't it, from 1984?
We have it in today. We need to increase defense spending. You mean war spending?
Yeah.
You mean bomb spending?
what they
You
mean,
mean
yeah.
blowing up spending? Destruction spending?
So often, though,
No,
they
defense.
literally invert what it is.
Yeah.
Like I said it before, charities pay really well.
Mm.
There's an inversion there. You know, charities are a great money-making opportunity.
I believe so.
Yes.
But there was a story we covered it maybe a week or two ago, and it was about someone had, I think they'd done freedom of information requests on all these charities and all these bullshit jobs, these 7-letter string job titles, people getting 80 grand a year for doing jack shit, these bullshit jobs. And you're like, if I give 10 quid to St. Catherine's Hospice or cancer research, I want my 10 quid to go on the ground to actually make a difference.
Hardly any of it. Yeah.
8 quid is keeping the bureaucracy afloat. Yeah. If you're lucky, 2 quid can make a difference. It's a money mate. It's a scam. I'd rather give a tenner to a guy on the street.
Why they're paying everybody so much?
Because it's jobs for the boys. I think they've twigged on. It's like it's an easy screw.
When I did it, I wasn't one of the boys.
No.
It's almost like with the gambling money, it's like there's some guilt there.
They're trying to exercise by working for a charity.
But by giving out lots of money to the people under them because they realise what they're doing.
Yeah.
Or you become complicit in it.
Or do you mean like these full-on rapists? These are philanthropists?
Yes, the full-on rapists.
Like Dr. Bill Gates.
Yes.
He's so good, you know.
What a nice guy.
Do you know how much money he gives to charitable causes?
Well, he's on about giving all of it, isn't he?
Yeah. But on a serious note, vaccines is the best investment he ever made. He made a fortune on vaccines.
They've known that for years as well.
And it was all for the public good as well.
There's you can find a video online of a guy from, is it Johnson & Johnson, one of them lot?
Oh yeah,
and
the baby powder with arsenic in it, was it?
Well, he's on about the vaccines on this
Oh,
one.
right,
They did the worst vaccine, I think.
The J&J. One shot and you're done.
You're done.
You're done.
Just like we're demonetized now.
None of this.
Bye.
None of this 3-dart finish. One shot and you're done.
Just one. That's it. It's over, baby.
That was their big selling point, because with the Pfizer and the Moderna, you had to have one, come back 3 months later, wherever it was. Whereas the Johnson & Johnson,
trying to be safe.
Johnson & Johnson's one and done.
We've got more words on the thing.
Oh, English?
The donut factory, Chappelle, are you talking to each other or talking to us? You should put our first names on that. And no, Phil can make more sense of it than I can. Is that relevant to us?
Eye colour. Green. 2% of people have green eyes. Did you know that?
Mr. Ryan had green eyes. I do have green eyes. Well,
do you have green eyes?
I do have green eyes.
You do have green eyes. I always go back to Big Trouble in Little China.
Yeah, do you know what? So do I.
Kim Cattrall, hot.
I feel like Kim Cattrall.
The girl with green eyes. Yeah, she's hot in that film.
She's gorgeous.
Another crush of mine, a childhood crush.
Yeah, it's that Japanesey makeup as well with the lip thing going on.
Yeah. But there's something about girls with green eyes for me, personally.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a deal sealer.
I do have long hair.
Yeah, but you got a beard. Facial hair. That kind of ruins it for me. Sorry. Better look next time.
What about Mandy?
Oh, well, I don't know, but Mike's nan had green eyes, so...
Who has green eyes?
Mike's nan.
All right.
So you're in there.
Fantastic. It's not that we have to couple with the same...
Is that not how it works?
No.
No. Oh, fuck. Right, sorry.
I'm not racist.
Its prevalence currently as being significant. The blue cipher horse, the blue meths being promoted as a health elixir, blue roofs, the blue camper van after the fires. Also, Als is saying there's this prevalence of blue being injected in the consciousness through the media. Methylene blue is being promoted as this magical cure-all, mainly in the alternative podcast community, for example.
Methylene blue sounds like a colour additive.
It's something you put in fish tanks to clean them.
Right.
But you can also put it in your brain, I think.
Okay.
Don't take medical advice from this podcast, by the way. But
or 4chan.
It's being pushed. It's being pushed, this methylene blue thing. Maybe it works. I don't know. I'm not a fucking doctor, but the point is being raised.
You got to get
health elixir.
Blue.
And then the blue roofs. We had that with that fire in Hawaii, was it? where you had the houses with blue roofs that seemed to
Oh,
survive.
yeah, I heard about that.
Lahaina.
Right?
Was it Lahaina in Hawaii maybe 2 years ago?
Is that what it's called?
12, 18 months ago?
I do
I
remember
don't
that.
know.
though.
I don't know if there's anything in that.
I did actually, funnily enough,
What do I know?
I mean, it's not really related, but notice all the blue towards the end of the film that we were just watching. Everyone's
Oh, they
wearing blue
change-
anoraks and blue this and blue that.
Yeah, when they get initiated, they wear brown,
Yeah.
and then when they get on the boat, it turns to blue.
Yeah.
But is that just representing the sea, the great abyss?
I
The
would
blue
have
is
thought
the
maybe
colour?
something Jupiterian as well. It was Poseidon. I'm not sure.
Poseidon, you'd think of blue, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Crossing the ocean.
Yeah.
That would make sense.
I don't know. Throw me another question quickly, somebody, because I'm floundering like a seal without fins, like a bird without wings, like a love without labia. You lot are too smart. Talk to each other. Talk to me. I can answer questions. Would you like to know the secrets of the universe? Yeah, I would. Phil, what's your favorite rap song?
Oh, regulators.
Regulators, mount up. It was a clear black night. A clear white moon. Warren G was on the street trying to consume some skirts for the eaves so I can get some phone. Rolling on my ride, chilling on phone.
Skipping the east side of the LBC on a mission trying to find Mr. Warren G. See a car full of girls that don't need to tweak.
Said,
With
you go, what's up?
213.
With 213,
So make a left on 21 and Lewis.
some brothers shooting dice, so I said,
Let's do this.
Jumped out the ride and said, what's up? Some brothers puzzle get, so I said,
I'm
I'm stuck.
Oh, what's the next bit after that?
It's
Into street girl. Now they're dropping and yelling. It's a tad bit late. Need
When
dog
Dog Warren G about to regulate.
Boop, 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 ba, doo, doo. Doo, 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 doo.
okay.
Not in love anymore. Michael McDonald. This will never be the same again.
You should have asked the question, and I could have.
I'm not in love anymore.
Do.
I can't forget I'm
What's the
tweaking
meaning of life?
into a whole new
Ryan.
G-Funk step to this
I do
idea. Funk on
a
a
whole
whole
new-
new level.
Where the rhythm is the bass and the bass is the treble forms. We brings
He
something,
brings melody. G-Funk. Rhythm is life.
and life is rhythm.
Life is rhythm.
You know
Smoke
I
like
got
I know you don't
want
wanna step to this.
You shouldn't have come.
It's the G-Funk era, drunk out
With
on
the
a gangster
gangster
twist. If you smoke like I smoke and you high like every day. And if your ass is a buster, 213 will regulate. Fuck. I've not heard that
American
for 30
teenagers from South Central Los Angeles in the 1990s.
I've not heard that for 30 years, I bet.
What's the meaning of life? Level up. That's the best I can come up with.
Don't
You've
forget
got to
to
get better.
Don't forget to save your checkpoints on the way as well.
Yes.
There are checkpoints, aren't there?
There are
I think we've
checkpoints.
decided
I think
that.
I think they're auto saved though, frankly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I would agree with that. I don't think you have to recognise a checkpoint. I don't think you have to hit.
You don't have to
command.
regulate.
No.
Forms. We brings.
Melody. It's a fucking banger, man.
It's a great song.
I love the original. I love Michael McDonald, man.
Is that what his name is?
Yeah. Hi, Phil. TDF Chappie. Who's TDF? TDF Chappie.
Terence Drent Farby.
Is it the dark? No, it's not dark journalist.
Vagina.
The DF. Chappie was pushing the theory that this could be a signal for a ritual sacrifice precursor, as used by the Aztecs, would stain the sacrifice victim blue. Yeah, that seems like a stretch to me.
Yes. I would
Fucking
put
stretch.
it the same.
Yeah, there are lots of people say lots of things on YouTube, man, and most of them, they're just after clicks. It's like that's just the way it works.
It's fun to play with them though from time to time. I
Yeah.
dip in and dip out and like get a bit. It's like, oh, that's crazy out there, but then it gives you a spectrum of which to think by. Yeah, I think it can be fun. It can be entertaining too. Ancient Aliens, my fave program.
Yeah. I would say treat it as entertainment. Stuff you watch on YouTube. You know, people
Apart
get
from this, obviously,
this definitely isn't entertainment.
everything on here is very well researched. factually true.
You know what I mean, though? People just make shit up just for a
They
thumbnail.
really do, though.
Just to get clicks.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it's become an industry. And
It's lowest common denominator.
just don't get so there's no need to get so invested in shit you watch on YouTube or Rumble or wherever you watch your shit, because it could be bullshit.
It could be. Although, by that same token, as somebody that did follow rabbit hole very far down, you can, with a bit of the trivium, logic, grammar, and rhetoric, you can divine a hole that might be worthwhile to go down and go down it equally. Just make sure you stay scientific. You know, the modern age has served as well, and we can stick by that.
Yeah, to a degree. Logic,
Grammar,
rhetoric,
science,
music,
astronomy, geometry.
Like all who are ignorant of geometry. Oh no, what did it say over Plato's Academy?
He who knows not geometry enter not here, or something
like
similar.
that. Yeah. He's ignorant of
Probably a bit
geometry.
snappier than what I said. Geometry is a thing in the universe. Let he that knows not of this enter here in the negative participant.
Yeah. Fair point. You know, it's just a perspective. It's dangerous, I would say.
Which what we're talking about?
Not geometry. YouTube.
Yeah.
There are forces at work that co-opt certain ideas.
Well, it's not even that. I think it's the lowest common denominator
Rises to the top.
rises to the top naturally in these arenas. So just beware.
And like the algorithm is pointing you to things, is profiling you constantly.
It only cares.
Feeding you.
Yeah, that's what it wants.
It's going to reinforce what you want to believe.
Yeah.
You know, it's not going to suggest things that question what it conceives your preconceptions are. That makes sense.
I think if you do want to follow a rabbit hole, a good place to start is something that piques your interest firstly, and then just most rabbit holes are quite short. You know, werewolves in Coventry or other things are just made up. You know, they're only going to go so deep. You can only investigate so far, and that rabbit hole will end. And sooner or later, you'll actually, if you're serious about this kind of stuff, you'll develop a feeling to be able to go down these rabbit holes and see which ones are actually worthwhile and not before you've gone too far.
Yeah.
But look, you know,
Each to their own, though.
exactly.
At the end of the day.
Hmm.
What do we know?
And frankly, if you're going down the esoteric route, all roads lead to Rome, and Rome is that holy mountain. If you're going down the esoteric stuff, astrology, Taoism, Christianity,
It must go earlier, though, man.
earlier.
Yeah, because Rome's a relatively new kid on the block.
All right, I don't literally mean Rome. I mean enlightenment.
Oh, I thought you meant Rome.
I literally meant the opposite.
Because
Rome.
it does in a way. I mean, they've been the keepers over the last 2,000 years.
They've been the mouthpiece,
fountainhead.
the mouthpiece.
Yeah, they've co-opted, adapted.
Yeah.
Whether it's Mithraism, Christianity, paganism from the Greeks,
You know, histories,
it's been channeled through
Yeah.
there.
even Galen and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people think that like Rome runs the world today.
Well, Rome does. How distinguishable from the Roman Empire was the British Empire? If you were in the future, how distinguishable would those two things be?
You know, you have this transition period from the fall of the Roman Empire in the 400s when Rome sacked, and then you get the rise of the Holy Roman Empire,
Mm.
and it's like just rebranding, man.
Has that been? I mean, that must have been thoroughly covered. I don't know much about it personally.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose you could say, well, there's a reason we call it the Dark Ages.
Yeah.
Because a lot of shit was lost and burnt, and population struggled, probably due to climate factors, amongst other things.
Yeah.
A civilizational collapse is bad news. You know, we had indoor plumbing, indoor heating in the UK in the 2nd century, and all of a sudden we're back to famines and, you know, the roads.
On the pathway,
The
I'll be
aqueducts.
surprised in 4 generations.
Do you really think it's that bleak?
I do, yeah.
Our future materially,
It's not.
You
it's,
wonder.
It's not material. It's culture.
right?
Yeah.
All right, I was thinking more like living standards and that sort of
Yeah.
thing.
Well, that's culture, isn't it?
I don't know. I always think culture is like art and literature.
It's the will. No, I'd see it as culture.
right.
It's culture is like the rules and regulations that you live by because you want to live by them naturally. Yeah.
Cultural norms.
Yeah.
Right. Standards.
Standards. Because with the recent wave of this, the feminine is chaos, masculine is order by the archetypes. This recent wave of femininity, things have become chaotic because standards naturally must fall away, lowest common denominator again. So thereby everything falls into a chaos. New orders arrive. But we've lost that masculine drive for the order. We need to bring it back again. It is coming back. But
Under what guise? Is
under
the
what
issue.
guise? How often do you meet really masculine men anymore? Things like that.
People think that Nigel Farage is going to be their fucking savior, man, and it's like that guy's a snake.
I believe so. I believe he will serve as a plug though, or some intermediate. It's the best we've got right now.
Fucking.
No, he is though. It's sad news, and I do see the way he treats people, and that like it's like, whoa, dude, that was a bit fucking far. It was a bit venomous, sniping, nasty, snake in the grass. But not even but, and he could be controlled opposition.
Absolutely, yeah. And he's a politician at the end of the day. I mean, that says it all.
Did he not do a bit of a Trump? I think he was living the happy life and had his calling.
I don't know about that.
actually
He had his
with
calling
re-
from who? From MI5?
look with
Come and do a job
reservations.
for us.
I'm actually genuinely giving him the benefit of the doubt right now with reservations.
That's fair enough.
And I was the same with Trump. Although I believe he's more genuine than Farage is.
Right. I don't know. I just, my philosophy on politicians doesn't really change. I don't trust any of them, no matter what colour badge they wear.
I don't think you should. I don't think you ever should.
No. So I definitely won't put my faith in Big Chungus, in Mr. Farage.
Big Chungus.
No. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. I don't know. It's mad. We live in uncertain times.
Mate, this is it. This is the choke point now. There's one more coming, but that's the one just before Civil War.
Really?
Yeah.
You see it coming that far?
Yes.
I think we're too laid back for that.
Yeah, we are too laid back for it. What? But you put look. Let's not. And we're talking culturally now, and let's not put down or dismiss the capabilities of this culture and what happens when the Anglosphere puts the mind to something.
Right? Yeah.
You can only be pushed so far, and they've already been pushed. The people have already been pushed too far. It's on a knife edge society right now.
I don't know. I don't think enough people are feeling it. I think too many people are too comfortable. And if they can maintain that, I don't know if they can reach that mass.
I think it's in the
tipping point.
I think it's in the general unconscious now.
I think
If that was true, reform wouldn't have done so well in the last local elections.
I was just going to say, I think that might change. I think the last US election shocked a lot of people.
Yeah.
And
I think
if there is
people a lot of
a big,
energy as well.
if there's a big election over here, that'll shock a lot of people into another one. Yeah. Another one. That'll shock a lot of people into sort of reality. That there are a lot of people who aren't happy.
Yeah.
And these people with comfortable lifestyles will come to realize that, hey, if we stand on the poor people too hard, we're going to lose what we have. And
I think
a reading of history will educate you on that. Just read about the French Revolution.
looking, yes, but I don't think we have that far in us. I think we have. Here's what I think we have. I think we have not as far, and then further. Like that'll look like a urinating against the side of a police station.
Yeah, compared to what's capable.
Yeah,
Yeah, I tend to agree. I wouldn't underestimate
don't
people's capacity for chaos, violence, and disruption. People have skin in the game, or people have nothing. They have no hope. That's what's dangerous. People who have no hope can be convinced to do anything.
We're a unique people, the English. We have an eccentricity, we have a genius, and we have a complacency. And it's a strange combination. However, take one of those away and you've got two very deadly things. The complacency is the only thing that keeps us dull. And I think that's made us spineless recently. But as it's been said, you know, what's happened is liberalism's gone too far. There's too much feminine. We need a bit more masculine. There's always this balance between the two.
Mm.
But my current fear is that the masculine's going to swing too far.
And that we living in a handmaid's tale.
Just everything to be dry and fucking
Boring.
yeah.
Yeah, too orderly.
Yeah. Need a bit of both.
It'd be no good for me. I likes me a bit of chaos.
Well, you know,
I
I tend to the feminine often, but things can't last like that, and it's not good for you, and it's not good for society to do it too much. What good's an alcoholic? I think we could fix society if we reintroduced philosophy and did it on those negatives and positives, and people would have an understanding of the swathes and brushstrokes.
Introduce it where, like in education?
In school, yeah, like really early. That is the basis.
It's,
on, off, right, wrong, up, down. It is the basis.
hot, cold.
Yeah, it is the basis.
Our education system is built to create good,
Workers.
hard-working cogs for the
Not
machine.
anymore. It's yeah.
Check boxes. Get through this
It's
exam.
feminizing. And I keep wanting to say it, and I feel bad for saying it, but that's what society is, isn't it? You know, sitting little boys down in a classroom, making them learn things like that by rote. It's not good, that.
It's not a good use of their
Energy.
energy. That's the word I was looking for. You wonder
Learn a
why we
different
have
way.
so many kids on like medication for
Yeah, that's
ADHD
fucked up.
and all this. We can't wait to give them a diagnosis and put them in a box and tell them
Exactly.
they're broken.
Yeah.
When they're not broken, the system's broken them.
System's
shit.
categorized them as broken.
Yeah, and there's incentives to do that because all of a sudden you're getting, personal independence payment a month or whatever it is now.
And the doctor
You know.
can make money.
Come on, label me, daddy. Put me in a box.
Yeah, put me in a box.
Give me that shit.
Extracts. As soon as you put in a box, you can extract energy from that box.
Yeah, it's fucked up. It's fucked up.
Do you remember on Star Trek Season 3, Episode 22?
Yeah.
That
Was that one of the Barclay episodes?
Probably. That's the lesson we must learn.
Yeah.
Rick Mail. Let's talk about Rick Mail and the fact that when I was at university, I asked a girl out, and she said, "No, you look like Rick Mail," and I went. It's a true story.
Woof!
Woof! That's right, Queenie.
It made my day whenever
That
Flash
actually
shot.
happened, by the way.
Did I?
Yeah.
Wow. Great anecdote.
Kerry, something like that. The only blonde I ever asked out.
She said you look like Rick Mail. She
Kerry
said
looked
no.
like she said, "No, you look like Rick Mail." And I thought you could have articulated that much more nicely.
You could have said, well, it could be worse. I could look like Adrian Edmondson.
Or Neil
Or Neil.
from The Young Ones.
I used to make my day watching Blackadder when Flash Art would appear.
Oh, the best,
It's a Flash Art episode. Wonderful.
Just lights it, doesn't it?
Lights it up. Choose the set. Just fucking
I used to love Bottom.
has such a great time with it.
Yeah.
Makes everyone's day.
That's right, Queenie. Woof. Woof.
It reminded me, I think Red Dwarf might have they tried to emulate it with Rimmer. Ace Rimmer.
Oh, I love Ace Rubber. Smoke me a kipper. I'll be back for breakfast.
Oh my god. Yeah, Bottom was a classic.
I love Bottom.
Was it? Did he get his head stuck
I
in the
love
Christmas tick?
Bottom. Rick Mail was hilarious. I saw Bottom Live 2 and 3 in Nottingham. You lucky bugger.
Wow.
I know they did something in Hammersmith. That would have been fun.
The Apollo, yeah.
Everyone's still going to bed. Well done, everybody that's still up, including Sniper Mike UK and AS.
That's Al's.
Again, I'm sure I say
you ever
congratulations
see-
for staying with us.
Do you ever see that conspiracy film Rick Mail made? He's talking about the Twin Towers.
Wasn't that one of his later ones? Like
Yeah,
one of his last
not
few.
long before he died.
I think he was a lot smarter than he let on. He just was playing the fool, which is a great part to play.
Did he go through the whole Cambridge Footlights thing with Stephen Fry and all the rest of them? I seem to think he did.
Oh, those guys, yeah.
Yeah, Tony Slattery, he died recently.
He was a fucking addict, though.
Yeah.
Not
he,
played. Sorry, Tony. Didn't mean it like that.
he had it coming, you mean?
So's Tone. Play silly games,
Win silly prizes.
but respect, bruv.
I used to like him on Win, Lose or Draw.
I used to like him on Whose Line Is It Anyway?
Oh my gosh. Clive Anderson?
Dun, dun, dun.
Right, let's name them. Cast. Favourite cast members. Whose line is it anyway? UK version. Tony Slattery.
Ryan Stiles.
Greg Proops.
The other, Josie Lawrence.
Josie Lawrence. Kind of hot in a kind of way. I
See,
quite
it
like
doesn't-
Josie
they don't
Lawrence.
stick. I mean, you
Um,
fancied her a bit.
Yeah.
So
There
did
was
I.
who's the bald guy called Steve, who's a Cockney. An old
Oh, yeah, do you remember him? Yeah. He was like a British comedy stalwart at the time.
yeah. I can't remember
Oh,
his second
fucking
name.
dynamo,
Steve
yeah.
something. Gosh, who else was on whose line? Fuck.
Clive fucking whatever is Anderson.
Yeah, he's the host. I
I'm
mean,
just saying, he's a person. Oh, Fat Mike,
Canadian.
Canadian Mike, he was good. Him.
Ryan Stiles and Greg Proops
They
were
were the
pretty much
best,
every
yeah.
week.
Yeah, they were on the American one though.
Greg Proops. Did you ever listen to Greg Proops' podcast?
No,
The smartest man in the world. He's fucking smart.
is he?
Yeah.
He looks smart.
But he's a fucking libtard.
Mm,
Like, talk about derangement syndrome. He has it on another level.
wow.
And it makes you think, like, wow, this guy's so well educated, so intelligent, so articulate. And he falls for it.
I've got
He falls for the blue team, red team shit.
I have a friend who is very he's way beyond my pedigree and all this occult and you know, unusual knowledge stuff. And it just surprises me how much of a libtard he is. Like you are you're not even, you're just totally supporting your team. Like, why aren't you? How can and it just throws all of his research into shade. I won't say who he is.
Is it Pete?
No.
No.
He's still not talked to me since I did that episode.
Which one?
You know, where we did the tarot is full of occult stuff or not.
Right. Oh, you're talking about PD.
Yeah.
But
What?
But he's not the libtard.
No.
No, he's someone else. All right. I'm going to get my thinking cap on.
No, you don't need to.
Tell me after. Tell me in the morning.
No,
Smoke me a kipper and
I'll
tell
tell
me
you
in
when
the
we wake
morning.
up. I wish the sweet nothing's in your ear.
Yeah, it's an easy trap people fall into. And
is,
Greg was one of them.
It's just like football teams. That's what it is. And it's so easy to be possessed by it and let it do its thinking for you. That's the problem.
iPhone or Samsung, Mac or PC, Coke or Pepsi. It's that duality, isn't it? Man City, Oasis or Blur. It's there from the
It's
moment
Oasis.
you're fucking born. You're fed these choices. Which team are you
It's
going
the
to be on?
false choice, yeah. It's that
Yeah.
paradigm of Mars or Snickers, but there's a whole confectionery.
Get some nuts.
You know, I don't want Mr. T. I want Mr. Tom. Is it Mr. Tom, the nut bar?
I'll just have a picnic.
Yeah. Or a topic.
Yeah. What about a Yorkie?
Or just a bag of nuts and a chocolate bar.
Bombay mix.
No.
Yeah, that was just like the sweepings of the Indian food factory.
It's like
wasn't it?
8. Yeah.
Bagged it.
Just whack it
Bagged
in.
it, yeah. Bombay
How long has
mix
it been
it
out for? 4 weeks. Perfect.
It's fine.
Fine.
Fine. Best before 2028.
Just to pretend.
It's like those. You see
It's got
those
a half-life.
people find a McDonald's Big Mac under the couch. It's been there for 4 years,
Forever, yeah.
and it's not changed. Nothing's
buy it.
eating it. Nothing's eating it. And
Stick
it's
it in
not
the microwave, it'll be fine.
It will. It'll be just as it,
It
ever
actually
was.
will, yeah. To be just as tasteless.
Just as it ever was.
I don't eat fast food, really. But I seem to buy crisps when I'm on my way here. That's about it. Genuinely. But
I can't say
every
shit.
now and again, I'm forced to have a McDonald's. We
Right.
are, you know, just through sheer convenience and hunger.
Mm.
And I'll go, I'll have a couple of double cheeseburgers or whatever. I get the first one. You know, it's all right.
Quite nice on the way in.
Yeah, but but then I get like a bite into the second one. It's just like it's horrible. And then afterwards, you never feel good after.
Yeah, oh yes,
You
I have
never
this.
feel good.
Feel terrible. Yeah.
Whereas if I eat sushi or something like that, I walk out and I'm like, I feel better. Something slightly amphetaminousous.
You've had some nutrients.
Yeah, you know what I
rather
mean.
than
But
some
good,
shit.
easily assimilable. I mean, there's a price difference
We had KFC last night because
because things happen.
well, it's Saturday. Me and lads are getting into football, so we watched the Champions League final. And I wasn't cooking. I'd had enough cooking, so we got KFC. And it's shit, but it's once in a blue moon, once every couple of months or something. So you think, well, I'll get away with it. It's when it becomes an everyday thing. You're on a hiding to nothing, then, aren't you?
For me,
Fuck.
now, happily, whenever anyone says, should we get a pizza or a takeaway or, whatever, Chinese kebab or anything, it's never as good as what we're cooking in the house.
No.
So it's a lesser option for me.
Well,
frankly.
I think you need a new pizza place then. I can recommend one.
I've got an all right pizza place, actually. Go on, recommend me a good pizza place, though.
I love pizza, man. I love pizza.
I like a good pizza.
I could eat pizza every day for tea. I love it.
No, not that much.
There's so many different topics, man. Toppings. You can
Sometimes.
mix it.
Mars bar, fucking Oreos.
Calzone, that shit.
You can fold it up.
Yeah, there's so many options.
You can have the cheese on the
You
back.
can even put fruit on it. I'm pineapple.
You could. The fruit ham. I even worded it like Yoda.
Pineapple and ham. Pizza you will have.
Fruits.
The fruit of the ham. I love the bit where they first meet and Yoda's rifling through Luke's shit.
I always genuinely love it.
Like a little
It's
trash-
a little belligerent fucker.
Little trash badger.
Little shit. Yeah. Mine, no. Swatted him.
I'm looking for a Jedi Master. Yoda.
I think it was RLM who said that in the sequels when Yoda turned up, he was that fucking deceptive, mischievous bullshit Yoda.
Yeah.
Like, you got him wrong. You did. You got everything wrong. The worst thing about episode 6, what episode is it?
Which one?
7. The new ones. The worst thing about episode 7 is my son. He's in it.
Yeah. They don't count for me. They're not Star Wars films. They're not real.
They're not even memorable, so it doesn't bother me.
No, I tried watching this. I watched them, I think, all at the cinema.
The first one wasn't too bad.
It wasn't, but it was basically it was just a rehash of
A bit of
episode
Indiana
4
Jones in there as
of
well.
A New Hope.
Yeah.
And I watched the second one and the third one at the cinema. I tried to watch the second one at home. I couldn't fucking get through it, man. It's like I've watched them first 6 Star Wars films multiple times.
Yeah.
I love them.
Hmm.
If I can't watch one of them twice, there's something fucking seriously broken with it. Seriously wrong, man.
I think I watched the first one twice
Yeah.
of the new ones.
But yeah, they killed
There's
it.
They did
ruined
kill
it.
it. There's no reason why you can't just get some people that like it and try again. It's there.
I think they have to. I think they will have to basically redo. They're going to have to do a redo from the beginning.
Here you go. I've got it straight away. Here's what you do. It's so fucking easy and obvious. Recast Luke Skywalker. Do 3 adventures with Luke Skywalker. Start with 1. Call it a fucking individual episode. Meanwhile, hoping that it does well enough that you can get 3 out of it. Get an arc beforehand, a rough arc. Do the first one.
Is this a sequel or
a sequel? Luke Skywalker's 35.
Right, so after Return of the Jedi.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Done. Give us a good, he's got to deal with his past. There's loads of things you could do. Recast everybody. I don't care.
I think that's what they will do, is they will remake A New Hope. Those for 3 films with new casts. They'll remake them.
Not that.
I think they will.
Yeah, I agree. But not that. Do some expanded universe stuff. There's a clone of the Emperor. He's
Palpatine survived somehow. That's my
we don't
favorite
care.
line. It's my favorite line of the sequels.
Is that a real line?
Palpatine survived somehow. It's
Oh,
Oscar Isaac.
Paul Dameron, isn't it? Yeah.
He was thrown into an exploding Death Star.
Yeah.
While being
like?
electrocuted.
He used the Force. What you on about?
Yeah, it's garbage. Absolute horse shit.
Yeah.
They were desperate. They had to
They
bring him
didn't
back.
need to be desperate, though.
No.
All they needed to do was hire some people that like Star Wars.
With a bit of sense.
You could have had J.J. Abrams direct, but somebody else showrun. Simple. He was a good fit for director for Star Wars. He was. But just don't let him have any control over the writing.
I mean, we'll see. I don't know. I think they've got to let it lie. It's like what they're going to find out with the Marvel stuff. They've got to let it lie for a decade. I know it's too
Marvel
tempting.
will die. If you leave it, let it lie for a decade, Marvel will die.
I think it's already dead. They just haven't figured it out yet.
Yeah.
So after Endgame, they should have left it for 10 years and then reboot with new cast, new Hulk, new Thor. Yeah, they can't resist the money. But what they're finding is they're spending 350 million on a film and getting 200 back.
Yeah.
So they're finding out the hard
their
way.
ideas are dead, though.
Yeah.
The ideas followed that mind virus ideology.
You can't recreate lightning in a bottle. And they got lucky in the way that universe was built through the individual films, through Iron Man, Captain America, Thor.
It was fun
all
for a while.
building up to something, which was executed well.
Yeah, very well.
And, common sense would have said, right, that's it. That's done for now. Let's give it 10 years. Let's work on Star Wars. Let's work on all the other million properties they own.
Try something else.
Or do something new, a new IP, but they won't risk that. Fuck me. They won't put money behind a new IP.
Seems silly.
Video game adaptations is where it's at now.
Well, that is a chance for you to get a new IP going, isn't it? It's like we can have an idea, but just in another industry.
It's already established, though.
Yeah.
That's why the Minecraft movie made bajillions. It's a shit film by all accounts.
I'm sure it is.
But it's got that massive fan base, ready, willing. I heard good things about the Mario movie, although I've never seen it. And that did gangbusters as well.
Yeah.
The Sonic movies have done well.
They've done really well, yeah.
So I think that's the future.
Jim Carrey's carried those, though, isn't he?
Yeah, he carries everything.
He's
Man.
great, isn't he?
He's based as well on the sly,
yeah.
isn't he? He's a bit of a weirdo like us, I think.
He hit like David Icke. He hit the weird and then had the willpower to go and, to put it out there.
Yeah. So that's where I see the future as far as movies is more video game adaptations.
Film industry's dying. Look, it might be a bit of a secret to you all. West is dying.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what comes out of this. We might have a return to primitivism. We'll probably have a return to some kind of fundamentalism, perhaps a pseudo-paganism. We'll see what comes out of, because what's coming is an ideology clash. And maybe a bit of a return to the ancestor kind of cults and things like that. Just as a broad scale idea.
You would go that far?
Paganism's having a return, mate. And if you don't think the ancestor is involved when you've got clashes of races and clashes of culture.
Right, yeah. I can see that. Right. Yes. It's kind of like the Hitler leaned on the Volkish.
Odin, well, I'm saying, like, that's what I'm thinking.
The
like,
Volkish stuff.
Yeah, Odin will come back, mate.
That's kind of scary.
Yeah. There's already murmurs of it.
Nature abhors a vacuum, man. And if there's a vacuum, things will jump in there.
Well, you know what the spirit of this part of the world when it comes to things like that is Odin's a bit like Athena or Mars and Mercury or something like that. He's a very clever warrior, very shrewd, intellectual, fearless, honor bound, mental, berserker, father figure. Like a dad that's had something done to his children. You don't fuck with that guy.
I was going to say, like,
don't mess with that guy.
The old saying of a woman scorned.
Yes, even worse.
Father who's had his children fucked with.
Literally unstoppable.
Yeah, that's bad news.
And well, that's literally what's happened, though, isn't it?
Well, we're seeing a shift where people growing up in the West are concerned for the future of their children, which isn't a million steps removed from that.
That is literally
idea.
It, yeah.
So, yeah, if you have skin in the game, you can be dangerous in that way.
All that needs to happen is that thought form spread.
Yeah.
Doesn't necessarily need to be witnessed. Just that thought, and these things do happen. Who said it'll be a bad thing? It'll be horrible. I'd rather not. I'd rather do something, but I don't. I think it's almost inevitable at this point.
I don't know.
Civil
I wouldn't discount the powers that be's ability to manipulate the way out of situations when it looks grim.
However, that'll come at the cost of civilization.
Yeah, possibly.
We're running out of time, mate. Like, seriously, running out of time. A few generations and the script is flipped.
Yeah.
2, 3, 4. Not long.
If that, I mean, that's that. Yeah, if you take notice of these sort of demographic changes that are popularized, you
I
can
can't
see it
go.
happening.
I'm
in
from
30.
Bolton, mate. I can't go home.
Right. Yeah.
I
know
can't
what you
live
mean.
there.
And it's worth underlining that this isn't a race thing or a melanin thing. It's a culture thing.
I have a severe dislike of purple, brown,
Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
indigo. Indigo is a slight variation of yeah. No, it's ridiculous. Yeah, of course, it's cultural.
It's values.
It's values, yeah,
It's about values.
and it's not more so. Okay, you got that side of it. The people that have arrived here, but okay, I do have kind of beef with them lot because we don't share values and that there's lack of respect there. But my main beef's with those twats in Parliament that fucking sold us out. That's my beef.
Yeah.
It's unnecessary. If these people were elsewhere, there wouldn't be a problem, would it?
Are they doing it just for purely economic factors?
I just don't know
Cheap
anymore.
labor,
I
cheap
can see
labour.
that Keir Starmer is an absolute retard.
And
He's an ideologue. He's gotten far by adhering to the system. He's got no peripheral vision at all. The man's there's nothing about him.
He's a complete son of a toolmaker.
Yes, he's a puppet. His father's Geppetto. However, it doesn't mean that people aren't pulling the strings behind the scenes. And also, like, clearly Europe's being destroyed by all this immigration, far, far too much immigration. And the guys at the top are still adhering to it. What's that if it's not absolutely corrupt? Either your ideology is corrupt or your plan's corrupt. Your plan was always corrupt, but not necessarily your ideology. But push too far, all things, you know, I said it before, too much pineapple, you'll die.
It's kind of like the scorpion and the turtle, that Aesop fable.
What else do you expect it to do other than sting you?
Yeah. Because they're just parasites at the top, basically. They're psychopaths.
I mean, do you think Macron's that intelligent? Starmer's not that intelligent. Who's the German chancellor these days?
Merz, is it?
I
was
honestly just don't know. Merz. Merkel seemed quite clever, but again, an ideologue.
Young global leader.
Yeah.
Merkel.
They all just seem they all just seem a bit dim-witted. Whenever I see them, there's a look in somebody's eyes when they're present, and they've not got it.
Right.
I just don't get the current modern liberal agenda. We're English, for F's sake. We're well liberal. Even on the right, you're still very, very liberal by any...
Relatively, yep.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
So it's gone too far. It's gone far too far.
Well,
And it's decayed because of that.
maybe things will change. Maybe, you know, we're getting to the point where even people on the left are turning their heads and thinking, whoa, this is getting out of hand. Maybe there will be a sea change, you know, just putting my optimistic hat on.
There already has been wokes in, you know, the wave
Retreat.
of wokes retreating.
Yeah. Yeah.
I spotted this about 5 months ago. Frankly, I thought it'd take a bit longer in Britain, but it's retreated pretty flipping.
It's funny how that election of Trump,
Yeah, changed
Rippled.
everything.
it rippled.
Yeah.
Yeah, even in this country.
And you're even getting strange things that I wouldn't have thought you'd have gotten, like the calling it black fatigue in America.
What's that?
It's the ghetto black folk that are behaving badly. You know, anywhere you get poor populations, you get strange behaviors. But that black culture of like, if you behave yourself, you're acting white and all that kind of racially charged stuff that you get in
Wow.
America that you don't really get over here. They're calling it out. I don't know whether it's good or not, but at least sunlight's the best disinfectant. People are talking and feeling free to talk. But there's been many things that's come from Trump getting in. I just worry again that the right, it'll go too far to the right. It's always a fucking pendulum, and nobody can behave themselves. So it's like, we went way too far left into femininity, but are we going to go too far right into masculinity? And
Off with the heads.
yeah, it's like everybody's the same, but we're not, are we? But everyone's completely different, but we're not, are we? It's like, fucking come on, hit that middle point. But we never will. It's the human condition.
Well,
And that's beautiful, and that makes things work. In electronics, you call it potential difference. That's how electricity works. In weather, you call it high pressure and low pressure areas. That's what makes the weather happen.
polarity.
Yeah, it's polarity. And I think if you want to, if you aspire to be some kind of wizard or magician,
Yep.
it's being able to separate yourself from
See
that
that? I just see
weather.
the hat. Yeah,
You got the beard. You're on your way. As soon as you can divine the weather, like a Michael Fish with the pointy hat,
So go on. If you're an aspiring magician,
noticing the polarities and being able to distance yourself from the weather. Like Billy Connolly said, there's no such thing as bad weather, there's just the wrong clothes. So,
that's a great quote.
we can watch politics, we can watch this left and right bullshit, people fight. Or we might even feel emotionally compelled to choose one side or the other, depending on your circumstance.
Yep.
But to resist that and be able to view it from the outside and watch the weather, is this not enlightenment? Is this not the view from the top of the holy mountain?
It's a great analogy for politics. It's like putting your head out the window and watching the weather.
Mm.
That is a great analogy. I love it.
Cheers to the two viewers that are still here.
It was worth it just for that
That one
line. Definitely, Ryan. Yeah. I love it.
I'm going to roll one last smoke.
Yeah. We need to wrap up. We've been streaming for 5.25 hours. We can talk seriously once we turn this off.
We can do real
Really
swears.
Really set the world to rights. I don't think we'll get demonetized today. I think that was quite
Yeah,
tame.
we've been
No
quite
one
good.
said cunt.
Not even once. Didn't you say minge about halfway through? I think that gets
It's Minge, really. She's a footballer.
minge.
There's a German footballer called Minge. Can't believe you didn't know that.
No,
Oh,
I don't follow football. Believe it or
I
not.
don't. But my lads are getting into it, so it's forcing my hand. After not watching any football for about 15 years, I've started watching bits of football again, like the Champions League final, for example. I'm just going to go German.
German minge.
Wow.
There he came up before.
That's
Oh, it's a woman.
Janina Minge.
Oh my God, she looks
Frightening.
sharp.
There we go. There's her card.
That's
NFC.
second in. There she is.
That's Ralph Minge. That's her dad, I think.
Ralph Minge. Oh, Ralph.
Ralph Minge is a German footballer, former coach and player who works as sporting director at Dynamo Dresden.
He looks like he's German. Look at him though. Cheer up, pal.
Couldn't look any more German if you wanted to,
Yes.
could he?
Dower Minge.
Yeah. I went to, when I was a little kiddie, I went to Munich and we watched Bayern Munich against VfB Stuttgart. And Bayern Munich won 2-1, I think, with 2 goals from Marcus Bender.
So Bender got his balls in the minge.
Pretty much.
Past minge.
He smashed Minge.
Smashed minge.
And slotted it away. Yeah.
What was the state of minge after the match?
It was a mess. She was a fucking mess. A right old mess. Oh my God, why does that come up as soon as you put? I've just put funny into Google, and the first thing is funny German footballer names.
Yeah, it's just searching it.
How can we resist? I accept. All right, this is when Charlton signed Anil Koch.
Anil Koch.
Anil Koch. Yeah. There's lots of German footballers. Danny Shittu. We all remember Danny Shittu. I think he played for Millwall back in the 90s. Danny Shittu. Top 20. Segar Bastard.
Segar Bastard.
Yeah.
It's actually spelt bastard. Went on to become a referee.
Number 19, winger Wayne Wanklin. Played in the same...
Wayne Anker, the editor of Manchester Evening News.
Wayne Anker.
Wanker.
Well, Wayne Wanklin played in the same Reading side as goalkeeper Steve Death. Death and Wanklin.
The two facts of life you never escape from.
It's like that guy from Kung Fu the series.
What?
The guy from Kung Fu the series.
What guy from Kung Fu?
David Carradine.
All right.
Wanklin Death.
It took me a minute, mate. Oh, fuck.
Wanklin Death.
I mean, of all the achievements that he could have made, to have died in a humorous way, he'll never be forgotten.
Oh my gosh. Alphonse Areola is a PSG player. That's not very rude, is it? It's just an anatomical name.
I'll try. There's some circular joke that you can get in there, but
I prefer Andre Muff.
Muff.
Yeah.
I went out with a girl called Caroline Boff, and I thought it'd be like, yeah, I thought it was just some posh, because she was quite posh. I thought it'd be some posh way of saying bow, Bough, something like that.
Yeah, bow, yeah.
Yeah, and then I finally got invited to her house, and we're like, oh, hello, her mother. How are you, father? Everything's great. She was actually kind of wealthy as well. And then I just saw this letter on the side, and I picked it up, and her name was Caroline Boff, like the stinkiest fart you ever smelled. Boff. Onomatopoeia for a fart. Boff.
And that was enough, was it? You just got out.
It was
of
over.
there. Yeah, got out of there.
Got out of there.
Break the wrist, walk
It
away.
was a spacesuit, and I needed to evacuate. I had the proverbial fart.
Do you remember the ex-Celta Vigo Argentinian striker Mario Turdo?
Andre Muff.
Muff and Turdo up front.
Burnt Haas.
Waldo Ponce?
Waldo Ponce.
Play for Wigan.
All right.
Roberto Martinez is your local team. Play for Wigan.
Waldo Ponce.
Yeah, centre-back from Chile, Waldo Ponce.
Go on, Ponce. They used to sing from the trellises.
Peter Shirtliff?
I'm really short-lived.
Honestly. Yeah. One of Kevin Keegan's worst signing was Dutch singer Brian Penis.
A bit of a dick.
Yeah. Came from Feyenoord, from the Dutch land.
Brian Penis.
Czech defender Milan Fokol.
Can I just point out as well, just in the English language, Wembley is a ridiculous word.
Sounds like Wembley.
Yeah, it's like a blur. It's a silly word.
Wembley.
Wembley.
It's a made up word.
Bullshit. It's a conspiracy.
Fans, you remember Euro 96, which was held in England? It's coming home. It's coming home. Lightning Siege.
Didn't the Germans win?
The Germans knocked us out in the semis, yeah. Gerd Muller. Not Gerd Muller. Jan Muller.
I had a semi when the Germans knocked one out.
Oh, my gosh. Do you remember Johan de Kock playing for Holland?
The whole time, I told you.
Yeah.
John Barnes. Kenny Dalglish. I always remember Kenny Dalglish because it sounded like a dog leash.
Fabian Assman.
They're not even. None of these
I'm
actually spell any differently than you'd want them to be. That's the trouble.
I'm kind of with him. I think I'm probably an Assman as well.
I'm an Assman.
Maybe I have some Assman DNA in my
Yeah.
lineage. Maybe I'm, South American.
Petite wanker.
It's nonsense, isn't it? I quite like Rod Fanny, though.
Rod Fanny.
Oh, that's a beautiful ball into Rod Fanny.
Straight down the centre there, Rod Fanny.
We've already heard about Ralph Minge. We don't need to talk about him.
I think Ralph Minch still wins, though.
Yeah.
Hans Jog, but
Stefan Kuntz, we all know.
it's a household name.
From the 80s. Yeah, that was pretty much it. That was an old article, a 10-year-old article. So, Stefan Minge, was it Stefan? He now has a daughter playing in the Women's League.
Fanny Minge.
Janina Minge.
Look at her face, though.
What?
She looks like.
She looks nice. She looks nice and
It just says Minge, though.
she looks like a nice, happy girl.
I'm sure she's lovely.
70 pace, 80 shooting, passing 79, dribbling 81. What playstyle pluses does she have? None. She has incisive, intercept, and relentless base playstyles, but they are.
She also has a width for the lower half of her face and a separate width for the upper half of her face. Especially in the previous photos, it was frightening.
How dare you?
Janina Minge.
I'm all
Janina
right.
Minge.
I'm all right, thanks.
And her sister Joanna Minge.
Shit.
Joanna Minge.
Joanna
Minge.
Minge. Joe excrement.
You could turn him into Scarface if you could do, watch Scarface for a week and then suddenly watch that again.
Say hello to my little friend.
Say hello to my excrement.
First you get the money, then you get the women, and then you get your excrement.
The excrement. First you get the vulture.
Oh my god. Well,
should we wrap it up and talk
I think we
shit off air?
We definitely should. I'm sweating cobs. I need another wee. We're going. That I don't know. Should have a look, see if anyone's still here.
How long has it been?
How long have we been streaming for? 5 hours and 30 minutes. We'll just go and see if anyone's still there. Fuck, 18 people still watching.
Salute.
Fucking
To you
troopers.
all.
Absolute troopers, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Who's there? I'm guessing Sniper Mike's probably there. Q-Tracks. Who else have we got in the chat? It's mainly been those two. I don't know who else is watching. Bunch of weirdos who don't comment.
Look, 2 out of 18 people still talking is amazing.
Yeah, at this time in the morning.
We're famous on the internet now.
Yeah, I think Al's has gone to bed. Yeah, it's mainly Q-Chats and Sniper lighting up the chat. Thanks, guys. Thanks for sticking
Thanks for
with
sticking
us.
around, yeah, man.
You're troopers. Starship troopers.
Stormtroopers.
Az is still there. Night Az. Nice to see you in the chat. And have a good week, folks. Don't sweat the small stuff. And take your lessons from that. Watch The Holy Mountain, man. Because I'm guessing none of you have seen it. Go and watch it. You can watch it on the web archive for free. Just stream it live, totally legally. He must have given the rights away. He must have given it to the public domain. I think he did.
Don't think it is.
Well, there ain't copyrighted stuff on there.
How old is it?
72. 53 years, isn't it?
2 years, it'd be up for it anyway, but yeah.
Yeah. But you can go and watch it. And yep, thanks for joining us. Sayonara. We'll be back next week.
Peace out, you ugly bastards.
I don't know what we're doing next week. I should, seeing as you've stuck it this long, let's just have a quick look on the calendar and I'll let you know now. Who's coming next week?
Oh, I should say.
Oh, Matt Apocalypse.
Oh, Matt here.
Matt Apocalypse.
That's my buddy. Matt's on the Discord. Actually, everybody, you should root out the Jedi Academy Discord, where the likes of Matt Apocalypse, Dane Quirk, Melissa Campbell's
on there.
Phil's not. He's too good for us lot.
What am I gonna learn from these profane people?
Son of a
People,
bitch.
honestly.
Smartiest people. Melissa's steaming. The stuff she remembers amazes me.
This is incredible.
Matt's like focused beyond anything I've ever seen him on live.
I'm
Amazing
gonna have to restart a Discord account just so I can be in there.
Yeah,
Just to soak
come
some
on,
of it
mate.
up.
We'd love you on there.
I need to.
Snappy from
Snappy
Canada's
from
on there, yeah. There's loads of people on there. Me, sometimes. Melissa's on there, my mate. Well done, Melissa. And the other people. Also, I'm on...
YouTube.
No, I'm on Thingy next week. That
Oh.
show that I do in the States. What's it called? Drawing Down the Stars. Now called Drawing Down Dragons.
Oh right,
And I'm doing it on ninjas.
right.
Because I am one. Well, I've studied the arts of it and have
What day of the week? What day is it on that?
next Sunday.
Is it live? It will
Yeah,
be
it's
live.
earlier than this. Yeah, it'll be live next Sunday.
Right, nice. Drawing down the dragons.
Drawing Down the Dragons, it's
Right,
called that.
okay.
Or
Yes.
Drawing Down Dragons.
Let's pull my thing out and get Discord again. After I was crushed and humiliated and terminated by them. The fucks. That's why I've refused to get it. Yeah, they just deleted me. Woke up to an email saying you've been deleted
That was it.
with my server with 200 people in it.
Why?
Good question. It wasn't anything anyone posted unless it was the early hours of the morning and we got sniped by someone who posted something horrific,
What could
which
it have possibly
pulled,
been?
or we got shocked, we got reported, which is what I'm
Shit.
leaning on.
Yeah. Well, this Discord's full of people that are doing the work mostly.
Yeah.
So it's a nice little community.
And it should be fairly safe from being shut down, I would have thought. You're talking about the people who run this shit show, they don't really care about
No, of course
esoteric
not.
stuff.
No.
It's more politics and control they're interested in. So, yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm going to get Discord back. Right, let's fuck off into the night, into the morning.
Fucking bye.
Bye. Ta-ra.
That was my screensaver.
You are functionally retarded.